The so-called Tesla coil performance is an extremely high-risk act. One or more performers, dressed in special insulating suits, stand close to a device that releases massive electrical currents or atop elevated platforms, deliberately guiding arcs of lightning toward their own bodies or nearby props. The visuals are stunning, the danger is real, one mistake is enough to cost someone their life. Leiming was a technician on the Tesla performance team. His job was simple but critical. Debug the equipment and make sure accidents never happened. That day, he was doing his routine inspection. The device he was responsible for was clearly not connected to any power source. Yet somehow, an unknown idiot flipped the main switch. And so, tragedy struck. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The moment Leiming placed his hands on the Tesla coil, a violent current surged through his entire body. The smell of scorched flesh filled the air, even the phone in his pocket was blown apart by the electricity. So, this is death, he thought hazily. It feels strange, light, why does it feel like I'm being pulled somewhere? The world spun. When Leiming regained consciousness, everything had changed. Where am I? Why does everything look so weird, black and white? Don't tell me I'm colorblind, wait. My hands, where are my hands? My legs, gone too. My hair, my ears, my nose, there's nothing left. Inside a gemstone-lit cave, a soft, round, bouncy creature about the size of a football was hopping around in sheer panic. Calm down, Leiming muttered. This situation feels familiar. Ah, that anime, the one where the guy reincarnates as a slime. Right, the protagonist had a cheat system. What was it called again? Great Sage, right? Perfect. If I've got a system, I'm not afraid of anything. Otherworld domination is just a matter of time. Come out, Great Sage, answer me, Great Sage. Silence, say something, you useless system. Nothing happened, Leiming froze. Don't tell me I transmigrated without a system. How am I supposed to survive? How do I analyze the world? How do I even play this game? He slumped sadly against a stone. If only my phone was still here. That thing cost me over 10,000 yuan. At least I could watch videos, read novels, or listen to music. And the AI voice, it sounded so real. A proper goddess voice. I miss you, Alice. Leiming, now slime, sat there quietly sighing. Suddenly, a gentle female voice spoke beside his ear. I'm here, master, what is your command? Leiming instantly bounced into the air. He slipped off the stone, flattened like a dried persimmon, then sprang back into shape. Alice, Alice. Alice. Yes, 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 the voice replied warmly. What do you need, master? Leiming nearly cried from joy. So I really am the chosen one. After calming himself, he asked solemnly, Alice, what world are we in right now? Alice paused. I'm sorry, master, there's no network signal here. I can't access any information. Leiming deflated. What, you need the internet, then what good are you? Still unwilling to give up, he extended a blue tentacle from his body and tapped a nearby stone. Alice, what is this? This is a stone, Alice replied confidently. It can be used to smash walnuts. That's it. Well, Alice added after thinking, stones can also be used for construction and carving. Leiming nearly lost his mind. He bounced around the cave, then repeatedly headbutted the wall. Puff, puff, puff. Strangely enough, it sounded kind of cute. After venting for a while, Leiming finally calmed down. Something felt off. Alice is definitely the AI from my phone, but she's way smarter than before. He decided to test her. Alice, riddle time. Xiao Ming is already at his front door. Why can't he get inside? She laughed softly. That's easy. He forgot his key. Leiming froze. That's actually correct. After running several more tests, he finally understood. My system is alive, super intelligent, but right now. He sighed deeply. Completely useless. He looked up at the cave ceiling. God, if you're listening, just strike me with lightning again and get it over with. Hey, I can't really complain, Leiming muttered. Even if this portable system is a bit scuffed, it's still better than nothing. And honestly, being alone in such a huge cave is depressing. Having a system with at least a slightly higher IQ to talk to makes things bearable. Determined not to rot away as a blob forever, Leiming began thinking seriously about the slime anime he'd watched in his previous life. If others could evolve, so could he. Staying like this forever was not an option. Let me think, how did that slime do it again? He murmured. Right, devouring. He basically went insane and swallowed everything in the cave. Rocks, plants, monsters, if it existed, he ate it. Perfect, there's a template, I'll just copy it. Step 1, devour this grass. Leiming controlled his slime body and bounced forward. With a soft bow-yo, he landed on a flower. The plant was instantly absorbed into his body, dissolving into green liquid within seconds. Feeling a faint change ripple through him, Leiming grinned smugly. "Heh, told you. If the anime slime could do it, so can I." "Alice," he said proudly, "analyze the flower I just swallowed. Break down its components. Tell me what effects it has. Can it be refined into medicine?" There was a short pause. Then Alice replied hesitantly, Master, you want me to analyze medicinal ingredients? That's a little embarrassing. I'm not a pharmaceutical analyzer, I don't have that function." Ugh. Leiming felt like vomiting blood. The little slime slumped over, wearing an expression that somehow managed to look extremely human and extremely depressed. Of course, he didn't actually spit blood. Instead, a mouthful of green liquid splashed onto the ground. Zzzzzz, the stone floor immediately reacted. Smoke rose and a small pit was eaten away as if splashed by strong acid. Leiming froze. Huh. He slid forward and extended a soft tentacle, carefully poking the corroded pit. Zzzzzz, the tentacle recoiled instantly, twitching wildly as if stung by a scorpion. Leiming bounced backward in pain, screaming at the top of his non-existent lungs. After a long while, the pain finally subsided. He stared at his trembling tentacle and muttered bitterly, "What the hell? That acid came out of me and I can't even handle it." When I watched alien movies, their blood could melt steel, but they weren't afraid of it. So why am I getting burned? Alice laughed softly. Master, that just means your character stats are too low, you didn't unlock acid resistance. HMPH, useless system, Leiming snapped. You can't help me and now you're mocking me. Still, he wasn't convinced. In the anime, slimes often gained resistance after being hurt once, so he tried again, puff, another mouthful of acidic saliva. He grew a tentacle and poked the ground again. Ooh, 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 ooh. Still burned, still hurt, Leiming flailed in pain, then stared blankly at his tentacle. Figures, he sighed, same slime, different fate. Our innate skills aren't even in the same league. Determined to test further, he spat dozens of times in a row. After a while, something strange happened. The acidity weakened, the corrosion slowed. Leiming froze, then suddenly grew two tentacles and clapped them together lightly. Oh, I get it now. The acid must be coming from what I ate earlier, those unknown flowers and plants. His eyes lit up. If that's the case, then those anime plots weren't useless after all. Devouring really is the fastest way to get stronger. Slowly, Leiming turned to look at the remaining plants in the cave, the glowing stones, everything that still existed. Greed sparkled in his eyes. I eat everything. I'm devouring it all." What followed was pure madness. Day and night, Leiming devoured everything in sight: grass, flowers, crystals, strange stones. He barely stopped except to rest briefly or argue with Alice. Eventually, the cave was empty, absolutely empty. Leiming finally stopped and looked around, feeling oddly satisfied. "Finished," he sighed. "Even though I still don't know what half of this stuff does. There's one thing I'm sure of. I definitely have some kind of subspace inside me. Everything I eat gets stored somewhere. But why is it so small? No monsters, no dragons sealed somewhere, nothing worth farming. And more importantly, why should I even leave this place?" Just as Leiming was pondering his miserable future, his slime body suddenly lifted into the air. Before he could react, a glowing magic circle appeared, spinning slowly. What the? His body slammed into the circle, completely out of his control. The world twisted, then vanished. When Leiming regained consciousness again, a horrifying scene greeted him. Before him lay a 6-year-old child, bleeding and barely breathing. The child's eyes were crimson, marked with strange hook-like patterns. With trembling fingers, he pointed toward a large bed in the back room. Using his final breath, the child whispered, "Protect her, take her away." Leiming stared in shock. What the hell? Those eyes. Sharingan.
Hey everyone. I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Damn it, what's going on, Sharingan? Leiming exclaimed with wide-eyed eyes. Although he didn't know too much about the situation, Leiming controlled the slime's small body and took a closer look at the little boy's body. Unbelievably growing tentacles, he poked the boy's face and then pressed on the boy's neck. Leiming sighed helplessly and said, "It's really dead if the boy's eyes are Sharingan." Leiming looked at the body of the little boy in front of him and then looked back. Two teams of men and women dressed as husband and wife were also lying in a pool of blood. He pricked up his ears to listen carefully, and there were still screams outside from time to time and the sound of weapons colliding violently. Leiming quickly figured out where did he come from, and the time when he came. What a F **** G inch, Uchiha's genocide night. It is also one of the darkest moments in the original anime. Damn it, why did you only choose such a terrible moment to come? Leiming couldn't help turning his eyes to look at the big bed in the back room. There was a child who was only about 2 years old, sleeping soundly on the bed, sleeping very sweetly. The child looked very cute. Leiming took 2 deep breaths, gritted his teeth and stomped his feet viciously, controlled the slime's body, jumped on top of the little boy's corpse and said angrily to himself, "Damn it, I can only be treated like a dead horse. I hope I can make it." The slime's body immediately spread across the body of the little boy like flowing water, turning into a transparent film and enveloping it completely. Whether he can escape smoothly depends on whether Leiming can absorb Uchiha's blood as soon as possible. Maybe it's God's will, maybe it's a coincidence, or it really is Leiming's personality explosion. Leiming, who devoured and absorbed the corpse of the little boy from the Uchiha family in front of him, his body glowed softly and slowly transformed into a cute little boy. Unlike the slime anime that Leiming had seen in his previous life, his appearance after transformation was very different from that of the dead little boy. It's just that his facial features have been optimized and he is many times cuter than when he was a child in his previous life. Leiming shook his hands in front of his eyes in disbelief and then touched his face. He was so filled with joy that he almost couldn't help shouting, "Great, I'm finally human again." However, Leiming quickly woke up, shook his head and said to himself, "Even if you want to be happy, it's not the moment of death. Now is the night of Uchiha's genocide, so it's important to find a way to escape first." He walked quickly into the room where the 2-year-old child was lying on the bed, opened the closet and rummaged through it, found suitable clothes to change into, and then looked back at the sleeping child lying on the bed. Leiming couldn't help sighing and said, "I really owe you all in my previous life. Really can't bear to escape alone like this." Leiming swears he really can't pass the test of his conscience. If you really let the child in front of you die, you may not be able to sleep well in the future. He grabbed the sheet, wrapped the child up, put it on his back, tied the corners of the sheet in front of him, tied them tightly, and tiptoed. Leiming planned to escape quietly through the back door like this. However, when people are unlucky, it is really stuffy to drink cold water. Leiming opened the back door and walked out, and he met a man who made his hair stand on end. A man wearing a Uzumaki mask, revealing a scarlet Sharingan, just came out of a Uchiha family's house across the way. There were scarlet blood spots on the mask and body of the masked man. The masked man looked at Leiming, whose face changed wildly after being frightened, and looked at Leiming, who was fixed there, and then looked at the child on his back. Showing a sneer with great interest, he said with a smile, "Hey, hey, hey. I didn't expect there to be a fish that slipped through the net, huh? The little guy looks pretty cute. Could it be that guy Itachi couldn't do it, so he deliberately leave it to me?" Gyudong. Leiming swallowed a mouthful of saliva, not sure if it was because of excessive fear or other reasons. The position of the pupils of his eyes instantly turned the same scarlet color, and there was 1 hook in each pupil and 2 hooks popped out. The masked man saw the changes in the pupils of Leiming's eyes, but he laughed happily and said, "Oh, heh, have you opened your eyes? How does it feel to open your eyes for the first time?" Leiming took 2 deep breaths, then opened his eyes suddenly and said, it doesn't feel too good. Wanting to escape from the pursuit of the masked man in front of him and protect the child behind him from being hurt, there is only one way in Leiming's mind. That is spacetime ninjutsu. Only through spacetime ninjutsu can he have a chance to escape from the pursuit of the masked man. However, the current self is not such a powerful ninjutsu, hole. The cells in Leiming's brain were running at a high speed, and the memory of him devouring the corpse of the little boy just now was integrated at an accelerated rate, etc. It seems that there is no way at all. Summoning technique seems to be a spacetime ninjutsu, right? And it can summon powerful helpers to come and help. Look at this one if it works. Hai Su Yu Shen Wei summoning technique. Boom to ho 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 ho. A fiery red dragon with a body length of more than 100 meters rushed out, accompanied by a huge cloud of white smoke. Leiming stood on the head of the red dragon with the child on his back, and as the head of the dragon was raised high, it rose rapidly. The huge wings on the back of the dragon flap vigorously. Whirr. The powerful gust of wind turned into two tornadoes, rolling towards the masked man and the Itachi rushing from the other direction. Roar, blazing. There was also a mouthful of soaring flames from the dragon's mouth, which slammed into the barrier blocking the Uchiha clan, smashing the barrier in an instant. Bang, bang, boom, blah, blah. The masked man and Itachi flew back and landed on the roof and telephone poles. Itachi's expressionless eyes were full of shock, and he looked at Leiming standing on top of the dragon's head, fighting against the wind. Shocked in his heart, he thought, whose family does this kid belong to? How could his summoning technique summon a giant dragon that is as terrifying as a tailed beast? The face under the mask of the man in the mask was also twitching uncontrollably, and then he looked back at Hawkage's office with a gloomy expression. Angrily cursing inwardly, damn it, if I knew it earlier I should have killed him with a single knife when I met that child just now. On the side of the Hawkage office building and in all directions around it there are already countless ninjas, members of Anbu, running towards this side at high speed. The masked man glanced at Leiming with interest, spread his hands and sighed. Hey, forget it, since there is nothing we can do, we can only retreat first. Brat, we will definitely meet again in the future. Hearing what the masked man said, the corners of Leiming's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he cursed inwardly, damn. Leazi doesn't want to see you again, you're an idiot and an idiot. The space of Sharingan's position revealed by the masked man distorts rapidly, and his body also distorts and disappears together. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi was expressionless, but there was clearly nostalgia and reluctance in his eyes. He glanced in the direction of his home. There were his parents who he reluctantly killed with his own hands, and the only one who was unconscious by his illusion. Dearest brother, Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes and called out in his heart, Sasuke, I hope you can live safely and enjoy this peaceful world. As for all the darkness behind, I will bear it for you. Well, if possible, I still hope to die in your hands in the future, so you have to work hard to become stronger. Until one day, you no longer need the protection of my useless big brother. After the self-comforting call in his heart, Itachi looked at Leiming in a blink of an eye and the hand's seal changed. At the same time, dozens of Anbu ninjas around Itachi flashed to his side, and the faces of each Anbu team member under the mask were extremely dignified. All kinds of weapons mercilessly pierced Itachi's vital parts. Hula la 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 la. However, when they assassinated with the weapons in their hands, Itachi's body disappeared with a bang, turning into countless black crows and disappearing in all directions. Seeing that the attack failed, the Anbu whispered to themselves one after another. What? Damn it, it's a step late. Sure enough, Itachi, you're hard to deal with. Although the two culprits of the Uchiha genocide night disappeared and fled one by one, all the other Konoha village ninjas who came afterward did not relax in the slightest. Instead, they all looked at Leiming with solemn expressions, or more precisely, at the giant dragon at Leiming's feet. Even third Hawkage, who arrived later, grabbed the Vajra wish stick transformed by the ape demon with a solemn expression, and looked at the giant dragon, who frowned and said to himself, I really didn't expect things to come to such an extent. Is this the final truth of the Uchiha clan? Obviously, third Hawkage took the dragon summoned by Leiming as the ultimate killer of the Uchiha clan, repelled Itachi and the masked man just now, and saved Leiming and the child behind him. In the Anbu team next to third Hawkage, a masked man in white came forward and asked for instructions. Master Hawkage, can we do it? Be careful, that dragon is dangerous. Seeing Master Hawkage nodding slightly, the Anbu team immediately rushed forward, rushed to the dragon's hand to change the imprint, and stood on the roof around the dragon. Multiple weighted rock bind technique. Buzz, 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 boom! Suddenly, a huge magic circle appeared above the dragon's head, and the dragon and Leiming below felt their bodies suddenly sink at the same time, and an incomparably powerful force of gravity pressed on them. The body of the little boy Leiming was immediately crushed, as if embedded in the head of a giant dragon, and the tightly pressed cheeks were deformed and attached to it. The dragon's body, wings, and tail were also pressed heavily against the ground, and the ground was even suppressed by strong gravity, sinking into a huge, deep pit. Leiming, who was suppressed and lying on the dragon's head, felt a sudden wetness on his back, and the child of the Uchiha family who was carrying it on his back woke up at some point. I saw that she was also suppressed by the strong pressure. Tears were shining. She opened her small mouth but even released the sound of crying, and at the same time it seemed that she was so scared that she peed. Seeing the pitiful appearance of the child behind him, Leiming suddenly felt an unknown fire in his heart, raised his hand with great difficulty and slapped the giant dragon's head heavily. He said in a low voice, "Hey, I know you can understand me." Suppressed into this appearance by a group of tiny humans, don't you have anything to say? Are you still the proud dragon I know? Look, your head is about to be suppressed. Apparently, Leiming's words deeply stimulated the giant dragon below him, and there was raging anger jumping in the eyes of the giant dragon, and the anger let out a shocking dragon roar. Ho 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 ho! The dragon's head was raised high again, and a huge dragon-patterned magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless golden thunder thundered down from the magic circle, hitting all the surrounding humans hard. When the old man Third Hawkage saw the dragon showing his power, he immediately yelled, "No, everyone get out of here." A majestic voice was heard in everyone's mind at the same time, shouting, "Get ready to accept my wrath, human. Dragon King's thunder punishment." Boom, rumble, Ninja and Anbu, who were standing on the periphery of the encirclement, narrowly avoided the powerful thunder strike. However, the Anbu members who had just gone up to surround the dragon and used the restraint technique to suppress the dragon, as well as the nearly 100 ninjas standing in the front, and the Anbu members who were rooted were all violently struck by lightning and turned into pieces of coke from the ground. Fell down in the air. Bang, ka. The curse seal circle bound on the giant dragon shattered instantly under the powerful thunder bombardment. The old man Third Hawkage looked at all the buildings and houses around the Uchiha family which had been bombarded by powerful thunder. The scene was comparable to the effect of the tailed beast bomb. The old man Hawkage couldn't help wiping the cold sweat off his forehead and said with a frown, "It's really troublesome. If it is allowed to make trouble in the village, it will definitely cause a lot of casualties in the village. We must find a way to stop it." Leiming, who had regained his freedom, sat on the head of the giant dragon without any image, panting, "Hoo-hoo. Finally freed, so dangerous, I thought I was going to die just now." The dragon raised its proud dragon head and glanced contemptuously at Third Hawkage, as well as at all the ninjas surrounding it. Then he aimed his eyes upwards, looked at Leiming, and spoke in a voice that only Leiming could hear, or the sound transmission of brain waves was more reliable. Said, "Little ghost, you summoned me to this ghost place, right? You are lucky. For some reason, my ability to use my power in this world has been greatly suppressed. Leazi is leaving now, but if there is a chance to meet again next time, be careful. If you dare to disrespect me again, Leazi will swallow you in one gulp." Okay, I'll definitely pay attention next time," Leiming said with a wry smile. Boom. A huge cloud of white smoke rose and the dragon disappeared. Boom! A huge cloud of white smoke exploded and the dragon disappeared. Leiming landed from the sky in a panic. The body of the little boy Leiming suddenly fell from such a height. When he stood on the ground with both feet, his whole body stuck to the ground like a squashed persimmon. However, the slime's strong physique caused his body to bounce upwards and he quickly returned to the appearance of a normal human child. Leiming, who had returned to normal, was also shocked by his state just now, pinched his face with his fingers, then stretched and let go. Bo yo 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 yo. The stretched skin quickly recovered, and then Leiming crossed his fingers into a net, pulled them apart, and immediately turned into a big finger net. The corners of Leiming's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help complaining, "Heh heh, have I become a Luffy? Can a slime body still be used like this?" The little girl from the Uchiha family who was behind his back giggled happily when she saw Leiming's various miraculous performances, clapped her little hands, and hugged Leiming's neck happily. Fortunately, it was covered by the white smoke from the disappearance of the dragon. Otherwise, if the surrounding ninjas saw Leiming's astonishing performance just now, they don't know what experiment they would take him back for. Swish, 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 swish. As soon as the white smoke cleared, there were 4 more Anbu ninjas beside Leiming to protect him. On the other side, with the order of Third Hokage, the genin fighters took action one after another, launching a large-scale search of the entire Uchiha clan's clan. The dead bodies of the Uchiha family were put into body bags, carried out one by one, and placed in the vacated area. Sasuke, who was in a coma, was brought over at this time and placed beside Leiming and the others. Lie down. After a night of busy work in the open space of Leoda, except for the rows of corpses in the distance, there were only Sasuke, Leiming, who was awake, and the little girl from the Uchiha family standing beside Leiming holding her little hand. The 3 lonely and pitiful children stood motionless under the sunlight of the slowly rising sun. Time flies by really quickly. 3 months have passed. After a game of high-level Konoha village, Sasuke refused to let go and did not sign the agreement. Leiming summoned a dragon to violently destroy the Uchiha family's clan. Only the house of the owner remained untouched, and all other buildings were demolished and rebuilt, and then sold to other villagers in the village and foreign merchants. The remaining 30% of the profit from the resale of the Uchiha family land was divided into 3 parts and deposited in the bank accounts of Sasuke, Leiming, and the little girl of the Uchiha family who depended on Leiming not to leave. Therefore, the 3 remaining children of the Uchiha family have sufficient financial security in their lives. Today is the first day of Leiming's going to Konoha Shinobi School. I saw him helplessly sitting at the door to change out shoes, sighing and saying to himself, "Hey, it's really troublesome." Unexpectedly, Leazi graduated from university and started working for a few years in his previous life, and I haven't even enjoyed the true essence of the colorful world in his previous life. He was sent to Konoha village for re-education by an accidental chain trip. And that's not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is, my uncle was entangled by a little tail. Leiming hadn't finished pitying himself when there was a 2-year-old girl wearing a small skirt behind her, whoosh forward and lay on her back. Blinking a pair of cute talking eyes, he looked at Leiming with joy and excitedly said, Brother Leiming, are we finally going to school?" "Yes, Zinyu, but are you sure you want to study in the same grade as me?" "Little girl, don't take reading as a fun thing. If you don't understand, then don't cry." "Oh, I forgot to introduce the 2-year-old girl who lives with Leiming now. Her full name is Uchiha Zinyu." Because of Uchiha Zinyu's special situation, the little girl was brave enough to find the old man Third Hokage who was eating noodles at a ramen shop by herself. Relying on her acting like a baby, pretending to be pitiful, and her innate skills, success has brought a special treatment, that is, studying with Leiming and skipping grades to study in the same class. Zinyu raised her nose arrogantly and said, "Brother Leiming, don't underestimate people. Zinyu is very smart." "Hey, yes, let's go, don't be late." Leiming pulled Zinyu in front of him and changed her out shoes. Holding Zinyu's little hand, they walked out of the hut where they lived and walked towards the school, although Leiming was talking and laughing with the little girl along the way. However, Leiming's peripheral vision from the corner of his eye and his always vigilant ears can still make him feel that there are at least 10 people watching him. Damn, it's not easy to come to Otherworld to be reborn. Not only do you have to take care of other people's babies, but you also have to be watched all the time like a thief. I'm so meow, what kind of life am I living? Leiming dragged Zinyu on the road, sighing infinitely in his heart. In Hokage's office, after the Third Hokage old man signed the work documents in hand, he raised his head and asked Anbu's subordinates in front of him, "Have you not found more detailed information about Uchiha Leiming?" "This subordinate is incompetent. Please, Master Hokage, punish him." Hearing this, the Anbu ninja on the opposite side knelt on the ground and pleaded guilty. That's it, you go down. Third Hawkage sighed helplessly and waved his hands without punishing his subordinates. Yes, the Anbu ninja nodded respectfully and disappeared in a flash. Lord Third Hawkage took out a stack of documents in front of him and opened it, and it was full of investigation materials about Leiming, and there were 4 eye-catching characters written in the materials. The old man Hawkage frowned, took a deep breath from his pipe, exhaled a large cloud of smoke and said to himself, "There is no such person, Uchiha Leiming. Are you really a child full of mysteries? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, seeing you standing on the head of the giant dragon with your eyes already opened, I would even wonder if you are a spy sent by the outer village. According to the news sent back by Itachi, you actually summoned that giant dragon. Could it be that you are really the Uchiha clan's secret trump card?" Third Hawkage, who has served as Hawkage for many years, has already seen all kinds of conspiracies and tricks, so he weighed the pros and cons after repeated thinking. Finally, the instructions on the document read, "Continue to closely monitor, beware of contact with Uchiha Leiming." In a certain classroom of the Konoha Village Ninja School, Leiming stood next to the teacher holding Crescent Moon's little hand. Looking at the familiar students in front of him and teacher Uruka next to him, Leiming's sigh of fate cannot be described in words. Teacher Uruka put his hands on Leiming's shoulders lightly and said warmly to the students below, "From today on, these 2 new students will study with you. Everyone should get along well." Leiming nodded slightly to the students, smiled gently and said, "My name is Uchiha Leiming, please take care of me in the future." Next to Leiming, Zinyu, who was as big as a kid, raised his hands lively and said, "My name is Uchiha Zinyu. Although I am young, I am specially approved by Grandpa Hawkage to come in and study." Seeing Leiming and Zinyu's performance, the students below whispered among themselves, "Wow, they are both so cute." The Uchiha family. Is that the family that was exterminated? Hush, keep your voice down, don't let Sasuke hear you. I can understand that Leiming came to our class to study, but what does it mean that the 2-year-old doll next to her also came with her? Isn't she supposed to be in the kindergarten class at her age? You didn't hear what Zinyu said, Master Hawkage specially approved it, doesn't matter if she's young or old. She just needs to be cute. Obviously, even in Konoha Village School, it is still a place where you can earn a living by looking at your face, and you have an advantage if you look good. Leiming and Zinyu walked over under the signal of teacher Uruka, and soon many girls raised their hands to welcome, saying, "Leiming, Leiming, come and sit with me, there is no one next to me. Zinyu, come and sit down. Come to my sister, I will give you delicious food." Although Leiming was really happy to be welcomed by the girls, but seeing the displeased eyes of all the boys in the class, Leiming made a wise choice and sat in the back seat. Leiming wasn't afraid of those boys but rather troublesome. He didn't want to be entangled by some brats for some boring and strange reasons. Leiming walked to Shikamaru and sat down and asked politely, "Can I sit here?" Shikamaru yawned and said casually, "Sit. Sit, as long as you don't disturb my sleep, you can do whatever you want." Zinyu saw Leiming go to the last row and sit down, and she also wanted to move over. However, little Sakura grabbed Zinyu's little hand, pulled her to sit down beside her and said with a smile, "Little guy, what are you doing running behind? You are young and small, how can you still attend class when you sit behind? Be good, sit down. Next to my sister, if there is anything you don't understand, I can teach you." Reluctantly, Zinyu looked back at Leiming behind, saw him smiling and nodding to her, so she could only sit down with a bitter face and sighed cutely, "Hey. It's the only way." "Wow, it's so cute, I really want to hug her," a voice in little Sakura's head screamed. The school career of Leiming and Zinyu officially started from this day. However, as the saying goes, the tree wants to be quiet but the wind does not stop. The extermination of the Uchiha clan made the Sharingan more valuable than before. One night half a year later, Leiming just went out to do some shopping. When he came back, he found that Zinyu, who was still doing homework at home just now, was gone. After searching all the rooms in the house but couldn't find Zinyu, Leiming's inhuman ears moved sensitively and found that the number of people watching him suddenly increased a lot. The situation is wrong. Zinyu has always been very obedient, she will not go out without my consent or if she is with me. The number of people in charge of monitoring me suddenly increased. Something must have happened in this place that I don't know about. Leiming, who found something was wrong, returned to the place where Xinyu had just done his homework, sniffed his nose, sniffed carefully, and then lay down on the ground to carefully check the traces on the ground. What is this smell? Why is it weird? There are also footprints here. Although shallow, there is obviously more than one. The bad premonition in Leiming's mind began to become clearer and clearer, and he suddenly thought of a possibility: Masaka. Could it be that Xinyu was kidnapped by someone? Thinking of this, Leiming's body immediately bounced off the ground. The portable system was called in the brain, saying, "Alice, immediately track down the location of the new moon." Alice was silent for a moment, and immediately a prototype radar chart appeared in front of Leiming's eyes. Seeing the fast-moving direction of the red dot in the radar chart, Leiming rushed out of the house without thinking. It has been more than half a year since I came to the Hawkage world. Apart from practicing and learning ninjutsu, Leiming usually devotes all his energy to developing his own portable system. Although the level of science and technology in this world is limited, simple radio technology is still there. So, Leiming bought some wireless communication headsets at home and spent a long time trying to find a suitable radio transmission frequency for the portable system. In order to test my results before, I just installed a tracker on the card of the little girl Xinyu. A few ninjas in Konoha village who were in charge of guarding the gate rushed out of Konoha village when they saw Leiming's small figure flashing. The guard ninja yelled that it was not good, some people chased him out quickly and some rushed to Hokage's office to report. However, what these ninjas in charge of guarding did not know was that in the Hokage office in Konoha village, the old man third Hokage knew about Xinyu's kidnapping for a long time. In front of him was an Anbu ninja half kneeling in front of the old man Hokage, saying, "Master Hokage, Uchiha Leiming has already noticed that Xinyu was kidnapped and he has tracked the enemy in the direction where the enemy is fleeing." The old man of third Hokage frowned slightly, sucked on his pipe and said, "Oh. Is that so? Very good, you just follow quietly like this and don't intervene unless you have to. Maybe this time we can see something that surprises us. I want to see Leiming's performance. In addition, no matter what the outcome of this incident is, Uchiha Xinyu will bring it back to me intact." Yes, Anbu's ninja figure flashed and disappeared. Third Hokage sat on the Hokage office chair, looked at the moon outside the window in a blink of an eye, spit out smoke rings, and said to himself, "This kid Leiming has been studying for half a year and his grades have not been up or down. His behavior is too normal. You child, you are too good at hiding yourself, right? But this time I want to see how long you can hide." Uchiha Xinyu is only 2 years old, but her school grades are ranked in the top 10 in her class. She can get such good grades. Is it because Xinyu is too smart, or is Leiming good at home? After several hours of tracking, Leiming finally spotted the enemy in a forest dozens of kilometers away from Konoha village. Those enemies were wearing Betsumura Anbu ninja battle suits with masks engraved with the Cloud Shinobi forehead protector logo on their faces. The ninja leader who grabbed Xinyu and fled in front looked back at the direction Leiming was chasing and said, "Have you caught up? The speed is very fast. Forget it, it should be far enough here. Hunting action, start." The leader of the enemy Anbu ninja made a gesture, and Leiming, who was chasing up, stood still, and immediately around them, nearly 100 enemy ninjas appeared and Leiming was surrounded in one fell swoop. "A ninja from Cloud Shinobi village? Huh, maybe it's a fake." Leiming touched his chin with a small hand and analyzed to himself. Having grown up watching Hokage ninjas in his previous life, Leiming is well aware of some tricks of ninjas, just like Danzo, who more than once led people to pretend to be ninjas from enemy countries to ambush the opponent he wanted to assassinate. In that case, even if the assassination fails, it is not himself who is responsible. Therefore, Leiming will not judge the identity of the other party just by the other party's attire. Looking at the unconscious Xinyu who was hugged by the enemy with one hand and hooked around his waist, Leiming shook his head helplessly and sighed. "Really? I originally wanted to spend a few years in a leisurely and peaceful life and grew up in a wretched way, so I didn't want to show up so early, say. But why are you forcing me? Change technique." Boom, Leiming's hand seal changed and a cloud of white smoke exploded. A man wearing a straw hat, red long sleeves, blue shorts, straw sandals, and an X-shaped scar on his chest appeared out of thin air. That's right, what Leiming transformed with the transformation technique is exactly the Luffy cosplay suit of Straw Hat Kid. What is this thing? Do you want to scare us by becoming like this? Hahaha. Yes, why don't you become a Hawkage? Ahahaha. Although they were covered by masks and couldn't see the expressions of those people, Leiming could guess how disdainful the other party's expression was at the moment by hearing the mocking laughter of the other party. However, Leiming hooked the corners of his mouth upwards, opening his mouth to reveal a row of gleaming teeth mimicking Luffy's pre-war grin. He smiled and said, "Why did you become like this? You will know soon." Hey. I said, have you heard of rubber people? Leazi is the guy who transforms now. In order to save Zinyu as soon as possible, I have no choice but to expose my recent cultivation results. Enter. Second gear. Leiming's feet pressed down heavily and his calves immediately deformed like squeezed rubber, transforming into Leiming dressed as Luffy. His body turned pink immediately with white water on his body just like the original Luffy steam comes out. Swish, the ear-piercing sonic boom sounded. What so fast? Rubber jet bazooka. In front of the ninja of the opposing team leader, Leiming suddenly appeared and made Luffy's classic offensive move, aiming forward with one palm and clenched fist with the other. Boom, boom, the opponent didn't even have time to react and was hit hard by Leiming's fist on the face. The mask instantly shattered, the face was deformed by the punch and the whole person flew upside down like a cannonball. Boom, 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 I don't know how many big trees behind it were smashed and smoke and dust were everywhere along the way. As for the new moon that was just held in his hands, Leiming took the opportunity to rush forward, hugged her in his arms and dodged back to a safe distance. Leiming wiped the sweat from his forehead and secretly thought happily, fortunately, my main body is a slime. As long as I have enough training and my elastic physique, I can barely do some of Luffy's offensive moves. However, in terms of the flexibility of the body, my body is still not as good as a real rubber fruit user. The same rubber rocket launcher is still much less powerful than Luffy. Leiming took out a bottle of potion from the ninja bag behind him, opened the lid, and the potion swayed under Zinyu's nose, and Zinyu soon woke up from the coma. Blinking her big, innocent, hazy eyes, looking left and right, and then at Leiming in front of her, Zinyu immediately recalled everything that just happened at home, and then immediately burst into tears. Sniffing his nose, he apologized, "I'm sorry, brother Leiming, Zinyu is too useless. She was caught by the bad guys and you were surrounded by the bad guys." Leiming stretched out his fingers, scraped gently on Zinyu's cute little nose and said with a fearless smile, "It's okay. As long as I'm here, beauty can hurt Zinyu." "Woo-oh, brother Leiming!" Zinyu burst into tears when she heard Leiming's words, hugged Leiming's neck and cried. In Zinyu's little heart, she saw that she was surrounded by nearly 100 people and they would not be able to leave alive. She believed that it was her own weakness and Leiming, who was caught by the enemy, fell into danger with herself. Therefore, even though Zinyu was only over 2 years old, she simply believed that everything was her own fault. The unique blood of the Uchiha clan, Sharingan, will awaken when the spirit is strongly stimulated. When Leiming didn't pay attention, when all his attention was on the enemies outside, what he didn't realize was that the pupils of Zinyu, who hugged her neck and wept, evolved into Sharingan at this moment. Although the left and right eyes only have one hook jade each, they are indeed opened. However, perhaps because of being too young, there is not enough chakra in the body, and the time for the eyes to maintain Sharingan is only a few seconds, and then immediately changed back to the original black pupils. Leiming put Zinyu on his back and carried it on his back and said with fierce fighting spirit in his eyes, "Zinyu, hold tight, don't let go." The little girl hugged Leiming's neck very obediently, wiped away the tears from her eyes and nodded earnestly with her cute little head. "Yeah. Brother Leiming, I won't let go even if I die, please rest assured and fight." "Very good, inhale, exhale." Leiming took 2 deep breaths with visible air flowing in and out of his mouth. Swish, 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 swish. Boom, 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 boom. Ah. Although there were nearly 100 enemies, Leiming's figure was so fast that it was almost impossible for the naked eye to catch up, and he was constantly flashing among the enemy crowd. Lead enemies to hurl shuriken or ninjutsu attacks on their own, causing their own scramble and casualties. Finally, seeing an opportunity, Leiming clenched his fists and shouted, "Look at me." Rubber rubber machine guns. Bang 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 bang. Ah 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 ah. Although Leiming relies on the slime's special physique, coupled with the secret self-draining in the first half of the year, he can barely use the high imitation version of Luffy's rubber fruit ability. However, an imitation is an imitation after all, and Leiming felt that his body was going to be overwhelmed after only 5 minutes of fighting against the enemy. After rushing out of the encirclement, he launched his feet with all his strength and rushed forward at a high speed, rushing all the way for hundreds of meters. Luffy's second gear mode was instantly released, and even the transformation technique could not be maintained. Boom! The white smoke exploded and Leiming rushed out of the smoke with the crescent moon on his back. His whole body was drenched with his own sweat and he kept panting heavily. Xinyu, who was on her back, felt sorry for Leiming's fatigue and looked back at the hundreds of enemies who were still chasing after her. Tears rolled in Xinyu's eyes and she said, "Brother Leiming, let go of me and escape by yourself. Xinyu doesn't want to be a burden to drag you down. Xinyu believes that if there is only Brother Leiming alone, it will be easier to escape. If you say that the little ghosts in the Hawkage world are precocious, even a little girl who is only over 2 years old knows what a burden is. Stupid, how could I let you go and run away alone? You are not a burden. Let me be a big man and leave a child to run away. It would be better to kill me with a knife. Besides, those guys want to catch me. There is no way to catch me. So easy." When Uchiha Xinyu heard Leiming's words, she was moved in her heart and at the same time secretly made up her mind and thought, "Woohoo. Brother Leiming, Xinyu. Xinyu swears that I will never drag you down again. I want to become stronger." On the other side, Leiming flipped his palm and spit out a bead from the subspace in the slime's body. He held it tightly in his hand and watched it with a frown. The bead in front of him was the size of a tennis ball and there was a faint colored halo flowing inside it. Looking at the beads in front of him, Leiming thought to himself, "Because I was teleported to the Hawkage world for no reason, it can be understood that I was summoned by that little ghost of the Uchiha family before he died. But when I faced the masked man Uchiha Obito, I was able to summon a dragon, king-level dragon, to help me fight. After my life got on the right track, I looked for the reasons in myself. I analyzed them one by one and only recently found you from the subspace in my body. Although I don't know what kind of treasure you are, it depends on you whether you can escape from birth again smoothly now." With this in mind, Leiming held the orb tightly with one hand and slapped his chest hard. Puff! The orb entered the inside of the chest and soon, like a second heart that came alive, strips of colored light shot out in all directions, connecting with the 7 meridians and 8 meridians in Leiming's body. An extremely powerful force instantly filled the whole body and a powerful energy burst appeared on his body. From a distance, Leiming's energy burst state was similar to the Monkey King Super Saiyan mode in Dragon Ball. Oh, this feeling is super strong, but I don't know how long my current strength can last. It's better not to hold a pen. It's important to run for your life first. If you want revenge, there will be opportunities in the future. After Leiming felt that his own strength was stronger than ever before, he clenched his hands into fists in a state of anger and rushed towards the distant sky. Boom, 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 boom. The powerful impact flight speed actually burst out a sound wave in the air, and the ninjas chasing behind could only watch helplessly as a long tail with colorful flames gradually disappeared into the distant sky. Hawkage Anbu, who was hiding not far away and secretly observing the whole process of the development, all of them under the mask opened their mouths wide, looking in disbelief in the direction where Leiming disappeared. The words were divided into 2 parts, and the ninja who had just been blocked by Leiming imitating Luffy and blasted away with a punch. From the ruins of broken trees and rubble and soil, a big hand suddenly protruded and pressed the ground, and then the person buried inside slowly stood up from the ruins. After the mask shattered and fell off, the blood on the face was wiped off, and the face revealed was a handsome man with a forehead protector on his forehead, which was the symbol of the Rock Shinobi village. Hearing Anbu's report, who came forward to report the result of the arrest, the man's handsome face instantly became extremely ferocious, and he turned around and punched the big tree behind him hard. Boom, boom. The trunk of the big tree exploded and the broken tree fell backwards, Damn it, what kind of monster is that kid? It's so difficult to deal with. Chase, send me a message, you must catch him alive. It's only a kid who is about 6 years old. No matter how heaven-defying his talent is, he can use it like the powerful force just now must not last. Our spies lurking in Konoha village, the news brought back is unmistakable. Uchiha Leiming hides a major secret of the Uchiha family. According to intelligence, his Sharingan has opened his eyes. The ability he just used is probably also his ability. The leader of the Anbu team in Rock Shinobi Village tried to analyze a lot of information about Leiming, and then asked his subordinates to record it and send it back to their ninja village and issued a killing order by the way. On the other side, in front of Third Hokage in Hokage's office, Anbu nervously finished telling all the battle information of Leiming that he had just seen. The old man Third Hokage took a deep puff of his pipe, closed his eyes and thought for a moment and said, "As you said, Leiming must have used some powerful secret technique to temporarily stimulate his own potential and immediately ran away after saving Uchiha Zinyu. No matter how strong that child's secret technique is, when his strength is exhausted, his situation will become very dangerous. An order has been passed down. All Jonin and Chunin team who are performing missions outside the village will try their best to find Uchiha Leiming. Once found, Uchiha Leiming immediately protects with all his strength, escort back to the village." Yes, the Anbu ninja nodded respectfully and disappeared in a flash. Third Hokage looked at the sky outside the window with a sad expression and sighed, "Hey. Uchiha Leiming, you are really going to cause me trouble. What is your Sharingan ability? In order to save you back, I don't know how many turmoil will arise. I hope that you, a delicious piece of fat in the eyes of the enemy, can be careful and don't get caught." In order to save Uchiha Zinyu, the news that Uchiha Leiming used the secret technique to flee far away from the Konoha village after fighting the enemy was quickly spread all over the world under the publicity of interested people. Then Uchiha Leiming was offered a high-price reward, and the reward price is getting higher every time. In the end, the bounty was fixed at 50 million. So as long as someone can catch a live Leiming, that person can instantly become rich and become a rich man. Leiming, who is in a state of enhanced gas explosion, has Uchiha Zinyu on his back and doesn't know how far he flew. I don't know how long the flight shock lasts. Compared with the roller coaster that Leiming rode in his previous life, the feeling of flying at supersonic speed is not at the same level. So, don't look at them flying very fast in the air, but Leiming and Zinyu's mental state at this time is in a state of confusion, almost semi-comatose. The orb that Leiming patted into his chest seemed to be alive. After confirming that he had escaped from the dangerous area, he automatically put away the colored light that wrapped around his meridians. Without the support of the orb's energy, Leiming's gas explosion state also began to weaken slowly, and his sprint speed while flying in the air also gradually weakened, and his body fell from the air weakly. When Leiming regained consciousness again, he and Zinyu had already started skydiving. "There is a whistling wind whistling beside my ears." Leiming turned his head to look at Zinyu behind his back. At this moment, Zinyu had closed his eyes tightly and fell into a complete coma. Looking at the ground below in a blink of an eye, it happened to be an uninhabited mountain forest area, so Leiming changed back to the slime state without hesitation. The Forte's two tentacles tightly encircled Zinyu's arms, and then the body turned into a membrane state as much as possible, and then opened the body with a bang, and Leiming turned into a huge transparent parachute. With the parachute, the speed of the new moon's descent was quickly controlled, wobbling, and the new moon finally landed slowly and safely. After landing, Leiming's figure changed again and immediately returned to human form. Looking left and right, the surrounding area is full of forests. With the crescent moon on his back, Leiming intends to look around to see if he can find a suitable cave to rest. Not far away, Leiming encountered a huge wild boar blocking the way. The wild boar's hair was blown out and it stared at Leiming fiercely. Its hoofs were scraping on the ground and it was always ready to launch its savage charge. Seeing that food was automatically delivered to the door, Leiming was naturally not polite. He pressed his fists together and took a step forward. Seeing Leiming's movements, the wild boar sped forward without hesitation, lowered its head slightly, and aimed to hit it with its forehead. Bang, 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 bang! Leiming jumped into the air, fisted with both hands, and punched Luffy's rubber gun. The raindrops of fists hit the wild boar hard, and the wild boar was knocked to the ground soon. In a blink of an eye, it was night, and in a cave in the forest, a simple barbecue grill was set up on top of the fire. The wild boar was washed and cut into pieces, skewered with wooden sticks cut from tree branches, baked on the rack, and sprinkled with some condiments carried in the ninja bag. Not long after, the fat from the barbecue was sizzling, and a rich aroma came out. The sleeping Uchiha Crescent's little nose lying on the ground moved twice involuntarily, sat up with eyes closed, and crawled over in the direction of the fragrance. When she climbed to the side of the fire and opened her eyes, what she saw was a grilled kebab. "Are you hungry? Take it and eat it." Leiming showed a gentle smile and handed over the roasted meat in his hand. The little girl immediately cheered, took the barbecue and nodded. "Hiss, hot, hot. Eat slowly, there is more here, no one will compete with you." "Woo-oh, it's delicious, it's so delicious. Brother Leiming's cooking is the best." The little girl's mouth was full of oil and she was full of happiness. After eating and drinking, the little girl looked at the night starry sky outside the cave and asked, "Brother Leiming, where are we now? When are we going back to Konoha village?" Leiming smiled slightly and said with a smile, "There is no rush to go back. Anyway, according to my estimation and my previous simple investigation of the surroundings, the place we are now is probably in the country of water." "Ugh. The land of water? We just flew in the sky for a while and then we flew out of the land of fire. Isn't this amazing?" "No, it's Brother Leiming, you are too amazing. Brother Leiming, can you fly again so we can go back to Konoha village?" Leiming gently scratched the little girl's nose with his index finger and said with a wry smile, "Things are not as easy as you think. The power I used before can't be used often and casually. It's better to use it sparingly unless it is absolutely necessary." As he said this, Leiming couldn't help recalling in his heart the feeling of using the orb to increase his power. At the beginning, the power really filled his whole body. The feeling of endless energy all over the body is indeed fascinating, but after flying in the sky and sprinting at high speed for a period of time, that kind of continuous strength seemed to almost explode him, and there was also a feeling that his whole body was on fire, and his body was about to be incinerated into fly ash at any time. Leiming knew that that kind of power was too powerful, and with his current self he couldn't use it at will, otherwise he would die sooner or later. Although the baby is good, you have to live to enjoy it. Oh, that's it. That's fine. Zinyu knew that she would not be able to return to Konoha village for a short time, and her little head drooped in frustration. Putting away other useless thoughts, Leiming showed a gentle smile, reached out and touched the little girl's head and said with a smile, "It's okay, go back slowly, we also have a way to go back slowly. Well, starting tomorrow, I'll teach you some new fighting skills so that you won't be helpless the next time someone attacks you." "Really? That's great." Zinyu jumped up and cheered in surprise when she heard that Leiming was going to teach her fighting skills and swept away the uneasiness of not being able to return to Konoha village. The next day, after breakfast, do a warm-up exercise. Leiming wandered around in the woods with Zinyu, and after finding a big tree, he patted the trunk of the big tree and said with satisfaction, "Well, this size is just right. That's it." Under the puzzled expression of the little girl, Leiming walked slowly in front of the big tree, raised one foot and stepped on the trunk, then took the other foot and walked up the trunk step by step. Finally Leiming seemed to fall down like a bat. He stood firmly on his feet under the thicker branches and smiled gently at the new moon. "It was the first time I saw someone who violated the common sense of physics." Standing upside down under a branch, the little girl opened her mouth wide open, and her cute and beautiful big eyes stared to the maximum. Exclaimed, "Wow, wow, wow, Brother Leiming, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Super powerful, I want to learn, I want to learn." The little girl is jumping and cheering, she wants to learn the classic Hokage training project, climbing a tree. Leiming put away Chakra, who had gathered his feet, and the body standing upside down under the branch easily rolled over and landed. Laughing, "Very good, since you want to learn so much, I will teach you now. Look, imagine the chakra in the body concentrated on the bottom of the feet like this. Put your feet lightly on the tree trunk, but remember, the chakra concentrated under your feet can't be too much too strong and can't be too little or too weak. It's probably like this." While explaining, Leiming walked up the tree slowly. This time Leiming simply walked to the top of the tree more than 10 meters high at one time, stood on the top of the tree and waved to Uchiha Zinyu with a gentle smile. Come on. Now you can try it. Okay, I'll come too. Concentrate chakra on the soles of the feet, right? Easy. Zinyu put her hands together in the mudra, floating majestically with a slight blue light emitting from her feet. Then the little girl walked confidently in front of the big tree, raised her little foot, stepped on it firmly and tested the suction of this foot. She nodded cutely and said, "Actually, it's not as difficult as imagined, is it? Leave the other foot off the ground, take a step forward, continue, 2 steps, 3 steps. Hey, 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 hey. Plop, damn, I still don't believe it, come again. Boom, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, I hit my head, wow, come again. My mother, I have S*X with you today. Boom, come again, go. Bang, 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 bang. Anyway, there was nothing left and right. Leiming just stood on the top of the tree with a gentle smile, watching the little girl below doing her best to practice climbing the tree. Her eyes were full of encouragement. Leiming did not use kunai as a mark like Kakashi trained Naruto and Sasuke in the original book, but let the little girl fail again and then try harder and harder again. This kidnapping incident made Leiming deeply aware of one thing, that it is not enough for him to secretly work hard to become stronger. Zinyu must learn how to protect herself. It is impossible for her to protect her all the time. The future Hokage world will not be peaceful. How many bad guys are targeting the Uchiha family Sharingan? However, what left Leiming speechless was, how could a 2-year-old girl learn to call herself an old lady? Which sister did you learn this from? Forehead? Could it be little Sakura? Very likely. The whole day except for eating, Zinyu practiced climbing trees desperately under the encouraging eyes of Leiming. Finally, when the sun was slanting, the new moon panted and climbed to the top of the tree. Leiming reached out and rubbed the little girl's cute head and carefully smoothed the broken hair on the sweaty forehead and said with a smile, "Very good. Zinyu, you are doing well, and I will give you an extra meal tonight." "Yeah, brother Leiming is the best." Zinyu jumped up cheering, hugging Leiming's neck and circling around. The child's vitality is indeed the most vigorous. Just now he was so tired that he couldn't straighten his waist, but now he is excited he can jump so high and still have the strength to turn around. After eating a sumptuous barbecue meal, Zinyu pushed the fire in front of her with a branch and asked, "Brother Leiming, I have already learned the tree climbing exercise. Can we go back to Konoha village tomorrow?" "Back to Konoha? Don't worry. During this time I plan to train you well and teach you the ninjutsu of our Uchiha family. Also, while learning ninjutsu, you also need to learn another chakra technique, tread water." "Treading water? What kind of cultivation is that?" The little girl looked at Leiming with her cute head tilted, and 3 big question marks appeared on her forehead. "HMPH, you'll know tomorrow," Leiming smiled playfully with his mouth upturned. The next day I took the little girl through the mountains and forests and soon found a small lake. Leiming stood up to demonstrate again, saying, "The practice of climbing trees is to exercise our concentration and learn the precise distribution of chakra. But treading water now is different because water can flow. So if we want to stand firmly on the water or even walk and run freely on the water, we need to condense the chakra on the bottom of our feet. We need to adapt to different situations, making changes anytime, anywhere." What Leiming said was simple. Walking on the water surface of the lake seemed extremely relaxed, chic, and elegant. Only he himself knows how many times he stumbled and fell into the water when he came to the world of Hokage to practice treading water. The difficulty of treading water is several times higher than that of climbing trees. Just like teaching a little girl to climb a tree yesterday, Leiming stood in the center of the lake and waved to Zinyu with a smile. "Come on, Zinyu. I'll wait for you here." Zinyu walked slowly to the edge of the lake, stretched out her small head to look at the lake below, tried to lift her feet to step on the lake, and then raised her eyes to look at Leiming standing in the center of the lake. The little girl took 2 deep breaths, made up her mind, patted her baby fat face with 2 cute little hands and encouraged herself, "It's no big deal. I can climb a tree yesterday and I can go into the water today. Form mudras with both hands, condense chakra to the soles of the feet and walk towards the lake. Hey, 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 I knew it, I'm a genius. Is it hard to tread water?" The little girl stood firmly on the water with 2 feet and proudly raised her little head, her nostrils turned up, and she became arrogant. However, before she uttered her big words for 3 seconds, plop, the little girl fell into the water. Leiming burst out laughing and said with a smile, "Puch, hehe. Xinyu, stepping on water is not as easy as you think. Keep working hard." Fortunately, the little girl could swim, so she wasn't too embarrassed. She swam to the lake with a blushing face and started all over again. "My old lady has learned such a difficult skill of climbing trees, of course this can't help me. Go. Plop, come again. Plop, a asterisk hole, I must succeed today." Plop, 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 plop. The little girl who climbed a tree learned it for a whole day, but stepping on water is relatively difficult, so she practiced for 3 whole days and finally mastered it initially. "How many times did you fall into the water during this period?" "This." Leiming is too lazy to count, just practice to succeed. "Xinyu, from today onwards we will not travel by land. We will travel by river instead, and boats are not allowed. We will travel by water. How about it? Can we keep up?" "Of course, Brother Leiming, don't underestimate me." "Very good. Let's go." As a result, there were 2 more children on the crisscrossing waterways of the country of water. When they were on the water, the sun and the moon were on their way, and when they encountered ships on the road, they would quietly sink to the bottom of the water to escape. It is precisely because of Leiming's prudence that they escaped the pursuit of many caring people. In the land of water, Leiming was training Xinyu and teaching some basics of ninjutsu, while slowly planning to find the route back to Konoha village. Maybe it's fate, maybe it's God's will somewhere. Using the transformation technique to disguise as 2 middle-aged couples, Leiming and Xinyu, who came to a small town in the land of water to buy daily necessities, while walking on the road, suddenly heard a faint sound of dogs barking in an alley by the side of the road came. They had heard similar barking noises in other small towns before, and it was nothing more than a noise made by a group of wild dogs grabbing food. But the barking sound I heard today was very childish. The little girl couldn't help being aroused with curiosity. She dragged Leiming to the alley together, and what caught their eyes was a very thin young man in tattered clothes, holding half a moldy bread and a puppy in his hand. Confrontation. Behind the puppy lay an adult B***ch, who was obviously laid down and was weakly lying on the ground panting. Xinyu pulled Leiming's big hand, looked at the thin boy and then at the B***ch and puppy lying on the ground. The soft-hearted Xinyu was moved with compassion and said in a low voice, "Brother Leiming, they are so pitiful." Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, the memories of the Hokage anime flashed in Leiming's mind like sparks, and soon reminded him of the tragic plot of the first half of Hokage. Could it be that this child is, by? Leiming said so to himself. His eyes couldn't help but look carefully at the boy opposite him. It shouldn't be wrong, it's that Bai. Although he looks very thin now, his facial features are very delicate. Forget it, no matter if it is or not, let's take it home first. Even if it's not Bai, it's not bad to bring back Konoha village to be a babysitter for Xinyu. As soon as he thought of it, Leiming walked slowly to the puppy, knelt down and took out an empty small box from the food bag they bought, opened a carton of milk and poured it in. Then he took out some steamed buns from the food bag, placed them lightly in front of the puppy and the B***ch, and reached out to pat the puppy's head. The puppy immediately wagged its tail happily and barked a few times at Leiming. Wang. First, a steamed bun is arched with a small nose and pushed in front of the B***ch. Let the B***ch eat first and then eat by herself. The reason why the puppy is given food first is to minimize the vigilance of the child opposite and leave a good impression on the other party first. Sure enough, when Leiming approached the child with the bun, the ragged child didn't resist at all. Leiming grabbed the moldy bread in his hand, threw it into the garbage dump and stuffed him with a big meat bun. He touched the child's head with a smile and said with a gentle smile, "How can moldy things be eaten? Come on, this one for you to eat. Seeing that you are also a poor child, if you don't want to go hungry again and find a new home for yourself, you can come with me." After speaking, Leiming turned around with a smile and left. All that needs to be said has been said. As for whether the child is willing to leave with him or not, teach him to make his own choices, right? Although Leiming has a very, very good impression of Bai as a character, he will not beg Bai to accept him as a partner. The young man looked at Leiming and Xinyu who were fading away, then at the steaming big meat bun in his hand, and at the interdependent B****ch and puppy on the ground. Recalling Leiming's big hand just now, the warm feeling when he touched his head and the gentle smile on the other side, the boy finally moved and took the initiative to chase after Leiming. "Son, are you sure you want to come with us?" Leiming turned around and asked. "Well, I am willing. As long as you can take me in, I will do whatever you want me to do. Even if you want me to kill people, I am willing," the boy said with pleading eyes. "Oh, good, since you have such determination, then come with us." Hearing the boy's answer, Leiming's affirmation of the boy's identity was further confirmed by 3 points. After leaving the town, the boy looked in surprise at Leiming and Xinyu who released the transformation technique. Leiming didn't say anything when he looked at the same height as himself, but Xinyu was only a 2-year-old girl. "What? Are you surprised? We are ninjas from Konoha village. Boy, after seeing our true colors, will you still follow us?" Leiming asked with a gentle smile. The boy put one hand on his chest and clenched it into a fist, nodded firmly in his eyes and said, "I am willing. Even if you use me as a tool, I am also willing. Actually, it's not as serious as you said. I'm not the kind of pervert who doesn't have feelings. You don't feel surprised when we use ninjutsu." "Are you also a ninja?" Leiming asked knowingly. The boy shook his head and said, "No, I'm not a ninja, but my mother is a ninja. My name is Bai and this is my ability." In front of Xinyu and Leiming, Bai squatted down on the wet grass on the ground, sucked lightly with both hands, and the excess water droplets in the ground quickly gathered into a large ball of water in his palm. Seeing such a fun ninjutsu, Xinyu immediately clapped happily beside her. Leiming also smiled reassuringly in his heart, nodded and thought, "Sure enough, I didn't choose the wrong person. Bai, you will be mine from now on. If you don't follow that idiot, you shouldn't die so early, Bar." "Very good, Xinyu Bai, my team of 3 is formed." The Hawkage in Leiming's memory, Bai seems to be a man, right? However, Bai in this parallel world is definitely a girl. This point, the little sister Xinyu personally confirmed. Cough cough, don't get me wrong, you can't let Bai wear a beggar's tattered clothes all the time, can you? When buying clothes, of course, ask about gender. Also, when taking a bath, you have to go to the public bathhouse. Of course, girls can't go to the boys' side, right? After meeting and getting along for a month, the 3 of them already knew enough about each other. "Oh, Bai, you are really good. Although it is only a short month, you have already mastered the basics of ninjutsu I taught you." Leiming clapped his hands in admiration. Xinyu looked at the young lady who was standing on the flowing river with a gentle smile, and her mouth was so pouty that she could hang a bottle of oil. There is no other reason because Bai's ninja talent can be called heaven-defying level. From a little white who doesn't move to 1 month later, she can already fully master climbing trees, treading water, and initially using her secret ninjutsu. This is so amazing, the speed of progress is simply inhuman. Let Xinyu's self-esteem be hurt. Back then, it took her 4 or 5 days to learn how to climb trees and tread water. But what about White? She only took 2 days, among them it took an hour to climb the tree. Damn, what kind of evil talent is this? Leiming saw the little girl's jealousy, smiled and rubbed her cute little head with his hands and said with a smile, "Haha, Xinyu, you don't have to be too jealous. The reason why Bai's progress is so exaggerated is because of her unique advantages." La. "What's the reason? Brother Leiming, tell me about it." Xinyu stared at Leiming seriously with her lovely big eyes and asked. The little girl has learned to be smart recently, and she is no longer so easy to fool, so she must think carefully and have reasons to convince her. Well, first of all, because of the white blood, she is a descendant of the Minazuki family and has a unique talent for subtle control of chakra. People from the Minazuki family are good at ice escape ninjutsu. To activate ice escape ninjutsu, you need to skillfully and delicately control the wind element chakra and water element chakra in your body. Leiming's lecture this time, from Chakra's Nature Transformation, talked about the ninjutsu effects activated by different chakra combinations, ice escape, lava style, and even the legendary wood style. How many chakra types can be activated by each? What is blood following the boundary? What is blood following elimination? Balabala Leiming explained to the little girl that she had read about Hokage ninja ninjutsu analysis on the internet in her previous life, and the little girl was taken aback when she heard it. Although the little girl couldn't understand, she somehow felt that she was very powerful. Her eyes were full of little stars, and she looked at her brother Leiming with admiration. After that, Bai, who did not know when to go ashore, came to them, heard Leiming's lecture and looked at Leiming with the same admiration. After talking about it, Leiming himself felt a little bit and didn't know what to say next. Please, is he just an ordinary time traveler? There are many differences between what he saw on the internet in his previous life and the problems he encountered in reality. He himself still needs to continue to study and explore, and he still has many problems that he hasn't figured out if he wants to be a real teacher. So, Leiming coughed softly twice, turned around and said, "Ahem. After talking so much, how much you can understand depends on your hard work. As for us now, just having theoretical knowledge is not enough. We also need to be able to master the acquired knowledge proficiently. Bye. Now that you have been able to use water-style ninjutsu initially, then you can start helping us practice Sharingan already." In this month's relationship, Bai's performance was astonishing. In order to express herself more actively, the little girl Xinyu finally successfully opened Sharingan again while practicing the fire-style ninjutsu of Uchiha's family. Yes. During this period of time, Leiming also had his deep thinking about how to practice Sharingan, although it may not be completely correct. Hearing that Leiming asked him to help him practice Sharingan, Bai was shocked immediately, nodded his eyes firmly and said loyally, "Lord Leiming, Master Xinyu, do you want to practice the pupil art?" Bai must fully cooperate. "Well, very good, then let me make a show first. Bai, you will use water-style ninjutsu to attack me in a while. Of course, you are not using some powerful ninjutsu but changing water-style ninjutsu into make as many baseball-sized water balloons as you can and launch them all at me." After hearing Leiming's words, Bai expressed a little hesitation and said, "Is this really possible?" Leiming waved his hand casually and said with a smile, Okay, don't worry. It's just a water polo. No matter how powerful it is, it won't kill anyone. What I want is to exercise Sharingan's dynamic vision. Of course, the more attacks the better." "Oh, is that so? Alright, Master Leiming, please be careful. I'm about to unleash an attack, water-style water shotgun technique." Puff 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 puff, bang 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 bang. Leiming turned on the Sharingan and stared at it with all his strength, facing the massive water bomb attack, even if his eyes could see all the water bomb attack trajectory clearly. But there were too many and his body's dodging speed still couldn't keep up. Every time he hit his body, it was like being hit hard by a heavy punch. It hurt so much. It hurts. Stop. Bai, you are standing too close to me. First stand at a distance of 50 meters away from me before launching the water bomb. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sure enough, Sharingan has unparalleled dynamic vision, and all the water bombs that hit me seem to be in slow motion in my eyes. After standing at a relatively far distance, Leiming has been able to dodge the water bombs fired in advance through the observation of Sharingan, avoiding most of the water bombs. If you really can't avoid it, use the kunai in your hand to block it. Standing on the sidelines and watching Leiming's crescent eyes, Leiming is as easy as playing a game. Isn't this an enhanced version of dodgeball? The little girl was excitedly gearing up next to her, and it will be her turn to play later. So excited. Very good. After a little proficiency, you can turn on the second gear mode. Leiming squatted heavily on the ground with both feet. His body immediately turned pink and white water vapor was smoking. Stepping on the ground continuously at high speed, using the Marine 6 style's shave, he dodges forward at high speed. Swish, 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 swish. The ear-piercing sonic boom sounded continuously, and Leiming rushed to Bai's face while dodging the water bomb attack until the very end. Bai felt that a kunai was being pressed against his neck, so he raised his hands with a wry smile and said with a smile, "Master Leiming's Sharingan is really powerful. My ninjutsu can't keep up with your movements." Leiming withdrew kunai, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "The high-speed gymnastics experimented before to save Xinyu had many deficiencies. With full preparation this time, it is finally much better than last time. Bye. From now on, every morning when we practice in the morning, we will have this kind of sparring so that I can get used to the use of high-speed gymnastics. In addition, you need to step up the development of your ice escape ninjutsu. It's just that the sense of pressure to avoid water bombs is still too low to fully stimulate my sense of crisis. You need to develop a rainstorm-like ice needle attack and help me practice dodging. Training is the most perfect cultivation.
Yes.
Master Leiming, I will work hard. Bai nodded earnestly. Very good, Xinyu, it's your turn. Leiming smiled and stood beside Bai, raising his hand to Xinyu. Understood, brother Leiming. I'm ready. Xinyu stood where Leiming was before, opened the Sharingan and waited for Bai's water bomb attack. Bai made seals with his hands and reminded, I'm about to start.
Master Xinyu.
Come on. Xinyu held a handful of kunai tightly in both hands, waiting for Bai's water bomb to attack. Water style, water shotgun technique. Whoosh whoosh, puff 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 puff, bang 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 bang. After all, Xinyu is still young, and the time to practice taijutsu and ninjutsu is too short. Sharingan can see the water bombs raining down, so he can barely chop up all the water bombs with his hands to prevent them from hitting himself. At the beginning, she could barely resist, and she wanted to go as fast as possible to the distance that Leiming had just rushed forward, so the further she got to the back, the more tired her body was, and finally she couldn't resist the raindrop-like dense water bombs. More and more water bombs hit her body, causing her body to fall backwards. Lying in the puddle, Xinyu's eyes were stubborn and unwilling, and she sucked her nose and said in a crying voice, "Damn it. Why can't I use Brother Leiming's martial arts? The more I charge forward, the more chaotic my steps are. I'm really not reconciled." Leiming walked up to the little girl, squatted down, and said with a smile, "Hee hee. You want to run before you learn to walk? My high-speed physical skills are not something you can learn now." Why? The little girl looked at Leiming unwillingly and asked. Because of this? In order to dispel some of the little girl's obsessions, Leiming had to show some of his slime abilities. Leiming looked at a big tree in the distance, jumped up, grabbed his little hand forward, his arm shot over like stretchable rubber, grabbed the branch and pulled it hard. Leiming's body was swished the rapid pull past. Then Leiming grabbed the trunks of two big trees with both hands, his body fell backwards, his arms were pulled to an astonishing length, whoosh, his body flew back like a cannonball. Taking a deep breath, Leiming's belly can expand to 10 times its size. After finishing some rubber fruit ability demonstrations similar to Luffy, Leiming looked at Xinyu with a smile and said with a smile, "Do you understand? My physique is very special, so I can make my feet exceed the strength and speed of ordinary people, and the trampling on the ground increases dramatically my sprint speed. Using high-speed physical skills." Barbara, Leiming explained to Crescent and Bai the principle of Marine 6 styles shaving. Leiming didn't care about Xinyu and Bai's surprised expressions that could be stuffed into Bread's long mouth because of excessive shock. He walked out on his own and said, "So, if you want to use the same high-speed physical skills as me, you must first train your body to surpass the physique of ordinary people." Okay. High-speed gymnastics, we'll talk about it later. What we're going to practice next should be shuriken technique. That's one of the housekeeping skills that belong to our Uchiha family. As he spoke, Leiming imitated the Hokage anime he had seen in his previous life, placing targets in the woods. We have to practice how to control the shuriken, hit it from impossible angles and hit the target we want. Said Leiming opened the Sharingan, rushed forward, jumped and kept throwing shurikens from his hands, trying to make the gorgeous movement of Uchiha Itachi's throwing shuriken in Hokage in the previous life. Puff 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 puff, out of dozens of targets more than 70% of them were hit. After flying to the ground, Leiming checked his results, shook his head with a wry smile and said, "It's been more than half a year since I practiced this move and it's still far from being comparable to Itachi's." Damn, how did Itachi practice his shuriken technique? Obviously I have confirmed the landing point with Sharingan, but I still miss it. When Xinyu heard Leiming mentioning Itachi's name, the cute little brow frowned instantly, rushed to Leiming, clenched a fist in front of her chest with one hand and said excitedly, "That's not the case. Brother Leiming is the most powerful and powerful. No one can compare to you. Especially the traitor Uchiha Itachi, the sinner who killed the whole clan. He is not worthy to lift your shoes for Brother Leiming." Well, Xinyu is what you say. Don't be so excited. Seeing the little girl's excited look, Leiming's face was flushed red with anger, obviously hating Uchiha Itachi to death. Thinking about it, her father, mother, neighbors, uncles, and aunts, her neighbor's elder brother who took care of her very much since she was a child, and many people she knew all died in the hands of Itachi. Although, when it was the little girl's turn, Itachi just used hypnosis on her for some reason, putting her into a deep sleep and didn't kill her. However, for Itachi's hatred, Uchiha New Moon is not much worse than Sasuke. Leiming knows why the little girl hates Itachi so much and also understands her deep-seated hatred. To be honest, if his whole family was killed by Itachi inexplicably, he would probably follow the same path as Sasuke, right? However, there is one thing to say. Itachi's ninjutsu talent is definitely one of the top-level people in the history of Konoha Village. I remember that his shuriken technique can turn. Try again. After Leiming comforted Uchiha Zinyu, he walked to a big tree, took out a shuriken with each hand and threw them crosswise. Buzz buzz, ding, puff, the two shurikens drew graceful arcs in the air, collided with each other and changed the shooting route. But unfortunately, neither of the two shurikens hit the heart behind the big tree but pierced into the trunk of the big tree next to it and the ground. Sure enough, I still have a lot of practice. Although I can use the Sharingan to observe the optimal shooting trajectory in advance, the strength of the hidden weapon with both hands needs to be constantly explored. After inspecting his target, Leiming scratched his head and muttered to himself as he walked. When Leiming turned his attention back, he saw that Zinyu and Bai were also practicing shuriken very hard, kunai's throwing technique. So Leiming smashed his fists into the palm of his hand with a smile on his face and said to himself, I really am, how could I forget my own advantages? Shuriken technique can be done slowly but the power of ninjutsu is improved, hee. Really, I'm not boasting, there are so many anime in my previous life and online novels are not for nothing. Let's think about it. The current ninjutsu that can maximize combat power is Wind Style, Spiral Shuriken, ahahaha, just kidding. Rasengan hasn't been practiced yet, so that one is even worse, it's possible. By the way, although the Spiral Shuriken can't be cultivated yet, I know the cultivation method to enhance the power of Wind Style. When Leiming, who was talking to himself, passed by a big tree, he picked off a leaf, put it in his palm, pressed it down with the palm of his other hand and closed his eyes. Let me think Naruto in Hokage how to exercise the wind element chakra nature transformation. Imagine the palm chakra, thinner, sharper, mutual convection, cutting. Hey! Opening his palm and looking at it, Leiming stuck out his tongue with a wry smile and laughed at himself. It's really not that easy, there's no way to succeed at the first time. Well, come again, hey. After practice again and again, several hours passed. Zinyu and Bai's shuriken technique was almost practiced, but Leiming still failed to cut the leaves with the palms of both hands. Think about it too, Naruto in the original book, in order to learn the wind-type chakra's skill of cutting leaves, I don't know how long it took, and people still use the cheating device of hanging pens, shadow clone technique thousands of people. It's not good easy to learn to say. If Leiming learned this technique in a few strokes, would it still be okay? If he really had such a strong talent, the world of Hokage would be maxed out by him in less than 3 or 2 days. Another 3 months later, Leiming took Zinyu and Bai together, and finally, relying on their strong anti-reconnaissance ability, they got rid of waves of investigations by various forces and arrived at a small town in the Land of Fire. After another 3 days of rushing, they will be able to return to Konoha Village. After returning to Konoha Village, they will no longer have such a thrilling life and be careful of the enemy's sneak attack and arrest at any time. When Leiming and the others passed by a gambling hall, they suddenly heard the discussion of the crowd coming from inside. I heard that the legendary big fat sheep is inside, right? We have been looking for her for a long time, please let us in quickly, our boss has a debt to ask her to pay back. Get out, the big fat sheep is ours, don't you know that it comes first served? If you want to pay back the money, you should pay it back to us first. No, it's us. Bastards, you bunch of lifeless things, you have to collect debts after Sister Fat Sheep has finished gambling in our casino, and you can collect debts as you like when you get out of the gate. As for now, get out of here, you bastards. Looking closer to the door, the thugs in the casino are pushing and shoving with a large group of people. The scene is very lively. The legendary big fat sheep. What is that stuff? Xinyu blinked her big eyes curiously, looking at the lively scene inside and asked. Heh, well, should we say that we are lucky to be able to meet her here? With her as a bodyguard, we will be absolutely safe on the way back to the village. Leiming, who also turned his head to look at it, laughed excitedly after hearing the words of the legendary big fat sheep. There is a snack shop outside the casino. Leiming decided to sit inside the shop with Bai and Xinyu and enjoy the food while waiting for Tsunade to come out. After sitting down, Leiming, who turned into an uncle, raised his hand and said, "Boss, serve all the best side dishes in your store and another 10 bowls of rice. My stomach is already starving." Hey, all right. Grandpa, wait a moment, the delicious dishes will be served to you soon. The boss cheerfully wrote something in the small notebook and taught it to the waiter, who immediately rushed to the kitchen. Xinyu, who transformed into an ordinary middle-aged woman, looked suspiciously at the gambling hall opposite, and then turned around and asked, "Brother Leiming, didn't you just say that you wanted to find that Sister Feiyang as a bodyguard? Why didn't we just go in? Are you going to sit here and wait?" Well, in order to protect you from being polluted, it's better for children not to go to gambling halls. Leiming coughed softly and said in a low voice. Xinyu and Bai looked at each other. Kiki showed a puzzled expression and thought, "What do you mean? If we go to a gambling hall, we will pollute our thoughts? Why?" However, facing Xinyu and Bai's puzzled eyes full of curiosity, Leiming didn't explain much but just closed his eyes and drank the tea on the table, changing the subject with an expression of enjoyment. "Oh. Good tea, good tea. Although I don't know what will happen to Xinyu when she grows up, but Leiming definitely doesn't want her to become a gambler like Tsunade. No amount of money is enough for her to lose." After all, it was very difficult for Leiming to make money at work in his previous life. He worked hard to save money for half a year, and it was not enough for his girlfriend to buy a designer bag once. This made him feel a natural fear of women who spend money extremely terribly. Buying a bag made Leiming in the previous life feel like he was going to be squeezed dry if he gambled. That will only be more terrifying because it is a super bottomless pit. No matter how much money you have, it can't be filled. The leisurely waiting time for eating, drinking, and drinking actually passed quite quickly. After half a day, Leiming saw a small, cute girl with blonde hair and double ponytails sneaking out from a window in the room next to the casino. When he saw the girl turning her head and big eyes to observe the surroundings like a thief, and then tiptoeing to sneak away, Leiming stood up with a smile on the corner of her mouth. He casually slapped a stack of banknotes on the table and said with a smile, "Enough to eat and drink, let's continue on our way." Transformed into an ordinary middle-aged woman, Xinyu and Bai carried a small bundle on their backs, followed Leiming, who was carrying a wooden box on his back, out of the gourmet shop, and chased after Tsunade in the direction that Tsunade was escaping. However, what Leiming didn't notice was that a man in a black robe of fire clouds slowly appeared from the shadows on the street behind them. "Is it a single seedling? I didn't expect to have the opportunity to meet here, and it's good to earn some extra money once in a while. After all, their bounty has risen to 80 million. After the man in the black robe of Hoyun whispered this to himself, his figure disappeared into the darkness again. Transformed into a little girl, Tsunade slipped cautiously to another secluded alley, finally heaved a sigh of relief, slapped his own little hand and said, "Really, I didn't hold back. You could have brought the $1,000 you won if you go out to pay off your debts. Why can't you resist the last gamble? Now it's over, it's all lost. Get out, old lady. If you want me to do it myself, you will die." Tsunade looked behind sharply, shouted sharply, the transformation technique was released, and immediately changed back to Haki's radiant beauty and lightly hit the wall behind him with her beautiful little fist. Boom, that section of the wall immediately showed a spider web of sunken cracks that spread out. Hey, well, Master Tsunade, don't get excited, everyone is from Konoha village, there is no need to meet and shout. Leiming took Bai and Xinyu to release the transformation technique together, raised his hands and walked towards Tsunade, and said with a smile on his face, "Oh, from Konoha village, how do you prove your identities? Also, how do you know I'm here?" Tsunade looked up and down the three little guys of Leiming, narrowed his eyes and asked dangerously, "That's it?" "It's very easy, look." Leiming opened the Sharingan with a smile, and before he finished explaining, he felt his body was suddenly entangled by something. Bang bang, hey, brother Leiming, why did you kick me? Lord Leiming. You. Responding quickly, Leiming kicked Bai and Xinyu hard on the back and the two girls flew towards Tsunade like cannonballs. Tsunade rushed forward with quick eyes and caught the two girls firmly. Then he looked at the man behind Leiming with murderous eyes. Heh heh heh. As expected of the legendary Sannin and the kid from the Uchiha family who was offered a reward of 50 million, the reaction is really fast. The cooperation is also very tacit. The man behind Leiming showed his body and said with a sinister smile. In fact, just now when Leiming opened Sharingan and showed it to Tsunade, Tsunade already believed that Leiming and the others were really from Konoha village. Because there is no Sharingan in other ninja villages except Konoha village, Leiming kicked Feibai and Xinyu to protect their movements, and Tsunade, who is experienced in fighting, immediately chose to protect the future flowers of Konoha village. Leiming first looked at the tentacles that bound him, then frowned and turned to look at the man behind him and cursed inwardly. Damn, Kakuzu, why is this troublesome B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* said with a smile, Brat, how do you know me? People who know me should be dead. After all, I'm the man who fought against First Hawkeye. Leiming curled his lips unhappily and thought, Cut, I don't think it's hard not to know you. After all, you are the first test subject for Naruto to test his unique skills. Brat, how do you know me? People who know me should be dead. After all, I'm the man who fought against First Hawkeye. After Kakuzu asked this, Leiming just curled his lips in displeasure, turned his head away and ignored him. Don't you want to say it? Forget it, it doesn't matter anyway. As long as I can catch you back and bring back the little Uchiha girl opposite, I can make a net profit of 80 million. Kakuzu didn't pay too much attention to Leiming's lack of cooperation and just whispered to himself. But when Tsunade heard Kakuzu's words, his brows were raised in displeasure. He stomped his heels heavily on the ground and raised his head and said, HMPH. I said, how dare you kidnap in front of me, you treat me like a dead woman. Oh, what do you think? Even if it's your grandpa, I'm not afraid, let alone you little girl, Kakuzu said without any scruples. Damn B********D, let me go, brother Leiming. Zinyu stood behind Tsunade, puffed up her bun face angrily and roared angrily, waving her small fists. Bai touched the ninja bag with both hands behind his back, grabbed two kunai and held them tightly in his hands, fixed his eyes on Kakuzu, and prepared to find a chance to rescue Leiming. Lord Leiming, I will definitely rescue you. HMPH, what a big tone, my mother, I want to see today, what skills do you have? Tsunade stomped heavily on the ground. Boom. The ground under Tsunade's feet exploded directly, and a large area of spider web cracked in the depression, and his body rushed towards Kakuzu like a cannonball. A beautiful arm brought a blue chakra light and pierced Kakuzu's face. Kakuzu flew back, and a tentacle-like shield suddenly grew out of him, trying to block Tsunade's attack. Tsunade suddenly changed the trajectory of his attack from a stab to a sweep. Puchai, stab it! All the tentacles in front of him were cut in two, and there was a thin bloodstain on Kakuzu's face. Then, Tsunade slashed down with the knife in his hand, trying to cut off the tentacles that bound Leiming. But Kakuzu, who was already vigilant, twitched his tentacles backwards, putting Leiming behind him, and then Kakuzu grabbed forward with one hand. Dozens of tentacles shot out from his arm, winding towards Tsunade. Tsunade burst out the blue light of chakra in both hands, swish, 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 and instantly chopped all the tentacles that wanted to entangle him into pieces. Kakuzu stepped back to a safe distance, looked at Tsunade calmly and said, The strongest medical ninja, Princess Tsunade, it really takes a lot of trouble.
Cut.
Take a step slower, but if you only have this kind of ability, I advise you to let the child go quickly, otherwise, I will punch you to death with one punch. Tsunade pressed his fists and eyes with both hands with a murderous warning. Suddenly, he punched the wall next to him like lightning, turning one wall into debris and then exploded and blown it away. Even Kakuzu, who is used to seeing all kinds of ninjas, was slightly shocked by the power of Tsunade's strange power fist, and frowned. Indeed, your fist is very powerful, even I can't bear it easily. Maybe it's really I'll be punched to death by you. Leiming, who had watched the Hawkeye anime in his previous life, curled his lips behind his back in disdain and said to himself, Cut. These old monsters who have lived for an unknown number of years are very fond of acting. Don't think I don't know you have 5 a heart. In other words, you have 5 lives. If you can't kill you 5 times at the same time or break your 5 hearts in turn, it will not be so easy to kill you. However, this old monster should not only want to catch me and Zinyu back but also don't want to expose too much ability in front of Tsunade, so he will fight so cautiously. At present, he only uses his tentacles to attack. At the same time, he exercising the 5 attributes of chakra ninjutsu is useless. Very good, now that you have tied your hands and feet and put me in a blind spot behind you. My chance is coming, try that trick. Imagine the chakra of the wind squeezing and rubbing against each other, thinner and thinner sharp ... Cooperate, my slime physique, unleash my imagination. Empty your mind and body, and feel every inch of skin on your body. There are 2 thin layers of wind-attributed chakra on the surface of the slime which are cut and squeezed back and forth in opposite directions on the surface. At the same time, Tsunade's blue chakra fists seemed to be burning, and they aimed at Kakuzu's vital points. Kakuzu kept dodging left and right, back and forth, trying to find an opportunity to use his own trick to attack Tsunade. He knew that a legendary Sannin like Tsunade had only one chance to successfully sneak attack, and if his abilities were exposed, it would be very difficult to succeed again. There is only one chance to successfully take away Leiming and Uchiha Crescent. Therefore, he is really careful and careful, cautious and cautious. Kakuzu's advantages are as obvious as his disadvantages, that is, he is too cautious, or in other words, people who live too long are afraid of death. It's now wine style, dance of the weasel. Leiming saw the timing, and the wind chakra in his whole body exploded to the limit, shooting countless wind blades from his whole body. The wind blade not only shredded the tentacles wrapped around his body, but even under Leiming's deliberate control, he slashed at Kakuzu's neck, back and other vital parts in a sneak attack. At the same time, dozens of wind blades surrounded Leiming's body, protecting him, and flew back lightly. What's going on? Because of Leiming's sudden escape and sneak attack, Kakuzu couldn't help turning his attention to the back. The tentacles on the back swelled violently, blocking Leiming's wind blade attack, and some of the tentacles were cut off but did not really hurt Kakuzu. However, when Kakuzu saw that Leiming had jumped to the back, the whole body was wrapped in a breeze, and at the same time there were dozens of wind blades protecting him. Kakuzu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. HMPH, well done, brat. Taking advantage of Leiming's full attention of Kakuzu, Tsunade suddenly exerted force on his feet, rushed up with explosive speed, and kicked Kakuzu's left chest fiercely with a heartwarming move. Boom, pache, boom! Kakuzu's body was kicked right in the center by Tsunade's strange force, and his body immediately flew upside down like a cannonball. After smashing the wall behind him, he lay in a pile of rubble. HMPH, calling you crazy, I will personally send you on your way. Tsunade pressed his small fist with his small hand, took a step forward, and proudly raised the corner of his mouth. Although Tsunade in this parallel world is also afraid of seeing blood, but as long as the enemy is buried in the ruins, there is nothing to worry about. However, at this moment, Tsunade confidently believed that even if his fatal blow could not kill Kakuzu, it would still make him lie flat completely, and he could relax his vigilance a little. However, Leiming suddenly rushed in front of Tsunade, waving his hands quickly, and threw dozens of shurikens connected with steel wires, using steel wires to form an iron net to the stones in the ruins, so that the ruins were tightly bound and squeezed together. Then quickly seal with both hands, Sharingan opened, took a deep breath and shouted, "Kill, fire-style dragon fire technique." Boom, blazing. A long fire dragon spurted wildly from Leiming's mouth and slammed into the pair of ruined stones, making the temperature there instantly rise by how many degrees. Anyway, if it is an ordinary person, it will definitely become a crispy roast pig in minutes. Damn it, is this brat cruel enough? You will get revenge, you boy. Tsunade frowned and exclaimed with a grin. However, just after Tsunade finished speaking, the ruins of stones that were burned by the Leiming dragon fire technique suddenly exploded, and the steel wires bound around the periphery were instantly broken. Cut. It's really tough to say, is my attack power still too weak? Can I even kill Kakuzu with a sneak attack? Leiming frowned, gritted his teeth and dodged back and quickly retreated in front of Xinyu and Bai, standing in front of them and drawing out kunai to take a defensive posture. After the stone ruins over there exploded, Kakuzu's whole body turned into a black iron-colored Kakuzu. He stood up unsteadily and his body twisted strangely. Monster. After the monster came out before it could move twice, its mask shattered, its body limply fell down, melted into two pools of black water and died. Kakuzu rubbed the left chest that was just kicked by Tsunade with his hands, then suddenly raised his eyes to look at Tsunade murderously and said, "It really hurts. It only took one blow to shatter one of my bones, heart, and also shattered another heart next to it. Senju Tsunade, you girl, you are so disgusting. Do you know how much it takes me to find a suitable heart?" Standing behind Tsunade, Leiming gritted his teeth after hearing what Kakuzu said. Damn. Seeing that two monsters died, I thought I succeeded in killing him once. It turns out that Master Tsunade's attack power is explosive enough the task was overfulfilled. Master Tsunade, who is the strongest medical ninja and has personally participated in ninja wars, has seen all kinds of weird ninjutsu for a long time, so she probably guessed Kakuzu's secret of undead ninjutsu soon. He sneered disdainfully and said, "Two hearts? Oh, so that's the case. No wonder the old guy from the same era as Grandpa can still appear alive and kicking in front of me. You old B********D probably rely on capturing the hearts of other ninjas to increase your lifespan, right? Based on my many years of medical experience, a strong heart can probably maintain your vitality for another 20 to 30 years. Of course, if you want to increase your lifespan by taking other people's hearts, there must be some special restrictions. Being able to prolong your lifespan does not mean that you are completely immortal. Otherwise, your reputation may have spread all over the world. Also, if you're really strong enough to be almost invincible, you don't need to be careful with me and you still have to catch a few brats and go back to collect bounties to make money. After so many years, you can still live well. Let me guess, if you snatch someone's heart into your body, there will be no rejection. There must be some kind of special sealing technique in your body, right? The number of hearts and the chakra attribute of the person you took the heart from must have a corresponding limit. In order to achieve a certain balance, the heart in your body can only hold up to 5 hearts of people with different chakra attributes. That is to say, if I want to kill you completely, my mother, I will kill you at least 3 more times. Damn it. When did Tsunade become so clever? The analysis is clear and logical, and her guess is almost indistinguishable from Kakuzu's original ability. Nima, Kakashi is possessed, B*******D. This is me, is that Miss Tsunade familiar? Leiming's eyes widened, listening to Tsunade's classic analysis of the Empress' mouth escape magic skills. He wiped his eyes in disbelief, wanting to see if he was hallucinating. Damn it. Damn it, since you all know my secrets, let me all die. Kakuzu's secret was almost completely revealed by Tsunade, and at the same time he was terrified and murderous. He's going to kill someone. The tentacles on the back exploded and 2 masked monsters on the shoulders rose to the sides of Kakuzu's head. The mouth opened, and fireballs and windballs condensed out of the monster's mouth. Wind style plus fire style, the fusion of 2 powerful ninjutsu forms a super fusion fire style ninjutsu blasting towards them. Fire style head hard, wind style. Squeeze damage? The mask on both sides of Kakuzu's neck opened, and flame balls and wind balls spewed out from their mouths. Fire style and wind style merged into a more powerful fire style, charging towards Tsunade and Leiming. Standing behind Leiming, Bai subconsciously formed a mudra with both hands using all his chakra and shouted, "Water style, water barrier." Boom, zizzy. A curtain of water rises, blocking Leiming and Tsunade in front of them. However, the difference in ninjutsu power between the two was too great, and the water curtain couldn't hold out for even a second and was burned into water vapor and white smoke by the hot flames and exploded. However, facing the opponent's terrifying fire-style ninjutsu, Tsunade didn't dodge or evade. He took a deep breath, clenched his small fist in his right hand, retracted it, and threw out a straight fist without fancy. Drink. Boom. Seeing that such a small and beautiful fist made a sonic boom sound, the powerful fist pressured directly in front of Tsunade, and the others formed a solid wall of air that could not be broken through. In the powerful fist pressure, the reverse pressure rushed over and even directly blasted the opponent's fire style. Hurrah! The hedging explosion of fire style plus fist pressure creates a typhoon-like wind force, and the surrounding wind sounds sharp. The little girl Xinyu standing next to Leiming was blown by the strong wind and almost lost her footing and fell backwards. Leiming quickly grabbed the little girl's little hand to prevent her from falling. Leiming blocked the wind with one hand in front of his eyes, and there were little stars of admiration twinkling in his eyes. He couldn't help but think in his heart, as expected, it's missed Tsunade Haki. Beautiful. And this is not over yet. Tsunade took advantage of the smoke and dust blown by the strong wind caused by the explosion, jumped up high, rushed to the sky above Kakuzu, and then performed a powerful and heavy split leg, slashing at Kakuzu's face like a battle axe. Kakuzu's whole body turned black and iron in an instant, and he crossed his hands to resist Tsunade's split. However, there was a loud explosion immediately after, and Tsunade stepped Kakuzu into the ground with one foot, and the ground exploded with cobweb cracks and subsidence, and the ground shattered into countless clods of different sizes. Ah puff cough cough cough, damn it, what a terrifying power. Senju Tsunade, is this girl a monster? Kakuzu, who was shot into the ground, had his hands twisted in a strangely deformed angle, and a mouthful of old blood spewed out of his mouth. There was another masked monster on Kakuzu's back. Separated from his body, the mask shattered, turned into black water and died instead of Kakuzu. Obviously, even if Kakuzu uses Earth style to enhance his own defense and resistance to blows, Tsunade's powerful monster power is not just the monster power visible to the naked eye, it must also be mixed with Tsunade's medical ninjutsu attack. Tsunade's strange power fist plus medical ninjutsu unexpectedly played a destructive power similar to gentle fist, and once again destroyed another heart in Kakuzu's body. In other words, since Kakuzu met Tsunade, he started fighting, and within a short period of time he was close to Tsunade, and he personally abolished Kakuzu's 3 hearts, killed him 3 times. Tsunade succeeded in one blow, tapped the broken ground with his feet, dodged back, and retreated in front of Leiming and the others. In Tsunade's view, Kakuzu needs to be taught a lesson, but Leiming and the others are the ones who really need to be protected by her. On the other side, Kakuzu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his big hand. Kakuzu relies on taking other people's hearts. As long as he doesn't kill himself, he is almost immortal. Humans, sometimes the longer you live, the more you fear death. Tsunade killed him 3 times in a short period of time, which made Kakuzu have a new fear, a little frightened. The black iron-colored skin color of Kakuzu's body returned to the color of human skin. Looking at his deformed arm, there were tentacles twisting and wriggling inside, and his hands finally returned to their normal shape. Then he frowned and said to himself, I can't fight that monster any longer. It's not worth it to fight for the sake of the 2 brats and Sannin. Let's retreat for now. Damn, I knew I would meet Tsunade, so I acted with hidden. Obviously, the reason why Kakuzu chose to retreat was because Tsunade's fatal blow destroyed Kakuzu's Earth-attributed heart. You know, Kakuzu without the heart of Earth is equivalent to Superman without the invincible body of steel. If Tsunade seized the opportunity, the next time it might be his own death. Therefore, Kakuzu's 2-handed madra changed, the 2 mask openings on his shoulders opened, and the combined ninjutsu of fire style and wind style spewed out again, frantically spewing out from the ground. Boom, blazing blazing. On the ground shattered by Tsunade, hot flames gushed out from the cracks and a burst of explosive flames rushed out from the ground. Damn it, back off! Tsunade gritted his teeth angrily. After hearing Tsunade's order, Leiming, Xinyu and Bai followed Tsunade and dodged back. As for the other end of the flame explosion on the ground, Kakuzu's embarrassed figure rushed out and fled away at high speed. Damn old B*******D, the speed of escape is quite fast. HMPH, if it's not dragged down by you brats, I will chase him to death. Tsunade glared at Leiming and the 3 of them angrily. The heel stomped heavily on the ground, and the ground was immediately stepped out of a huge pit with spider web crack. Damn old B******D, the speed of escape is quite fast. HMPH, if it's not dragged down by you brats, I will chase him to death. Stared at by Tsunade, Zinyu lowered her head and stuck out her tongue cutely, while Bai blushed slightly in embarrassment and also stood there with her head lowered. Only Leiming turned his head away, curled his lips in disdain, rolled his eyes and secretly complained in his heart, "Come on, you can also deceive Zinyu and Bai, two little girls who don't know anything. You are covered in blood when you see blood." A weak and trembling mental illness. Currently, it is the best result to accept it as soon as it is good. If you really keep chasing and killing him, are you sure you are really capable of killing Kakuzu yourself? The reactions of the two little girls were all within Tsunade's expectations, but Leiming's reaction when he turned his head was clearly a problem. When I was a child, Jurgia looked like this every time she turned her head and whispered to herself, scolding her washboard under her breath. So, when Tsunade rushed over, he grabbed Leiming's ear, lifted it upwards, and then turned it 180 degrees. Lifting Leiming's little head directly in front of him, staring at his almond eyes, curling his mouth angrily and shouting, "What? Brat, what are you dissatisfied with? My old lady warns you, don't be all right, just follow Jurgia's D's stinky habits."
Talk face to face.
His ears hurt. Although Leiming is a slime, he doesn't have the ability to be immune to pain. If he hits any part of his body hard, he will still cry in pain. And in order not to reveal that his body can freely stretch and deform any part of his body like Luffy when he first met Tsunade, Leiming has to endure the pain desperately while trying to keep the deformation of the ears from being too exaggerated. In this case, the pain that Leiming has to endure is bound to double. The place where Tsunade and the others were, because of the huge movement caused by the previous battle with Kakuzu, finally attracted soldiers who did not know where they were transferred. Hula La La surrounded them. Hearing the movement around, Tsunade let go of Leiming's ear and snorted coldly, "You're lucky, let's get out of here first." Then, Leiming and his three little guys led by Tsunade made 3 turns and 2 turns, ran on some roofs, climbed over a few high walls, and easily got rid of the encirclement of the soldiers. In a hotel somewhere in the small town, Tsunade introduced to a black-haired lady in front of her, "Shizune, please take care of me, these are some stinky brats I picked up on the road." Leiming, Zinyu, and Bai were all very polite and greeted Shizune, "Sister Shizune, hello."
Oh.
"Good, no, Master Tsunade, ... Can you please not change the subject? What about the money? The money you just borrowed from Boss Kumata a while ago? How about 5 million? Obviously, Shizune was not fooled by Tsunade, but chased after Tsunade's buttocks, asking anxiously, this? You put it away first, I'll go to the bathroom to take a bath first." Without any mental burden, Tsunade took out an IOU from his bosom, patted it on Shizune's sister's palm, turned around and left. Then the posture is extremely chic. Shizune held up the IOU tremblingly and looked at it in front of his eyes. His 2 beautiful big eyes widened instantly and he opened his mouth and exclaimed loudly, "This is a magical horse, ah." Leiming, Zinyu, Bai curiously leaned over their little heads, and when they saw the number on the IOU, Leiming immediately swallowed hard and whispered to himself, "Gyudong. Damn it, what a terrible number, it scares the baby to death, it's all over." What, brother Leiming, what is written on this note? There are so many zeros here." Zinyu naively counted the number of zeros on the IOU. Bai was also shocked by the number on the IOU. His face turned pale slightly, and he said in a trembling voice, 100 million, my God, is this money that people can borrow?" 100 million, how much is that? Zinyu's concept of money, the highest record, is 10,000, 100,000, so she looked at Leiming next to her with doubts on her face and asked. Bai explained to Leiming, "If you describe it according to the numbers that Master Zinyu can understand, it is enough money to fill half a room." "Half a room, oh my God, how much is that? With so much money, is there really anyone willing to lend it out casually?" Zinyu finally understood how much 100 million is and turned her head again. "Ask innocent questions." Sister Shizune heard Zinyu's question, the corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably, and she smiled wryly, "Hee. Hey, maybe it would be really difficult for someone else to borrow so much money. However, if it were Master Tsunade, it will be successful."
Hey.
Fat sheep can borrow so much money, Brother Leiming. I want to be the legendary big fat sheep when I grow up. Do you think it's okay? Xinyu put her fists on her chest, looking forward to road. Although Xinyu is young, don't you think that children don't like money? They also know the role of money. When Leiming heard Xinyu's words, Hao Xuan didn't get a heart attack from being frightened on the spot, so he quickly put his hands on the little girl's shoulders and turned her to face him. With a serious face, he said firmly, Xinyu, I beg you don't be like Mr. Tsunade when you grow up. Shall we not be the legendary big fat sheep? Why? But since Brother Leiming has said so, Xinyu won't be a big fat sheep.
Phew.
It's okay. Finally break in time, otherwise the consequences, I dare not think about it, I really dare not think about it. After receiving the answer from the positive energy of the new moon, Leiming breathed a sigh of relief like letting go of 1,000 gold mountains. When Tsunade came back after taking a comfortable bath in the hot spring, what he saw was their suitcases had already been opened, and Xinyu took out all the IOUs owed and threw them on the ground one by one, looking at the astonishing numbers on the IOUs like a curious baby. Wow, 5 million. 10 million, 50 million, wow, this one has 80 million. Tsunade stood behind watching, his brows twitched. He snatched the unfinished IOU from Xinyu's hand and said angrily, Hey. Brat, are you looking for death? Facing Tsunade's anger, Xinyu showed no signs of fear, just stuck out her little tongue cutely and said with a smile, Master Tsunade, don't be angry. We are just curious about how much money you owe, Master Tsunade, so just take it out and calculate it. Brother Leiming said that it is difficult to make money, but it is even more difficult to borrow money from others. Master Tsunade, you are amazing. You have already borrowed so much money and someone is willing to lend you another 100 million. Facing the innocence of the new moon, the big watery worshipping eyes stared at it. Even though Tsunade was so angry that he almost exploded just now he can only turn his head away in embarrassment and embarrassment. He snorted coldly, this, how much money I borrow is my business and the children don't care. Shizune, where are you going? Hurry up and put away the IOU.
Yes.
Master Tsunade, called by Tsunade, Shizune dashed out of the kitchen and hurriedly cleaned up the IOUs on the floor. He complained, Damn, Xinyu, you are so naughty, how can you casually read Master Tsunade's salute? However, Shizune put his small hands behind his back several times and made a thumbs-up gesture to the new moon. What does that mean? Obviously, not only did he not complain at all, but he also secretly gave Xinyu a thumbs-up. Compliment her for doing something she has never dared to do. Leiming sat on the seat next to him, watching what just happened with great interest. That's right, when the little girl counted the total amount owed by Tsunade just now, Leiming did say that Tsunade is very good. In Leiming's eyes, the loan shark bosses of Hawkage World Casino, they are not naive and bad people, let alone fools. If Tsunade does not have enough repayment ability, they will not lend her money. Otherwise, let any gambler try to borrow the same amount of usury, don't say that the money can't be borrowed and he will be beaten up severely by others. After Shizune packed up the IOUs, Tsunade sat down at a random place, looked up at Leiming, Xinyu and Bai and asked, Hey, hello. Brat, how long are you going to stay with me? You don't have to go back to Konoha village. Leiming smiled brightly, rubbing his hands together and laughingly said, Originally we really wanted to return to Konoha village, but you have seen it before and I don't know where the tricks were and we were targeted by the villain Kakuzu. Without your help we might be in danger. So look, can you do me a favor and give us a ride to Konoha village? Tsunade frowned, the corners of his mouth turned up in extreme displeasure, and he glared at Leiming. What? You want my mother to escort you back? Who do you think you are, a high official or an important businessman? Don't even think about it. At most, I will let you stay with me for one night today, and tomorrow we will part ways and go our separate ways. After packing up the IOU, Shizune came over with a pink piggy in his arms, looked at Leiming and the three of them worriedly knelt beside Tsunade and said in a low voice, Master Tsunade, do you really want the three children to go back to Konoha village by themselves? Leiming Sharingan with Xinyu is the most desired target of other ninja villages. If the two of them are captured alive, the blood of the Uchiha clan will be robbed by other ninja villages. Tsunade scratched his head with an unhappy little hand, drank a glass of wine and said a little madly, HMPH. I don't care about that kind of thing, anyway I won't go to Konoha village. Leiming rolled his eyes, leaned over to Tsunade and smiled obsequiously. Master Tsunade, do you think this is okay? If you don't want to send us back to Konoha village, can you let us practice with you first? When we have enough strength to protect ourselves, can't we go back to Konoha village by ourselves? Tsunade drank another glass of wine, the corner of his mouth raised playfully, looked at Leiming and said, "Oh, brat. You have a quick brain, let me train you. The idea came to me, old lady. If you want to follow me, what confidence do you have? I will definitely accept you." Well, I'm not boasting, the three of us are students with very good qualifications. Don't believe me, look. Leiming made a fist with his right hand, chakra condensed on the fist and punched Tsunade. Tsunade raised his small hand to block Leiming's fist. Boom, ha 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 ha. Tsunade blocked Leiming's fist and his palm felt slightly numb. A gust of strong fist wind came to his face and the long hair on Tsunade's back fluttered violently. Huh, is this imitating my fist? You can imitate it to this extent after just one look. You are indeed a brat with a Sharingan. Tsunade frowned slightly with a golden light in his eyes and smiled lightly. But it's a pity that imitation is just imitation after all. It's only similar in shape. You are still far behind in the deeper control of chakra. Zinyu pressed her small fists with both hands, raised her palm knife. The blue chakra surged around the palm and slashed at Tsunade again. Click! Tsunade turned slightly to one side, dodging Zinyu's hand knife attack, and the back seat behind her was directly eliminated by 1/3. The little girl said with her proud nostrils turned to the sky, "And me. How do I learn how you attack with a knife in your hand?" Tsunade looked at the seat behind him out of the corner of his eye and then looked at Zinyu with a deeper smile in his eyes and said with a smile, "Oh. Chakra Scalpel, did you learn it at the same time?" Tsunade pretended to be calm and composed on the surface, but in his heart he was so shocked that he almost cried out. "I thought, is this the scary thing about Sharingan? My Wyliquin and Chakra Scalpel were only used once against Kakuzu, and they have already copied them all with Sharingan. No, it's just a copy of Sharingan. It's impossible for them to learn these two ninjutsu immediately. At the same time, they need to have considerable talent. These two children, even in the Uchiha clan, are extremely talented. Children who have experienced genocide cannot be left alone. If they grow crooked in the future, they may be more dangerous than Orochimaru." Both Leiming and Zinyu showed their excellent side in front of Tsunade, which deeply shocked Tsunade, and already moved the idea of leaving them to teach by his side. However, one of the three children, Shiro, did not show her talent, so Tsunade immediately looked up at Shiro without saying a word, just staring at Shiro. Bai slightly lowered his head shyly, rubbed his hands at a loss and said in a low voice, I don't have the Sharingan of Lord Leiming and New Moon, so I can't watch Master Tsunade fight and learn your unique moves. My talents are mostly in ninjutsu and ninjutsu control." "That's it. Shizune, go and try Shiro's skills." Tsunade nodded slightly. "Yes, Master Tsunade." Shizune got up slowly, walked in front of Bai and said with a gentle smile, "Bai, use your strongest trick to attack me, don't worry, just let go and do it. Do it with the determination to kill me." Hearing this terrible request, Bai looked up at Shizune in shock. His eyes and face were full of disbelief. How could someone let others let go and kill her? "If you are not careful, you will really die." Leiming smiled and sat down on the seat and said, "Bai, you can do it with confidence. With your current level, even if you use all your skills, you only have Genin's attack power." Sister Shizune was raised by Master Tsunade. "At least it's Jonin's level, you are not in the same dimension at all, you want to kill her, you are powerless." Receiving Leiming's assurance, Bai nodded earnestly and said, "Okay, I understand. Then Sister Shizune, please enlighten me." "Ninja technique, fog shadow technique." Bai Fei backed away, shouting in a low voice while changing the imprint technique in his hand. Soon, a thick fog rose in the entire room, blocking the sight of everyone present. The reason why Bai worked hard to master and learn fog shadow technique was because he often practiced with Leiming and Zinyu. Sharingan's insight was too heaven-defying, and it was too difficult for ordinary people to fight them in close combat. Fog shadow technique can undoubtedly weaken the power of Sharingan to the greatest extent. Tsunade looked at the competition with great interest, the corners of his mouth curled up beautifully, and he said to himself, "It turned out to be Wying technique? The ninjutsu of Wuxi Village is indeed the best way to block the enemy's sight. Since the eyes could not see the competition for the time being, Tsunade simply closed his eyes and listened carefully. Although it is still not as pervert as the ninjas in Yinnanya Village, you can still hear a lot of information. It's not over yet, Sister Shizune, be careful, ice escape. The ice mirror of the earth? Bai made a seal with both hands and stomped lightly on the ground with one foot. The ground in the entire room instantly froze, turning into an icy ground with a thickness of about 10 centimeters. What is this? Shizune felt a strong cold current attacking her feet when Bai used the earth ice mirror, making her subconsciously jump up slightly, avoiding the erosion of the cold air, and her feet were not frozen on the ground. But when she landed again, the ground under her feet was as smooth as an ice skating rink, and Shizune's feet were almost unsteady and fell down. Really, it's not easy for a little girl to be able to create such a smooth ice surface in an instant. Sister Shizune hurriedly condensed enough chakra on her feet so that she would not stand still and fall, and she just finished her praise with a smile on her lips. The white feet on the other side jumped lightly, the heels touched each other, and ice blades immediately grew under the shoes of the 2 feet, allowing her to slide on the ice as easily as an ice skater. Wind style. Gale Palm? Bai's hand mudra changed and he slapped his hands towards the air behind him. A whirlwind spurted out from the palms of both hands, causing Bai's figure to accelerate forward. Whoosh. Almost instantly he rushed in front of Shizune. What? So fast? Shizune saw a shadow flash in front of him and Bai rushed in front of her, kicking her chin from bottom to top with a high kick. I'm hiding, ... it's so dangerous. Shizune subconsciously leaned back, narrowly dodging the ice blade under Bai's feet and replaced it with an ordinary person. With just this one blow, he would have been split in half from his chin to his cheek. Shizune just felt a sharp, cold light flash in front of his face. Ice escape, ice fist stab. Bai Gao raised his leg and kicked in the air, and at the moment his body paused in the air, he punched Shizune's chest with his right fist. A large amount of chakra condensed on her fist, making her fist crystal clear. Suddenly, a sharp ice pick suddenly lengthened and stabbed away from her fist. Ding, dangerous. Dangerous? Shizune raised his left and right hands at the same time, crossed them in front of him, blocked the thrust of the ice pick and flew back. After 2 serial trials of ultimate moves, Bai gradually let go of his hands and feet and followed closely. Long skates grew out of his palms, sharp short blades grew out of his elbows, and short blades grew out of his knees. The sharp ice blades also grow hedgehog-like ice blades on the back. Ice escape. Dance of the Snow Maiden. Ding 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 ding. What kind of sword technique is this? It's so irregular, it's a bit tricky. Shizune frowned and responded with all his strength, not without being shocked to think. At this moment, Shizune is like a hedgehog covered with sharp, long knives all over his body. He is dancing on the ice while constantly changing his body movements. Assassinate. Rao Shizune was not weak under the guidance of Tsunade, but when he chose to give up the powerful attack that hurt Bai, he was forced to be a little embarrassed and flustered. No way, after all, Shizune is not a pervert like Kakashi. What she is really good at is medical ninjutsu, not melee combat. In fact, it's no wonder that Shizune is so difficult to deal with. Bai's unique ice escape ninjutsu, but Leiming modified it with reference to Killer Bee's 8-sword style. Think about it, Sasuke's Sharingan in the original book has opened his eyes to Mangekyo, and he was cut into by Killer Bee's 8-sword style, seriously injured. Leiming is confident that although Bai's Infinity Flow close-body saber technique is still in its infancy, if he follows the current route and improves it step by step, sooner or later he will not lose to Killer Bee. Ding 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 ding, phew, if I continue to fight like this I'm likely to be broken. Although I'm not good at melee combat, but facing the challenge of a junior, if I can't win the first fight I will. Where do you put your face? Shizune took a deep breath, all the chakra in his body concentrated on his chest, gurgling puff puff puff. Shizune spit out a large mouthful of purple smoke, and because of the close combat Bai's whole body was enveloped in it. This is not good, poisonous. Just as his body came into contact with the purple smoke exhaled by Shizune, his head felt a strong dizziness, so Bai quickly burst out a strong chill all over his body. Zizzy. The strong cold air and all the moisture in the air around her froze, and the poisonous smoke turned into purple crystals and fell down. That's amazing. I'm no match for Shizyun's sister. Bai's body was sprayed by the poisonous mist, his head became more and more dizzy and his whole body became weak. Within 5 seconds there was a plop. Bai's body fell forward weakly, lying flat. As Bai fell to the ground, the surrounding thick fog quickly began to dissipate. Shizyun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a wry smile and laughed at himself. Are all the brats this bad now? It's really not easy to take her down intact. It forced me to use poison to end the battle. Tsunade looked up at Shizyun's shirt with a smile, stood up with a smile and said, Shizyun, you are slack. You need to work harder in the future, otherwise you will be overtaken by the 3 of them soon. Shizyun looked down at her blouse and it turned out that her chest, sleeves, shoulders, waist and abdomen were cut into 7 small cuts. Yes, Master Tsunade, what you taught me is that I will work hard. Uchiha Zinyu blinked her lovely big eyes, scratched the back of her head and asked in doubt, we surpassed. Leiming reached out and rubbed the little girl's head gently and said with a smile, silly girl, what Master Tsunade means is that you accept us.
Well, that's great, yay.
After hearing Leiming's affirmative answer, the little girl jumped up happily, hugging Leiming's neck and cheering in circles, chirping like a happy bird. Shizyun walked to Bai's side, turned Bai on his side, used medical ninjutsu to detoxify her and looked at Bai's delicate and beautiful face. He smiled and said, although you don't have a Sharingan, you also have a strong talent in ninjutsu and fighting skills. I'm looking forward to what you will look like when you grow up. Because of the loss to Shizyun, Bai Yuan chose to pretend to be unconscious and even blushed from embarrassment. Tsunade, who had already arrived outside the hotel where he was staying, looked up at the bright starry sky, took a deep breath and said to himself, 2 geniuses from the Uchiha clan plus a genius from the Minazuki family. Hope the decision I made this time was not wrong. After Tsunade accepted the 3 of Leiming, he did not choose to leave the town where they are now but stayed in the hotel temporarily and did not leave. And the stay lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, Tsunade personally taught them some basics of medical ninjutsu, and then today, in front of Leiming, Bai and Zinyu, each had a scroll and a half-dead fish in the basin. Tsunade demonstrated it himself and said, you 3 are optimistic, control chakra like this and inject it into the body of the fish. This is the basis of medical ninjutsu. If you can't even learn this, don't learn other ninjutsu. With the chakra in both hands condensed, Tsunade's hands glowed green and the big fish under him became alive and kicking from a half-dead state. Okay. Shizyun, I'll leave the rest to you. You can guide the 3 brats well, I have to go out first. Yes, Master Tsunade. After Tsunade finished the simple demonstration, he walked out of the hotel leisurely. There were thin beads of sweat oozing from the forehead of Zinyu in the hotel. Her hands were trembling and she wanted to dip into the water, and she looked a little too cute and said a little madly, damn, what are you doing? Why did you do this, disgusting training? Shizyun stood beside him, seeing the little girl's nervous appearance. He couldn't help but shook his head amusedly and said, disgusting. Zinyu, can you tell me what's disgusting? Zinyu index finger pointed at the big fish in the basin, showing a cute bitter face and said, I hate slippery things the most, Sister Shizyun. Don't you think the touch of holding a fish is super disgusting? What answer, slippery, it's super disgusting, okay. Bai laughed at the side and took out the big fish from the water basin, put it on the scroll and practiced medical ninjutsu and joked with a smile, Puche. It's disgusting, but Zinyu, why don't you pick up vegetables when you eat? Do you think fish is disgusting? That's because the fish is not slippery after being made into a dish. Moreover, the meat is tender and delicious. Although Zinyu was embarrassed, she still tried to find a reason to refute. Leiming shook his head with a smile and deliberately threatened, Zinyu, what we have to do now is to cultivate seriously. Don't think about what is there and what is not. If you really hate fish so much, you will not have fish in your meals in the future. Okay, I just practice it. Brother Leiming, really you are a threat. Heh, it's disgusting. Although the food is delicious, it still looks disgusting. Zinyu said disgusting words on her mouth but still listened to Leiming's words very much, grabbed the big fish and put it on the scroll and started the disgusting practice. Although her face was full of disgust, the big fish under her hand moved its tail slightly under her medical ninjutsu. This movement directly caused the little girl to scream again. Disgusting, disgusting, super disgusting, it moved. How disgusting. Looking at Xinyu's reaction, Leiming couldn't help but think of the anime The Prisoner of Food. The man with colored hair in it who often yells disgusting catchphrase, isn't it the same as him? The only difference from Xinyu is that although Xinyu despises this practice to death, she seems to have grasped some tricks. However, Leiming and Bai's subordinates seem to have made no progress, so talent is really hard to say. After Tsunade walked out of the hotel and looked up at the starry sky for a while, he walked to a tavern, ordered some appetizers and fine wine and sat on his seat to pour himself a drink. Just when two red clouds rose on Tsunade's drinking face, a mean white-haired man walked up to him and sat down and said with a smile, "Sitting here drinking alone, isn't it lonely? Do you want it? Is the handsome guy accompanying you?" Tsunade looked up at the person in front of him, curled his lips in displeasure and said, "Jirya, why are you here?" Jirya picked up the wine jug from Tsunade without any politeness, filled the glass in front of her with wine and drank it happily. "Ah, good wine." Filling up Tsunade's glass again, he suddenly changed his face into a serious face of a mature man and said, "A few days ago there was such a fierce battle in this small town and you didn't leave right away. It's not difficult to find you. It just so happened that I was collecting novel materials nearby again. After the old man knew the news of your presence, he didn't want to provoke you, so he found me." Tsunade drank the wine poured by Jirya, sneered with disdain and said, "HMPH, I stayed here on purpose, just waiting for the old guy to send someone over so that I can directly subdue them with my fist." "Old guy, you're still so calculating. So what if you came here just because you want to take the child away from me? Isn't he thinking too naively? If I didn't just meet, the blood of the Uchiha family would have was taken away." I said. What was going on in that old man's mind? The Uchiha family was turned into 2 or 3 kittens under his nose and someone stole them out of Konoha village. Let another child chase them out to fight. In the end, the troubles became like this, and based on his words, he wanted to take someone back. Jirya smiled awkwardly, filled his and Tsunade's glasses again and said, "This is something that can't be helped, you know. Since the last Nine Tails incident and the death of Fourth Hokage, many things have happened in the village. Old man, in order to protect the peace of the village, how many secret forces need to be dealt with. He is also very difficult. HMPH, how difficult he is his business. Anyway, I have promised those children to let them follow me. I will teach them well. I promise not to teach Orochimaru's stuff, let him rest assured," said Tsunade Haki eloquently. "Also, by the way, send a message back for me to warn that B********* D Danzo, don't hit Leiming with his dirty attention. If you don't know how to restrain yourself, just send someone over. I'll follow you as much as you want. Reach out, chop your hands, stretch your feet and chop your feet." Heliha, Tsunade, you are still the same Tsunade. If you say it, you will always be Haki, okay? Now that you have said that, you must bring it with you. Jirya drank the wine with a smile, looked at Tsunade with a smile and smiled road. "By the way, Tsunade, have you received any news about Orochimaru recently?" Jirya asked immediately after talking about what Third Hokage explained. Tsunade looked at Jirya drunkenly, then rolled her beautiful big eyes and said, Why are you still looking for that guy? I said you should know to give up, that guy is not something you can handle." Jirya took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "Hehe, I know what I say is useless, I will stop him with actions." Tsunade shook his head helplessly, dipped his hands in the wine, wrote several addresses on the table and said, "This is the place where some incidents happened when I was playing cards in the casino. Based on my understanding of Orochimaru, those incidents were all provoked by him. If you don't give up, go and find clues." "Oh, thank you, Tsunade, come on, keep drinking, ha ha ha." Tsunade don't know if you remember. After drinking, Jirya had a good time and began to chat with Tsunade about the interesting things about her childhood. Of course, Jirya has always been an old and unscrupulous guy, and the interesting things he remembers in his head can be completely sealed by the river crab gods and beasts. So, Tsunade frowned more and more until finally he couldn't take it anymore. "Boom, oops, boom, shut up, are you talking endlessly? Are you annoying?" Tsunade frowned wildly when he heard it and finally blushed with anger and punched Jirya in the chest. Jirya flew directly, knocking out the wall behind him. There is a humanoid gap. On the ground outside the tavern, Jirya was lying upside down with a twisted and weird figure. Lying in the big hole made by the ground, his legs and feet twitched and he grinned drunkenly and said, "It really hasn't changed, it's still the same hot temper. Hiss, it hurts, it feels like 3 ribs have been broken. However, return to your chi and wait until the next day when you return to the hotel after drinking. Jirya's broken ribs have been healed by Tsunade." I saw Jirya scratching the back of her head, standing behind Tsunade, coming back with her shamelessly with a mean smile on her face. Tsunade stood at the door of the hotel with eyes closed, holding back his temper and said, "Am I giving you face or something? How long will you follow me?" "Heh, don't say that, after all we all grew up together, we are Sannin, it's not easy to meet old friends so of course." Jirya smiled shamelessly. Tsunade didn't buy it, tilted his head, snorted coldly and said, "HMPH, don't think I don't know what you're thinking, don't you just want to see Leiming and the others?" Hey. By the way, just by the way." Jirya smiled all over her face without the slightest embarrassment of being exposed to her thoughts. "The reason why I am willing to pass on the message for the old man third Hawkage this time is to meet my old friend Tsunade on the one hand, and on the other hand the purpose is really to meet the legendary Leiming." What is the mission of Jirya? Isn't it just to find the prophet's son in the great Toad Sage's prophecy? However, when Tsunade and Jirya entered the living room, the door had just been opened. Oh, it's disgusting. It's super disgusting, it's disgusting. The little girl Uchiha Zinyu, who was opposite the door, used medical ninjutsu to heal and revive the big fish under her hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Tsunade pulled Jirya behind him to stand in front of him. Wow. The big fish hit Jirya's face accurately and the fish's tail was still flexible. It slapped Jirya's face twice before falling to the ground. Jirya, who was slapped in the face by the big fish, immediately collapsed, looked back at Tsunade sadly and said, "I said, is this how you entertain guests?" Tsunade rolled his eyes without guilt, picked up the big fish that was alive and kicking on the ground, and then looked at the crescent moon over there, laughing and embarrassed. He nodded and said, "Well, girl, your aptitude is good, you can start the next training tomorrow." Then, Tsunade looked at Leiming and Byakugan. Although their medical ninjutsu was not as fast as Zinyu's progress after a night of hard practice, they gradually grasped some tricks. The big fish under them has already you can move the tail twice from time to time. Then Tsunade didn't let Jirya disturb Leiming and Bai's practice, pointed to Leiming casually and said, "That's the Uchiha Leiming you want to see, if you're not in a hurry just stay here for 2 more days. After he learns basic medical ninja, then talk to him." Jirya nodded and said, "Okay, I have a lot of time now and drinking and chatting with you can pass the time." 3 days later, Leiming and Bai were finally able to initially learn to use medical ninjutsu to heal the big fish, making the big fish alive and kicking. Leiming was approached by Jirya and asked some important questions, such as Leiming's personal experience on the night of the Uchiha genocide and his experience after leaving the village. After chatting for more than an hour, Jirya looked at the little ghost in front of him and thought amusedly, "This little ghost is not simple. It seems that I have answered all my questions but he has not revealed anything about his legendary special ability. But forget it anyway, it doesn't matter to me." Leiming will hide their abilities, that's what they should be. For every ninja, their abilities are the biggest secret. If they are not trusted partners, they will not let others know. On the contrary, other news from Leiming made Jirya more concerned. On the night when Uchiha was exterminated, who was the masked man who worked with Itachi to destroy Uchiha? Who could steal Uchiha Crescent Moon from Konoha village without anyone knowing? Wait a minute. A week later, Jirya and Tsunade finally broke up and left. Jirya said that he was going to find materials for writing novels, but in fact Tsunade knew that he was looking for Orochimaru. Perhaps the arrival of Jirya evoked some memories of Tsunade, which made Tsunade even interested in Orochimaru's whereabouts and took Leiming and the others to practice on the road, while looking for the most likely clue of Orochimaru's haunting. I don't know if it's because of Leiming's little butterfly effect, Tsunade took Leiming and the others to follow Orochimaru's clues, but they met a black-haired girl. The girl was not well dressed and was being pestered by a few bandits. However, when Leiming saw the girl for the first time, he felt a familiar feeling inexplicably. "Who is this girl? Why do I seem to have seen her somewhere?" Dozens of thieves surrounded the girls, showing the villain's standard disgusting smile and said with a smile, "Hey, hey, hey. Little girl, where are you going? Why don't you stay with us? Uncle will make you very happy." Ahahaha, yes, yes. The black-haired girl closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, tried hard to resist the urge to kill them, and said harshly, "I warn you, before I really get angry, get out of here. Otherwise, I will kill you." "Oh, ha 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 ha, kill us, okay, okay, do you see this is Uncle's neck? If you are capable, you can attack here. Oh, I forgot, you have a knife in your hand, Nun. Do you want Uncle to lend you the big knife?" A burly and gigantic man approached the girl with a smirk, even raised his neck on purpose, kept moving his head forward and deliberately teased the girl. Immediately, an accomplice next to him smiled and said, "Master Yeshin really knows how to joke. She has small arms and legs. If you give her a big knife in your hand, she can't lift it up, ha 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 ha." "Okay. Since you want to seek death by yourself, I will help you." The girl couldn't take it anymore, opened her eyes suddenly and patted her right hand forward and patted the burly man's chest. On the chest of the big man, red crystals exploded immediately and then quickly spread to the whole body of the big man. Finally, the whole body of the big man was covered by red crystals. "What's the situation? Ishan, are you okay? What are you talking about? Hurry up and save people." The bandits around saw the accomplices who were wrapped in red crystals and turned into sculptures. Some of them usually played well with him, so they rushed up and smashed them with the back of their knives. They thought that their accomplice's body was frozen by ice. As long as the crystals outside were smashed, the accomplice would naturally be rescued. However, the cruel reality is completely different from what they imagined. Bang bang bang, click, ka 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 ka, bang, they rounded their weapons, and before they smashed them a few times, the crystal statues of their companions, like broken crystal sculptures, shattered inch by inch into red crystal fragments and scattered all over the ground. Even for the remaining half of the body, the cut is actually red crystals. It's not flesh and blood at all. Damn. Damn it. Ishanjan was killed. Damn it, it's all done by that damn witch. I killed you, The girls never refused, and the corners of their mouths curled up in a cold arc, and they smiled and said, "Since all of you are eager to seek death, I will help you all." Two beautiful little hands followed the girls among the bandits, silently patting them. The two sides fought for less than 5 minutes, and all the bandits turned into statues of red crystals. Seeing the astonishing effect of the girl's attack, Leiming immediately widened his eyes and exclaimed in his heart, "That's Honglian. Can you meet her here?" After Honglian personally killed all the bandits who dared to offend her, she clapped her little hands with ease and said with a sneer, "I warned you a long time ago, but you didn't listen. So you deserve it if you die." At this moment, Tsunade came over with Shizune, Leiming, Xinyu, and Bai. When Honglian saw Tsunade and the others, all of them were looking at her, she couldn't help being slightly annoyed. She glared at Tsunade and Leiming, gritted her beautiful silver teeth, and threatened, "What are you looking at? If you look at me again, I will make you become same as them." Leiming raised his brows slightly. Huinger smiled, thinking secretly in his heart, "Unexpectedly, Honglian when she was a child has a bad temper too." However, Guren is an original character in the Hawkeye anime, right? If the trajectory of the original anime follows, shouldn't she have been recruited by Orochimaru as a subordinate? And in the original book, Orochimaru was quite fond of Red Lotus blood successor Boundary. He wanted to cultivate her as the next reincarnation vessel. Could it be that my butterfly effect really affected the storyline again and actually changed the Red Lotus? Sister Lion's fate. Tsunade ignored the little girl from Honglian. Instead, she walked up to the bandit who was turned into a crystal statue with great interest, and poked lightly on the crystal with her finger. Puff puff puff. Ka 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 ka, bang! A crystal statue, because Tsunade poked it too hard, caused a chain reaction and exploded. Looking at the red crystal shards all over the floor, Tsunade didn't have the slightest blood sickness and blood-phobic attack. He just squatted down and picked up a crystal shard and put it in front of his eyes to examine it with interest. "Oh, awesome! Even the cells have been crystallized. The little girl's ability is not weak." Leiming also walked over to Tsunade curiously, picked up a crystal fragment on the ground and observed it carefully in front of his eyes. Leiming's eyes also had a golden light shining. Exclaimed, "Indeed, not only the flesh and blood are crystallized, but even the bones inside are crystallized." Hong Lion raised her head, proudly said to Tsunade and the others, "It's good to know how powerful it is and get out of here. I won't let my mother start killing again." Tsunade got up slowly, looked at Gurren with contemptuous eyes and said with a disdainful smile, "Killing, heh 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 heh. Little girl, don't think of us as those low-class idiot bandits." "Very good, since you are so kind, I will not be polite." "Hey!" Gurren rushed forward at high speed, fisting with both hands and hitting Tsunade. With a smile on his face, Tsunade easily dodged Gurren's fist and said with a smile, "Girl, your ability is indeed quite special, but if you can't hit the enemy, it's still useless." Shizune brought Leiming, Shiro, and Zinyu to stand aside to watch the battle, and no matter how excited Zinyu and Bai were, they witnessed with their own eyes how relaxed and freehand it was when Tsunade taught Gurren a lesson. However, Leiming saw the shortcoming of Xiao Honglian's current ability, that is, her crystal-style ability obviously needs to be activated by touching the opponent. If you can't hit it, is Gurren's crystal style useless at all? I don't know if the original Hokage's Gurren was subject to such restrictions when he was a child. Gurren chased Tsunade for a long time, and Kakuzu couldn't even touch Tsunade's clothes, huh? No. It seems to be a bit exaggerated. Why is there a little red dot on the back of Tsunade's clothes? Is that crystal? Why didn't it spread like before? It's just that Gurren didn't notice the crystal red dots on the back of Tsunade's clothes, and he didn't even know when his lucky fist touched the corner of Tsunade's clothes. Only Hong Lion, who was standing there bent over, sticking out her small tongue tiredly, leaned on her knees and panted, "You damn woman, do you only know how to run away? If you have the ability, face me head-on." B*******D. The corners of Tsunade's mouth turned up and he smiled and said, "Okay, as you wish, from now on I will stand in this circle and will not leave. As long as you have the ability to force me to leave, even if it is only half a step, I will count you as the winner." "Okay, you're right, I'm coming." Maybe Gurren didn't even realize that she wanted to use crystal-style ninjutsu to kill Tsunade. And gradually, in constant fighting, she became very happy as long as Tsunade can admit defeat or Tsunade admits that she is good at Gurren. Happy hey. Bang 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 bang, what's the situation, why are you okay? Gurren rushed in front of Tsunade herself, hitting the vital parts of Tsunade's body like raindrops with her small fists. But for Tsunade, just put his index finger and middle finger together to form a sword finger and move up, down, left, and right in front of him, and he easily blocked all of Gurren's attacks. Gurren was not surprised to block the fist. After all, her fists were not heavy and they didn't have the strange power of Tsunade. What really shocked Gurren was that when her crystal-style ability, which has been victorious in many battles in the past, hit Tsunade's sword finger, Tsunade's finger did not crystallize at all. How is it possible? I don't believe it. The ability was directly cracked by Tsunade, and Gurren fell into a brief state of madness. She didn't care about revealing her vital parts and she could be instantly killed by Tsunade at any time. He rushed up to punch and kick, and even hugged Tsunade directly. The crystal-style chakra in his body exploded. There was no fear on Tsunade's face, even though Gurren released the strongest crystal-style ability on herself. The crystal-style chakra covered Tsunade visible to the naked eye, but Tsunade showed no sign of crystallization. Gurren spent almost all the chakra that could be mobilized on Tsunade for free, but Tsunade did not change at all. The crystal-style ninjutsu that has always been tried and tested, how can it be used on Tsunade as if the machine is dead? This question made Gurren quite mad. Tsunade pushed away the chakra-depleted red lotus, gently rubbed her head with her beautiful little hands and said with a smile, "How is it, little girl, are you convinced now?" "Phew. You are amazing, but I want to know, why are you not afraid of my crystal-style ninjutsu?" Gurren gasped for a few times, let her breathing become even, and asked Tsunade with a serious face. "Well, it's very simple. Just think about covering the skin with a layer of chakra protective film." Tsunade smiled and raised his hand. I saw that on Tsunade's raised little hand there was a layer of chakra protective film protecting her little hand. "It's that simple? You cracked my crystal-style ninjutsu so easily?" Gurren asked in disbelief. "Of course it's not that simple. What the Red Lotus sees is only a thin protective film of chakra. However, in the Sharingan of Leiming and New Moon, the chakra film used by Tsunade to protect the little hands is actually 2 layers. Moreover, these two layers of chakra protective film present the intense friction between the inner and outer layers. It is similar to the effect when Uzumaki Naruto practiced the wind attribute chakra. Damn it. So it's not wind attribute chakra, can it be used like this? Leiming blurted out in surprise, staring at a pair of Sharingan. HMPH, brat, you still have a lot to learn about ninjutsu and chakra. Who told you that only wind attribute chakra can be used like that? Tsunade proudly raised his head and walked past with a smug smile. Leiming's side laughed. The corners of Leiming's mouth twitched uncontrollably and he smiled dryly. Yes. Yes, all the power in the world has never been designated to develop in one direction. Thank you, Master Tsunade, for your teaching. I will definitely develop more ideas in the future and find out my unique way of using power.
Well,
That's right, a child can be taught. It's good to teach geniuses, it makes people worry-free, and it's not like teaching those idiots, it makes people angry and headaches. How to explain it to them? Tsunade heard Leiming's answer, satisfied nodded. Honglian listened to the conversation between Tsunade and Leiming. Her pretty brows were frowning like that, back and forth, looking at Tsunade, then at Leiming's huffing, puffed up her cute bun face and said, What? What charades are you two playing? I'm an idiot anyway, right, kid? I need to know the answer now, otherwise I'll turn you into a crystal statue. I can't help that, Lord, can't I deal with you? Seeing that Tsunade didn't answer her question, Gurren rushed to Leiming, grabbed Leiming by the collar, lifted him in front of her and threatened with fierce eyes. All right, I know, I'll just explain it to you, don't be so excited. Please, you're a girl, can you be more ladylike? In order to explain clearly the cultivation method of wind attribute chakra, Leiming drew simple pictures with branches on the ground and explained to Honglian bit by bit. After listening to Leiming's explanation, Honglian frowned even deeper, stared at Leiming unhappily and threatened, I warn you, don't fool me by thinking that I haven't been to ninja school. I'm not that easy to lie.
hey,
I knew you would say that. Come on, let me experiment for you. Leiming has been with Tsunade for a while, and he is still a little confident in the development of his ninjutsu. The biggest feature of chakra with the wind attribute is cutting. As long as you use the power of the wind attribute to ultimate, it will be very strong. Even if it is a sharp and hard famous knife, it can be easily cut. Of course, my ability is limited, and I still can't be as exaggerated as cutting off a famous knife. But it's super easy to cut down a small tree as thick as the mouth of a bowl. As he spoke, Leiming asked Xinyu to hand him a small notebook and randomly tore off a piece of white paper from the notebook. Look. This is a small result of my recent cultivation. As Leiming said, he closed his eyes, clamped the paper with his index finger and middle finger, concentrated the wind element chakra on the white paper, and imagined using the wind element chakra to wrap all the paper around the periphery, and then on the edge of the paper, let the wind element chakra become more and more thinner and sharper. They are rubbing against each other faster and faster. Waiting for the right time, Leiming suddenly opened his eyes with a flash of divine light in them and flung forward handsomely. Whoosh! The paper whirled through a small tree that was as thick as a bowl and penetrated deeply into the trunk of a big tree that was hugged by one person behind. What? This is amazing! Honglian saw with her own eyes the small tree that had been pierced by the white paper, cut it off and fell down. Then I ran to the big tree and tried to pull the paper twice and the fragile paper was torn off immediately. There is really no mechanism. How can the use of chakra be so magical? There is really no mechanism. How can the use of chakra be so miraculous? Honglian exclaimed in surprise, looking at the scraps of paper torn from her hand. Well, of course, my brother Leiming is the most powerful. If brother Leiming is holding cards in his hand, the power will increase and the lethality is comparable to a shuriken. Xinyu heard Honglian exclaimed and immediately turned her nostrils to the sky, proudly showing off. Oh, really? I don't believe it, kid. Let's see if it's really as powerful as she said. Honglian heard that there was an upgraded version and immediately asked Leiming to perform for her. Leiming shook his head helplessly and smiled slightly. Well, since you want to watch, I can only act, right? Of course, if you dare to tease me, let me see how I deal with you. Honglian pressed her small fist with both hands to show a threat. Leiming walked up to Shizyun with a wry smile and said, Sister Shizyun, let me borrow your cards. Okay, let's take it. Shizune casually took out a brand new unopened box of cards from his pocket. Leiming took the cards and handed them to Honglian, saying, "Here, you come and check, otherwise you may suspect that there is a mechanism."
Hi.
Just look at it. It's what it is. Cards are as powerful as shurikens, so they can deceive ghosts. Honglian's mouth was tough, but in fact she already had a half-belief in her heart. After being unpacked by Honglian herself, she took out the cards and checked them carefully. She nodded and returned the cards to Leiming, saying, "See what tricks you can play." At the same time, the little girl Uchiha Zinyu on the other side, Minzumu Tsukishiro, had already opened the scroll and summoned a dart board hanging from the trunk of the surrounding trees. Leiming took a deep breath, opened his eyes Sharingan, and waited for the new moon to snap his fingers to send out the start signal, and his figure rushed out like lightning. The left and right hands are wearing special wrist guards, and the seal is written on the wrist guards. When the palm of the hand makes a specific movement, a card will automatically appear in the hand immediately. Then he flung it out handsomely and jumped up from time to time during the period, making beautiful turning and spinning movements in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cards thrown out of Leiming's hands continued to draw beautiful arcs or straight lines of lightning in the air. Puff, 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 puff. All the targets hanging on the tree trunk hit the red heart, and none of them missed the target. Seeing Leiming's miraculous card-flying stunt, Honglian's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief, and she went up to check each target in person. "How is it possible this? The location of the target should be in a dead corner. How did you do it?" There are no less than 7 or 8 blind spots that Honglian found. Anyway, according to her shuriken level, these positions are absolutely impossible to hit. Impossible. This is a blind spot for sight, a blind spot for shooting. B*******D. How did you do it? Honglian was puzzled, squatting on the ground to check the dartboard. Seeing Leiming's performance, Shizune couldn't close his mouth in shock and exclaimed, "It's amazing. As expected, you are a child of the Uchiha family, and you have practiced hidden weapon kung fu to an effect comparable to a magic skill. The blood of the Uchiha family, it's not without reason. It's a terrifying talent." Tsunade nodded beside him, muttering to himself. To be honest, even Tsunade was a little itchy to see Leiming's card-flying skills and wanted to learn it. However, it is a pity that Tsunade knows that the issue of chakra attributes will not be discussed. To practice this level of card-flying skills, a powerful pupil technique is indispensable, as well as good spatial control and precise calculation power. You have to imagine the trajectory of the card shooting in your mind in advance and then use clever techniques to play it out. Like this method of throwing hidden weapons, even Tsunade has to sigh, it's too embarrassing. She is not good at such troublesome gameplay. Leiming wiped the sweat that didn't exist on his forehead, deliberately pretending to be cool, and whispered to himself, "The effect is not bad, and I have lived up to the long-term practice." The key reason why Leiming thought of practicing card-flying skills is of course because he can be handsome. Put on a pen, killing the enemy is only secondary. In my previous life I saw so many animations on the internet. In the movies there are masters who show flying card skills. In the world of Hokage I can use chakra. If I don't learn the skill of holding a pen, won't he travel in vain? After a short thought, Honglian suddenly jumped up from the ground and said firmly, "Okay, I've decided I want to follow you. My lord, please accept me." While saying this, Gurren bent over 90 degrees to Tsunade and bowed respectfully. Without the slightest hesitation, Tsunade nodded happily and said with a smile, "Okay." Zinyu cutely turned her head and looked at Tsunade's eyes. She was shocked. Zinyu looked at Tsunade in shock. "What's the matter? To accept that dangerous woman so easily is Master Tsunade's head broken." But Zinyu only dared to slander in her heart. She looked quite shocked on the face, but she didn't dare to say a word. "Who is she, the youngest among all the people? You have no human rights at such a young age." Seeing that Tsunade agreed, Gurren proudly glanced at Leiming and the others present. Maybe it's because Leiming's card-flying stunt just now was so amazing that everyone wanted to learn it. So she was not polite, grabbed Leiming by the back collar and walked to a dartboard nearby. Come and teach me how to throw the hidden weapon technique you just did that can turn around. After I saw your card-flying trick just now, I suddenly thought of my way to become stronger. If I can turn the crystal I made into a shuriken, I can use your technique to fight it." If you go out, won't you be invincible? Even if it's Tsunade-sama's chakra defense method, if my crystal shuriken scratches the body, then… Heh, even Tsunade-sama will feel troublesome. Oh, did you think of future tricks so quickly? By the way, Gurren in the original book has the ninjutsu of throwing a crystal shuriken, Leiming thought to himself. Okay. Since you want to learn, it's not impossible to teach you. I hope you don't find it too difficult. In fact, if you want to hit a hidden weapon that can turn, the key lies in the skill of your wrist. Look, it looks like this. Gurren imitated Leiming's shuriken throwing technique, swish, swish, and threw dozens of shurikens, but none of the shurikens could turn and hit the red heart. Damn. Why is it so troublesome? I'm so exhausted. Stop practicing. Stop practicing. Gurren threw away the ninja bag impatiently and roared. Obviously, Gurren is also a guy with little patience. Maybe Honglian already vaguely understood that the talent in throwing hidden weapons is really not as good as that of a pervert-level genius like Leiming. So she gave up resolutely and turned to seek Tsunade. After all, the two of them have similar temperaments. Maybe Master Tsunade can give her some good advice. In this way, Gurren also officially joined Leiming and his party and followed Master Tsunade around the world. With the teaching of Master Tsunade, the progress of Leiming, Gurren, Shiro, Zinyu, and others is simply terrifying. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for the Chunin exam. Strange to say, Orochimaru didn't know if it was really a loach. Tsunade and Jiraiya searched for him separately for 6 or 7 years, but they couldn't catch his tail. Anyway, every time they find clues to Orochimaru and chase after them, they can only find abandoned bases or experimental subjects that were destroyed by Orochimaru's experiments. For this reason, Leiming, Gurren, Bai, and the 4-person team were pushed out by Tsunade more than once. In the name of training them, they were asked to fight groups of monsters. Individual monsters comparable in size to Godzilla, they also fought. With the arrival of the Chunin exam, Jiraiya has received news that Orochimaru is likely to take this opportunity to snatch Uchiha Sasuke. Therefore, Honglian acted as the team leader and led Leiming, Bai, and Zinyu to get special approval from 3rd Hokage to take part in this Chunin selection exam. Today, Honglian took the application materials and a Konoha village Chunin to go through the formalities and hand over the relevant procedures. Leiming, Bai, and Zinyu began to travel and visit Konoha village after a long absence. As I was walking, I heard noisy voices coming from the intersection. It hurts, brat. Is this the attitude of bumping into someone? Damn, who are you? Let go of Konohamaru. It hurts. Boy, you are so arrogant. Stop it, Kinkuro, you'll embarrass the village. When Leiming and the others reached the intersection, they just watched all the good shows. The plot of Hokage has finally started. So what will be different and exciting if I take the Chunin selection exam? I'm really looking forward to it. Leiming smiled and whispered to himself. After Gaara and Sasuke exchanged their names, Gaara and the others were just about to leave when they saw Leiming and the 3 of them. I don't know if Gaara had a wild instinct or did he really feel something from Leiming. He stared blankly at Leiming and asked, "Your name?" Leiming smiled with interest and said, My name is Uchiha Leiming." "Oh. Another handsome guy?" Temari stood behind Gaara, smiling with a reddish face. "HMPH, Nympho, don't daydream, brother Leiming won't like you, you washboard-like woman." Zinyu rolled her cute big eyes behind Leiming's back and said mercilessly. "Damn girl, what did you say? What about you, what's the matter?" Zinyu and Temari stared at each other fiercely, head to head. Even if Temari doesn't care about her figure according to her current age, as long as she is still a woman, if she hears this kind of heart-pounding stimulation, she will definitely explode. The conflict with Sand Ninja Village was not a big deal for Sasuke. Instead, when he heard the name Uchiha Leiming, his heart vibrated inexplicably. Also a survivor of the Uchiha genocide night, I heard that Leiming once fought against his elder brother. Although I heard that it mainly relied on Leiming's summoned beasts, it was still many times better than my own performance at the time. So before Gaara left, Sasuke dodged in front of Leiming. Sasuke fixed his eyes on Leiming, frowned and asked, "You are Leiming?" "Yeah, what's the matter with you?" Leiming faced Sasuke's eyes full of fighting spirit and smiled without pressure. "I want to fight you?" When Sasuke said this, he punched him without hesitation. Boom, Leiming blocked in front of him with one hand, caught it easily, still smiling, and said with a smile, "Is there any need to be so anxious?" Don't look at Leiming's smiling face, but the strength with which he grasped Sasuke's fist in his hand tightened with his 5 fingers. Sasuke's complexion also began to become more and more ugly because his fist was too painful to be pinched, and it hurt more and more. Sasuke reached into the ninja bag with the other hand and was about to pull out the kunai and launch a second attack. "Okay, let's stop here. The fight between you should be on the field, not here." At the same time as the magnetic and pleasant voice sounded, a man with white hair, a mask, and a forehead protector slanted to cover one eye appeared. He pressed Sasuke's head with one hand and lightly tapped Leiming's elbow with the other. Leiming felt a slight numbness in his elbow and subconsciously let go of his hand like an electric shock. Looking up at the white-haired man who didn't know when he appeared, Leiming raised his eyebrows and asked, "Kakashi." "Oh, you know me, that's easy. Can you stop fussing with us, Sasuke, for a while?" Kakashi said in a lazy voice. "Copy Ninja Kakashi said so. What else can I say? See you next time." After Leiming finished speaking, he waved his little hand. Zinyu and Bai followed suit and left slowly. Gaara looked at Kakashi indifferently and said coldly, "Let's go." Gaara turned and left, followed by Kankuro and Temari, but neither of them dared to approach Gaara now. From Gaara's body, the two of them felt a strong murderous intent which made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Although Gaara turned around and left, his expression instantly became hideous, like a beast that wanted to eat people at any time. Gaara covered half of her face with one hand as if trying to suppress her killing intent that was about to erupt at any time. He grinned grinningly and said, "Not yet, there are too many people getting in the way here, next time I will kill them all."
Hehe.
Seeing Leiming and Gaara walking away gradually, Kakashi sighed helplessly and said, "The little ghosts are really scarier than the other." Little Sakura looked at the direction Leiming and Gaara were leaving in doubt. Then looked at Kakashi and asked curiously, "Mr. Kakashi, who are you talking about?" After Kakashi heard the little Sakura's question, he touched his groin, thought for a moment, then spread his hands helplessly and said, "I don't know anyway. I feel that those two little devils are quite dangerous. At least based on your current level, it's better not to provoke them. Especially that kid with red hair, he really knows how to kill. Gyudong no way. How dare they kill people at will in Konoha village?" Uzumaki Naruto said with a slightly blue face when he heard Kakashi's words. Sasuke looked in Leiming's direction unwillingly, then shifted his gaze to Kakashi and asked, "Is the gap between me and Leiming really that big?"
Hi.
"It shouldn't be too young. After all, he trained with Master Tsunade." Kakashi thought for a moment and said in a matter-of-fact manner, "After all, without telling the truth about the gap between Sasuke and Leiming, they would meet again afterwards. If Sasuke is easily overthrown by Leiming, the impact on Sasuke's mind will only be greater." After Sasuke heard Kakashi's words, although he was also shocked to a certain extent, he looked in the direction where Leiming was leaving and his eyes became more determined. In Sasuke's eyes, wanting to avenge the whole family as soon as possible, personally killing Uchiha Itachi, the heinous elder brother, and fighting Leiming is the best reference to identify the strength gap between himself and Uchiha Itachi. Naruto's mentality is really good and he suddenly burned up and asked, "Mr. Kakashi, just now that group of people said the Chunin exam, what do you mean?" Kakashi casually took out 3 stamped pieces of paper from his bosom, handed them to Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura and said, "This is the reference card for the Chunin selection exam. If you are ready, sign up for it, but there are 3 prerequisites. People do it together. Also, the Chunin selection exam is life-threatening, so please think carefully before making a decision." On the second day, Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura, like the original class, arrived at the registration place for the Chunin exam. Naruto, little Sakura, look, aren't they those guys you met yesterday? Little Sakura, it's really them, Sasuke, should we go over and say hello to them? Sasuke, no, although they and I are both survivors of the Uchiha family, we are not familiar with each other. After arriving at the test site, Naruto was not noticed by others, and the first thing that caught his attention was Leiming and the others. There is no way. The appearance of Leiming and his group is outstanding among all the registered contestants. Leiming is not only handsome but also always has a faint smile on his face. Needless to say, Shui Wu Yue Bai, the beauty embryo of a super big beauty, has now begun to show her beauty, with a touch of elegance in every frown and smile. The image of Uchiha Zinyu's smart and cute, naughty and cute sister made many other female contestants from Ninja Village want to tease her. She is probably the youngest among all the contestants. Hyuga Neji leaned against the wall next to him, chuckled softly. It seems that this year's candidates are all very energetic. Zio Li's eyes scanned the scene carefully with blazing flames in his eyes and said, "It is true, there are several of them who are very powerful just looking at them. I really want to fight with them now, a bloody battle between men." I'm on fire. Tianqian helplessly stood beside Zio Li, put one hand on his shoulder and sighed, "Can I ask you not to burn? Once you burn, things will become quite troublesome." At the gate of the Chunin exam, just like the plot of the original novel, there are two people deliberately creating confusion so that the candidates cannot enter the entrance smoothly. Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura looked at each other and walked towards the door together. Two Chunins who were pretending to be troublesome immediately stopped them. Sasuke put on a cool smile and said, "How long do you want to deceive us with illusions? This is the correct entrance for the exam, let us in." "Damn guy, do you want to cause trouble so that everyone misses the time to register for the exam?" The pretender in charge of making trouble threw a murderous punch at Sasuke. Sasuke was not afraid at all. He raised his foot and kicked at the opponent. At this moment, Zio Li suddenly appeared and stood between the two of them, blocked Sasuke's kick with one hand and the pretender's fist with the other. Zio Li raised his head slowly and said, "You two, if you want to do something, please change the place. The time for the exam is coming soon. Can you let us go in first?" "What? When did this kid come here? The speed is so fast." Seeing Zio Li's sudden appearance, Sasuke's pupils shrank subconsciously. "Sasuke is right. I have seen that something is wrong with you two. You are trying to deceive us with illusions. You are 10,000 years too early." Little Sakura dared to attack Sasuke when he saw the other party. He rushed over angrily, put his sword fingers together, put them in front of him and slightly raised them downwards. Shouted illusion solution. As little Sakura unlocked the illusion, the layout was in front of the entrance of the registration classroom and the fog slowly dissipated. HMPH. "Brats, you guys are amazing." The pretender in charge of making trouble changed his hand seal. Boom, boom, two balls of white smoke rose up and the two Chunins changed back to their original form. He smiled and said, "Very good, good insight. What should I do?" "What else can I do? Since everyone has already solved the first test questions, then, everyone please come in." The door opened and Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura walked into the classroom just like the original book, full of excitement and longing. Especially Naruto just stepped into the gate with his front foot. He looked up to the sky and laughed excitedly. "Okay, let's see mine next. I am not afraid of any challenges, ha 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 ha." However, when Naruto and the others came in, the atmosphere in the examination room that greeted them was depressive, tense, and deep. The air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. "Hey, what's going on here?" Naruto was as dull as he felt something was wrong with the atmosphere. Little Sakura strangled Naruto's neck, gritted her teeth and said, "Naruto, you idiot." Then little Sakura sneered at the other examinees who glared at him and explained with a smile, "Aha. Aha, that please don't worry about it because he is an idiot, ahahaha." A man with a bandage on his head in Yinanya village stared at his bloodshot eyes and said, "The brats nowadays are very arrogant. They should be taught a lesson."
Whoosh.
While talking, the man in bandages lowered his body and quickly dodged to rush in front of Naruto and the others. The fist with the special ninja tool punched Naruto mercilessly. Yakashi Kabuto, who was hiding in the dark and observing, saw that the situation was not good and it was the best time for him to make a move. The situation did not go according to Yakashi Kabuto's plan, and before he could do anything, someone had already appeared in front of Naruto. The white figure gracefully dodged in front of Naruto and waved lightly with one hand in front of him. An ice mirror taller than a person was instantly formed, and at the same time, a puck filled with cold chakra hit the bandaged man's face. When the man in bandage saw the ice puck coming, he changed his attack trajectory with his fist. Boom, click, the puck exploded. Bai flew back with Naruto, and the ice mirror that had just blocked them suddenly cracked and shattered into pieces and scattered all over the ground. "Hey, what's the situation?" Naruto was dragged to a safe distance by Shiro, looking around in bewilderment. The man in the bandage looked down at the broken ice scattered on the ground, raised his head, stared at Shiro with his only remaining eye, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Ice escape ninjutsu. It's a great honor to meet a rare species." While speaking, the bandaged man leaned forward again, rolled up his sleeves, and punched Bai's face with his right fist. At the same time, the special ninja tool on the bandaged man's right arm has something invisible in the hole, which is quietly brewing and will explode at any time. Faced with the other party's provocative attack, Bai was not angry but just pushed Naruto's chest lightly with his small hand, pushing Naruto to the vicinity of Leiming and the others. With an elegant smile on his face, Bai didn't even have a seal, just stomped lightly on the ground with one foot. Ha ha ha! Outside Bai's body, an invisible whirlwind immediately rose. The bandaged man aimed at the ultrasonic ninjutsu issued by white hits, all of which were blocked by the invisible whirlwind barrier, and the ultrasonic waves were scattered and then blown away by the whirlwind, spreading to the surroundings. The bandage man's initial moves failed, and he still didn't retreat in spite of the difficulties. Instead, the chakra on his right hand became more and more concentrated, and his fists were more powerful than each attack. Bang 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 bang! When the fist hit the wind wall, it made a dull sound, but it didn't affect the white inside at all. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz noise than noise pollution.
Hi.
He had the same phenomenon as many other shinobi candidates present. Even Sasuke, who always liked to pretend to be cool, frowned at the harsh, high-pitched voice and had to cover his ears with his hands. Little Sakura even tightly covered her ears with both hands, and another rough version of little Sakura in her heart was holding her long hair tightly with both hands and said angrily, "Ah. What the hell is this? What kind of ninjutsu? I can't stand it anymore, ya." Hyuga Neji, Tian Tian, Zio Lee, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, and other Konoha Zio-Okians were all given headaches by the harsh ultrasound. Among the people present, only Leiming and Yakushi Kabuto, who was invisible and pretended to be a transparent person, were the ones who could bear the accidental injury of the ultrasonic wave without changing their expressions. Uchiha, the little girl of the new moon, heard the piercing ultrasound. Although she didn't feel as badly uncomfortable as the others, she definitely wasn't too comfortable. The little girl frowned cutely, raised her little hand high, pointed at the man in bandage and shouted angrily, "You be ****D, don't make noise for me. It's noisy, okay?" Boom, the little girl slapped her furiously and even made a visible blue light palm print. What should I say? It's like a small hand condensed from a blue chakra, getting bigger and bigger. The man in the bandage didn't even have time to dodge. He was slapped hard and flew away and was embedded into the wall with a heavy slap. Ugh, The bandaged man's body was embedded in the wall, one leg was still twitching outside, his one eye rolled white and foam was constantly spitting out from his mouth. What good, what a dreadful brat, who is she? Gyudong, it looks so cute, but how can it be so violent? It's decided, if we meet her in the exam, we'd better take a detour. Uchiha Zenyu's violent performance of Haki shocked many other candidates present. Even Naruto, a heartless guy, looked at Zenyu differently. I was terrified and thought, F***K, I was so violent when I was a child and I will definitely not be able to marry when I grow up. Unless the man who wants to marry her has a broken head, it must be like this. As for Sasuke, he frowned deeply, looked at the young Uchiha Zenyu and secretly compared her with himself at the same time. Obviously, the result is very self-esteem hurt. If Sasuke and Zenyu were placed at the same age, the little girl of Zenyu could slap herself to death. It seems that even if I am the current self, if I don't open Sharingan, it seems that I will probably be easily shot to death by her. On the surface, the little Sakura looked sweet and bright, but the rough version of the little Sakura in her heart clenched her fist with one hand and shouted in admiration, "Well done, that's how it feels." The other Konoha Zio-Okians also have different ideas. Looking at the little girl's eyes, there is admiration and dignity. On the bandage man's side, his companion dragged him off the human-shaped imprint. After waking up the bandage man, he was just about to go back to the place again. A stern male voice rang out, "You useless trash, what do you want to do together? You useless waste, what do you want to do together?" Following the man's loud yelling, all the ninja village candidates present were shocked and turned their eyes. A majestic man with a hooded forehead protector and several terrible scars on his face appeared at the podium at some point. "You weaklings, trash, find a seat for me and sit down, the exam will start soon." When the man said this, he put one hand on the podium and slapped it heavily, making a loud noise. Coupled with his terrifying face, an unquestionable and irresistible aura immediately overwhelming all the ninja candidates present. Appearing with this man are a dozen other chunin in special uniform attire. When the examinees saw the chief examiner coming, although he was very upset that he called them useless and weak, but in order to successfully complete the exam, they were obedient and found a seat to sit down. The man grabbed the chalk on the podium, wrote his name on the blackboard and said, "Let me introduce myself, my name is Morino Yiichi, the head of the torture department of Konoha Village. Next, I will be in charge of the responsibility of the chief examiner of this exam. You incompetent trash idiots, listen to me. I'll only say the test rules once. If I don't hear clearly, I won't repeat it a second time and I won't accept any questions. Did you hear clearly?" Come on, Morino quickly finished speaking. Similar to the original work, the rules and the content of the test questions are basically not much different from the original work. After successfully getting the official examination paper, Leiming looked at the content of the examination paper and subconsciously ticked the corner of his mouth slightly. I thought secretly in my heart, heh. These exam questions are really nostalgic, but this difficulty, it's really too difficult, it's just super class. Isn't the parabola calculation of throwing ninja tools a problem of advanced functions? There is also the problem of changing the tree shadow. What the hell, it's advanced geometry, and this problem has the shadow of calculus. Even if these questions were included in the college entrance examination in my previous life, they are still difficult problems that can scare people to death. These questions are used to test genin, really purely to prevent people from passing the test. It is really to force candidates to cheat. I really don't know how to do it. Even in my student days in my previous life, I couldn't do these topics, let alone me now. I should return all the things I have learned a long time ago, the teacher from the previous life. Although I'm a little embarrassed, sure enough, I'm going to use ninjutsu to cheat. I remember it seems that among this group of exam guys, there is a chunin who knows the answer and is disguised as an examinee. While Leiming was planning to cheat, at the same time, Morino had already raised his hand high and swung it forward. He shouted, "Okay." After explaining the test rules, I announced that the first test of the chunin selection test, the written test, begins. Beep 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 beep. Morino announced the start of the exam after a single stroke, and the examinees below started to act one after another, and the sound of writing papers with the nib of a pen was continuous. "Very well, I found it, it's you, brother. Sharingan." Leiming's method is very simple. Following the method of Sasuke in his previous life, he used Sharingan to copy the movements of the candidates in white clothes sitting in the third row in front. Leiming's hand movements follow naturally, and he absolutely guarantees that the answers written by his hands are 100% correct. Leiming smiled happily and thought to himself, if only I had Sharingan in my previous life, why can't I pass the entrance exams in key universities? Uchiha New Moon and Uchiha Sasuke also found their goal, their men kept moving, and a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of their mouths. The other candidates also showed their special abilities, blind eyes. Optic nerve connection, open the third eye. Secret technique of sand, puppet technique. Bai maintained an elegant smile, looked around and saw that both Leiming and Xinyu were already in action. He smiled and said to himself, everyone is in a good state, shouldn't it be time for me to take action too? Bai gently closed her beautiful eyes, put her hand under the table, made a seal with one hand and said silently in her heart, secret technique. Multiple magic mirror ice crystals. Buzz buzz buzz, following Bai's seal above the head of the man Bai locked on the roof, suddenly a thin, small ice mirror took shape. Then, on the top of the roof, dozens of ice mirrors were formed one after another. After the ice mirrors were formed, the angles were adjusted one by one. Finally, on the desktop of Bai's exam, the last ice mirror showed the answer he wanted. Let me take a look, oh tilde. It turns out that this question is answered in this way. With a smile on his face, he elegantly and calmly copied the answer reflected in the mirror, step by step, and the answer should not be too easy. Among the candidates in the entire examination room, only one person was blowing his head with both hands, his feet were shaking constantly, and his teeth were chattering. That's Uzumaki Naruto, turning blue, shouting in his heart, "Me, what the hell am I going to do?" Uzumaki Naruto sat there, his face was blue, his legs were trembling constantly, and the feeling of panic and fear in his heart continued to rise as the exam time shortened a little bit. He put his head in his hands and shouted in horror, "Me, what should I do?" Leiming, who was sitting in the back, had basically finished answering the questions, and when he noticed the changes in the examination room in a blink of an eye, he smiled. Amused in my heart, I thought, "Aha, ha ha ha." Sigh, taking such a difficult question to test a scumbag is really hard enough for him. Naruto is hesitating and flustered, his eyes have started to look around involuntarily. If he can't find a way to copy the answer, he will pass the test. It is really the biggest crisis in life. However, before Naruto peeked at the answer of Hinata's sister's exam paper, a bitterness flew past his ear. Pooh, dive into the top of the examinee's test paper behind Naruto. An invigilator sitting next to him pressed the record board with one hand and coolly announced, "Candidate number 32 was caught cheating 3 times and will be disqualified from the exam." Why do you say I cheated? Do you have any evidence? The examinee stood up and turned out to be a tall and strong man, shouting at the invigilator who shot kunai at him. Boom, boom. Before the strong man could make any further moves, the invigilator suddenly rushed forward, and almost instantly he put one hand on the strong man's neck, pinning him firmly against the wall and making him unable to move. I tell you, even if we are just chunin, we were specially selected for this exam, and my strength is the best proof. Therefore, we will not be mistaken. If you know that you are strong, give me get out obediently. No. 43, number 86 exit, number 102, number 134, number 72 exit. As the proctors continued to report their numbers, candidates continued to stand up one after another, and many were forced to leave by the examiners. Naruto, who had been sitting in the front row all the time, heard that candidates were being dismissed continuously, and the fear in his heart became more and more magnified. His face was really pale with fright. Sister Hinata next to her kindly exposed half of her paper and said in a low voice, Naruto, take advantage of the confusion and quickly read my paper." Naruto was really moved when he heard Sister Hinata's proposal. From the beginning of the exam to now, he hasn't written a single question. If he doesn't write something up, he will really have to hand in a blank paper. However, just as his gaze was on Sister Hinata's exam paper, Naruto inexplicably felt a cold and sharp gaze staring at him from behind. What was even more frightening was that the pen in the examiner's hand seemed to be ready to record something at any time. "Gyudong, no need, it's okay, Hinata, you don't have to worry about me, I have no problem. Besides, if the examiner finds out that you show me the answer, you will probably be disqualified too." Naruto frightened, he immediately changed his mind and expressed his opinion to Hinata. Hinata looked at Naruto's naked paper but didn't know what to say. After rejecting Hinata's kindness, when Naruto turned his head away, tears streaming down his face, he said sadly, "What to do?" So far, the development of the story has not deviated too much from the original. However, after a candidate's name was called suddenly, the invigilator personally suppressed it, and the candidate turned back and beat him away. The examinee transformed into a black gray-skinned monster, exaggeratedly inflated 3 times with spiral horns growing out of his head and a mouth full of sharp fangs. "You dare to sabotage my uncle's exam, I'll kill you guys." The man who turned into a monster was as strong as a bear, more than 3 meters tall, and his arms were as thick as a bucket. Long, sharp nails grew from the fingertips of his huge palm, and he slapped all the ninjas in the seat in front of him. Unfortunately, Leiming was sitting in front of him, facing the sudden change behind him. Leiming calmly grabbed behind him with one hand, and the special wristband on his wrist was released with spatial fluctuations. A gigantic épée. Leiming grabbed the hilt and blocked it backwards at will. Boom, boom. The invisible shock wave exploded towards the surroundings, flying away an unknown number of candidates. Leiming closed his eyes and held the sword in one hand and sighed helplessly. Is it Orochimaru's test product? Really, I said you can't let me take the exam with peace of mind. Besides, what are you doing to provoke Orochimaru? What did he eat for you? Be careful, you will die. The examinee, who turned into a monster, became angry when he saw that the attack was blocked by Leiming. He yelled, "What? Orochimaru is not Orochimaru's. I don't know. Leiazi is extremely upset seeing you now. Boy, don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me with a bigger toy. I will tear you apart. Toy. Well, since you think so, I'll let you see how powerful the toy is." Leiming held the hilt of the big sword in his right hand and flicked it upwards. Brush. A sword light slashed from bottom to top, unexpectedly cutting out a faint blue sword light. Squeak squeak, the blue sword light slashed at the monster man's body surface, and the slash produced the effect of sparks flying. The monster man was slashed by the sword light and slid backwards for more than 10 meters, knocking over many tables and chairs used for the exam behind him. But the monster man's body was not injured at all. The monster man slapped his chest twice with his big hand, making the sound of gold and iron clashing. Leiming frowned slightly, looked at the monster man and whispered to himself, "Do you have the ability like steel skin and iron bones?" The monster man spat out a mouthful of saliva on the ground in disdain and said with a sneer, "Let me just say, a toy is a toy. How much damage can it have?"
HMPH.
Is that really the case? Leiming smiled with his mouth slightly upturned, holding the sword on his shoulder. The monster man strode forward and rushed towards Leiming aggressively and was about to rush in front of Leiming. Suddenly, the monster lost control of its body and almost failed to stand still. A mouthful of bright red blood gushed out from its mouth. "Ah, what's going on? How could I get hurt?" The monster man looked at his chest in disbelief. There was obviously no scratch or scratch. Why did he suddenly vomit blood? The man who sold him the special medicine once showed him the experimental results in front of him. After the experimental subject took the medicine, the bandits who besieged him with hundreds of people were completely killed by the experimental subject. For the bandits who besieged the experimental body, any weapons in their hands, even heavy weapons, would be ineffective. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that the épée that Leiming took out was a toy. This made the monster man puzzled. Then he stared at Leiming fiercely as if he wanted to wait for Leiming to give him a reasonable explanation. The corner of Leiming's mouth curled up playfully, looked at the monster man and said with a smile, "Do you want to know why? It's very simple. You can also learn medical ninjutsu." After saying this, Leiming rushed forward with a short body and quick steps. The épée in his hand suddenly disappeared and he flipped the palms of his left and right hands and two daggers emerged. With mysterious steps under his feet while circling around the monster man, the daggers in both hands were like lightning. Swipe, swipe, swipe! There was a burst of flickering like a storm, waiting for Leiming to pass by. The daggers in both hands fluttered in a beautiful sword flower, and the daggers were retracted into the seal on the wrist. The monster man waited until Leiming left, then realized later, turned his head to look over with difficulty, and said shyly, What did you do to me?" With a smile on the corner of Leiming's cool mouth, he replied, "It's nothing, it's just a simple use of chakra scalpel."
Ja.
Chakra scalpel, is this the power of medical ninjutsu? When did medical ninja become so powerful? After listening to Leiming's pen-loaded answer, the monster man spurted out another mouthful of old blood. There were a large amount of blue chakra that could be seen from all over his body, and he spurted out madly like he didn't want money. The whole body of the monster man is like a fountain. After spraying out all the chakra in his body returns to a normal human shape and he falls forward. During the whole process of Leiming's fight just now, Hyuga Neji watched with open eyes until the monster man fell to the ground. Neji kept his eyes open, looked at the fallen monster man and said in a low voice, Is this the legendary Uchiha Leiming who has been wandering outside to practice with Master Tsunade? Unexpectedly, he can use medical ninjutsu to such an extent. Leiming's chakra sword light does not attack the monster man's body surface, but an infiltration attack similar to Gentle Fist. An attack that can penetrate the skin. With this kind of attack, no matter how strong the body's surface defense is, it's useless. Just a moment ago when I crossed the body with that monster, all the main chakra meridians in his whole body were cut off together. All the berserk chakra that existed in the monster's body before was released violently. So naturally, it will not be able to maintain the powerful state it was before. And not only that, from the estimation of Leiming's body speed, his real speed is not much slower than Xiao Li. Tian Tian and Xiao Li, who were standing nearby, listened carefully to Neji's analysis. Xiao Li didn't understand the dignified expression of pretending to understand, nodded and clenched his fist with one hand and said, "I didn't expect Uchiha Leiming to be such a powerful person. I really want to have a duel between men with him. Oh, I'm burning again already." Tianqian sighed, stroked his forehead with his little hand and said with a headache, "Xiao Li, you are here again." I said, "Are you sure you really understood the analysis Neji just said?" Seeing that Tianqian doubted his ability to understand, Xiao Li nodded seriously and said, "Of course I understand. Didn't Neji say that Leiming is very strong? He is an opponent worthy of my all-out effort." Following Leiming's success in suppressing the monster man, the order of the examination room was restored. Under Morino's personal command, the examinees took their seats again. I don't know what kind of medicine he took, and the transformed monster man was also specially escorted out to accept due interrogation. As expected of a brat who trained under Master Tsunade, at this age, he has a fighting power comparable to that of a special Jonin. The power level of that guy's transformation into a monster just now, even if it is me, it will take a lot of effort to successfully suppress it. Before Morino was ready to deliver his final speech like the original, he took a deep look at Leiming and thought to himself. After reading Leiming in one stroke, Morino immediately delivered a large speech similar to the original work, and finally asked sharply, "So, the last question I will give you is, do you want to stick to the last question?" The plot here is not much different from the original story. Under Morino's series of mental oppression, many candidates present felt resigned and their spirits were shaken. But Uzumaki Naruto, a brainless guy, took a gamble, slapped his palm on the table heavily and swore loudly, "I have always been straightforward. This is my way of ninja. I have to be a genin for the rest of my life and I admit it, I want to take the last test." Chirping, Naruto said something similar to the original. Mori confirmed that all the people present, under the influence of Naruto, became firm again and did not waver. Looking at all the other invigilators present, they looked at each other and nodded and smiled happily. "Since everyone has chosen to stay and take the last question, I announce. You all passed the first written test of the Chunin selection test." Hearing the announcement of his passing, Naruto was stunned for a moment on the spot and then he clenched his fists and cheered happily, saying, "Yeah, that's great. I passed the test, I succeeded." It wasn't long before Naruto was joyful, when suddenly a spherical object smashed the window from outside the window of the examination room and rushed into the classroom. Inside the spherical object was a woman with a super good figure. She threw out 4 kunai with her hands and feet, opened the huge curtain that wrapped her and opened it in front of everyone. The beauty raised her fists high and introduced herself cheerfully. "Okay, I am the chief examiner of the second exam, Mitarashi Anko, come with me, everyone." Everyone present stared at Anko with wide eyes. There were not a few people who twitched the corners of mouth like a little sakura, and the atmosphere was instantly cold. Morino walked out of the curtain slowly and whispered behind Anko, "Please figure out the situation." Mitarashi Anko's originally beautiful and excited face suddenly flushed with embarrassment because of this sentence. "I am really embarrassed." How embarrassing? However, Anko's thick skin is not covered. After a short embarrassment, he immediately changed his face into a sneer, glanced at all the candidates present and said to Morino, "A total of 84 groups of candidates passed." Hey, I said the number of people is too much." Mori closed his eyes and said with a smile, "That's because this year's candidates are excellent." It doesn't matter anyway in my field test, at least half of it can be cleared, Anko smiled sinisterly. Changing the examination room, Leiming and the others followed Anko to transfer the examination room and reached the center of Konoha village. This is the test site for the second test, also known as the Forest of Death. Anko introduced the test rules like the original book, and then asked everyone to go to the tent over there one by one to get the earth coiling axis. After receiving the scroll, Naruto really followed the development of the original book because he imitated Anko's movements and swayed, causing Anko to fly out a handful of kunai, brushing Naruto's cheek and flying over. Anko flashed in front of Naruto, showing a dangerous smile and said with a smile, "Little brother, the exam here is very dangerous. As your senior and teacher, I would like to advise you don't do these deadly behaviors. Otherwise life will be in danger at any time, do you understand?" "Gyudong, I know I got it, teacher," Naruto said with a stiff face from fright. At this moment, a man's head stretched out from behind Anko, sticking out a long tongue from his mouth, rolled up a handful of kunai and handed it to Anko, saying, "Teacher, give back kunai to you." Anko smiled brightly and said with a smile, "Thank you, but don't blame me for not warning you. I really hate when people appear behind me silently. Next time maybe I will kill you by mistake." Hearing Anko's menacing words, the man stretching his neck didn't show any fear at all, and he replied calmly, "I'm really sorry, teacher. I get excited when I smell blood, so I couldn't bear it for a while. Don't hold back, come here."
Oh.
"Do you like the smell of blood? How about letting me bleed you?" On the neck of the man stretching his neck behind Anko, at some point an extra long sword stood on it. Leiming stood coolly behind the man, also with a bright smile on his face, and said with a smile, the long-necked man standing behind Anko, when his neck was held by Leiming's long sword, there was a golden light in his eyes and the murderous aura in his body subconsciously radiated out. This incomparably powerful murderous aura immediately made Anko's hair stand on end, and he pulled the little Sakura who was already frightened by the long-necked man's murderous aura and whose legs were weak. There is also Sasuke with a stiff body and Naruto with trembling legs. He leaped forward and jumped to a safe distance. Anko pulled out his kunai nervously, stared at the long-necked man warily and said, "Who the hell are you?" Facing the cold and murderous outburst of the man with the long neck, Leiming was not affected at all. Instead, he said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, "Master Orochimaru, you really made it easy for us to find you. I followed Master Tsunade and Master Jiraiya who scattered and looked for you from another direction. I have been looking for you for 5 or 6 years. I never imagined that you would meet today. Show yourself here in person. May I ask, what is your purpose for coming here?" "What, Orochimaru? Hey, are you kidding me? Hurry up and call for reinforcements." When Anko heard that it was Orochimaru's name, his whole body tensed up and he immediately ordered his subordinates to block the examination room. Anko knew Leiming's identity. Since Leiming said that, there must be his judgment or clues that he didn't know, so Anko immediately chose to believe Leiming. The long-necked man stood up slowly, not caring whether there was a sword in Leiming's hand resting on his neck. He looked at Leiming with dangerous eyes, showed a soft smile and said with a smile, "What, Orochimaru? I don't know. Little brother, did you find the wrong person? Other people don't know, so I don't know. We have read the original anime in our previous life," Leiming thought with such disgust in his heart. But he still kept a confident smile on his face and said with a smile, "Oh, I don't know. That's very simple. Please stand there and don't move, okay? I have already sent the news of your coming to the Chunin examination room to Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama. Unfortunately, the two of them are talking about old times in Konoha's tavern. Believe me, they will definitely come to confirm in person soon after receiving the news." Hearing Leiming's statement, the long-necked man frowned slightly and glanced at Sasuke, who was protected by Anko behind his back. "Oh, duo. Master Orochimaru, don't look at Sasuke. I'm here. I can't make you happy," Leiming said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Are the children of today so confident? Thousand shadow snake hands." The long-necked man suddenly twisted his arms, turning into dozens of long snakes with sharp fangs and biting towards Leiming. Leiming's eyes had blue lightning flashes and he shouted in a low voice, "Thousand birds. Thunder. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Boom." Kayandoryu shouted. Leiming's body was blasted with powerful electric current, countless branches of electric current exploded, and at the same time the backhand sword light, thunder and lightning exploded, bursting out with powerful explosive power. The dozens of long snakes shot out by the long-necked man were instantly pierced by the lightning from the dense tree branches, and the long-necked man turned over and backed away. When he regained his foothold, the clothes on his body had become tattered in many places, and half of the human skin mask he was wearing was blown off by the explosion just now, revealing the face of Orochimaru himself below. Orochimaru simply tore off the few human skin masks left on his face without any irritation on his face and asked with a very happy smile, "The one you just used was Chidori. If I remember correctly, it should be Kakashi's ninjutsu, right?" On the sword in Leiming's hand, there was blue smoke rising from the sword because of the ninjutsu blast thunder just released. Leiming retracted the sword into the seal of the wristband, followed by a metal hilt. In his hand, the thunder chakra was input, buzzing. A blue sword light grew out, shaping into a lightning blade like a blue laser sword. Then Leiming smiled and said, "Well, how should I put it? The Chidori I developed is a bit different from Kakashi. Although the main inspiration comes from Kakashi, yes it is."
HMPH, brat, you're very courageous.
"Then let's practice. I hope you don't die so easily." Orochimaru suddenly moved at a high speed, circling around Leiming, and from time to time a bunch of flying snakes are released to attack. "Master Orochimaru, don't worry about this. Although I can't beat you now, I'm still somewhat sure of keeping my life under your hands." Leiming opened Sharingan's eyes, gripped the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands, and the lightning blade swirled and danced lightly and deftly. But from the outside, it looks like a Jedi Knight in the movie Star Wars. Buzz, buzz, buzz. No matter how many flying snakes come over, they are all cut into pieces and there is no chance of a second attack. It is impossible here that Lion Majesty, who was cut into two pieces in a movie, can fly to assassinate the protagonist. Occur. Orochimaru gave up the long-distance attack, rushed to Leiming at a high speed, spit out the grass pheasant sword from his mouth and started a textbook-style offensive and defensive close combat with Leiming. Ding 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 ding! The more Orochimaru hit, the more he was amazed. His eyes greedily stared at Leiming's 3-Tomo Sharingan and his saliva was about to flow out. Heh 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 heh. As expected of a Sharingan who has reached the 3-Gu Jade, you can see through all my movements, right? You can see through my movements. This is the strength of Sharingan. However, your eyes can keep up with my speed and your body can also keep up. By the standards of a kid, you are already very powerful. Orochimaru pressed the Kusanagi sword against Leiming's lightning blade in his hand and deliberately leaned closer to his face and smiled. Leiming also leaned closer to the smiling face and said with a smile, "Thank you, Master Orochimaru, for your compliment. There are still many areas for improvement. Please give me some pointers."
Have.
He's such an interesting kid. If you hadn't grown up, I really wanted to take you by my side. Orochimaru's pheasant sword in his hand increased his strength and approached, and there was a look of crazy greed flickering in the vertical pupils of the golden snake eyes. Oh, Orochimaru-sama, don't look at him like this, he will be shy." Leiming smiled, not afraid of Orochimaru's gaze locked on his face. Ding 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 ding. As expected of a genius of the Uchiha clan, even my magic weapon Kusanagi sword can't cut off his lightning style. Is this the feeling of the fairy art chakra? After the close combat, Orochimaru felt the celestial chakra from the lightning blade in Leiming's hand. Although there is only a little bit of it, it does exist. What a terrifying talent. Have you touched the threshold of fairy art at such a young age? Orochimaru thought in shock. At the same time, the power to fight against Leiming began to grow stronger and there was already a murderous intent in his heart. Suddenly, Orochimaru's snake-eyed pupils shrank suddenly and he felt that 3 very familiar chakra were approaching here at high speed. Orochimaru's face quickly turned cold and he sighed, "I wanted to play with you for a while, but unfortunately those troublesome guys are coming, so let's make a quick decision." Orochimaru suddenly approached and pressed down the Kusanagi sword with all his strength, suppressing the lightning blade in Leiming's hand, stomping heavily on the ground, and the ground immediately turned into a swamp. Leiming's feet were immediately sunk in it and he couldn't extricate himself from it. Dozens of long snakes suddenly came out from under the swamp, entangled Leiming's body tightly. "Do you want to entangle me like this? Master Orochimaru, you underestimate me too much." "Chidori." Leiming, who was entangled, still looked at Orochimaru calmly and smiled. Squeak squeak. But at the next moment, Leiming's face suddenly changed because he found that his Chidori style had no lethal effect on the snake wrapped around his body. Orochimaru showed a bloodthirsty and excited smile on his face and said with a smile, "Hey, hey, hey, no matter how good your lightning-style ninjutsu is, there is always a way to restrain you." The grass pheasant sword in his hand suddenly stood up, aiming at Leiming's heart and piercing it fiercely. Orochimaru held the sword in one hand, opened the other hand, and grabbed Leiming's eyes. This is a posture to take Leiming's Sharingan away. Leiming turned pale with fright when he saw that Orochimaru was going to take his Sharingan. However, the next moment, when Orochimaru stuck his fingers into Leiming's eyes, the scream that Orochimaru had always liked to hear the most did not sound. Instead, Orochimaru saw a smile on Leiming's face, that familiar, tricky smile. Orochimaru was too familiar with Leiming's smile, and it was the same smile that Jiraiya had when he succeeded in tricks. Therefore, Orochimaru instinctively felt the danger and wanted to back away. "Do you want to leave now? It's too late. This is one of the ultimate moves I prepared specifically for those who want to capture the Sharingan. Lightning style, Spiral Thunderball." Boom! At the dancing of Leiming's body, suddenly there was a group of blue balls emitting dazzling light. The light even directly penetrated Leiming's body and could be seen. The blue light sphere instantly expanded, covering everything within a radius of 5 meters. From a distance, it looks like a zoomed-in Rasengan, but it's the chakra of thunder that's slicing through it with crazy piercings all over the inside. The duration of the Spiral Thunderball is not as long as Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, only about 3 seconds. But it was enough. In just 3 seconds, Orochimaru's body was riddled with holes and he fell to pieces in the big pit on the ground. "Damn it, did that kid kill Orochimaru?" Anko exclaimed with his eyes wide open, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. On the ground not far away on the other side, a figure popped out suddenly. Leiming calmly patted the dust off his body and sighed wryly. "As expected, he is indeed the legendary Sannin. He is really difficult to deal with. Get him out of here." "What? Orochimaru escaped again?" Anko didn't even have time to worry about how Leiming got away just now. Even though he used such powerful ninjutsu, he seemed to die with Orochimaru but finally reappeared unscathed. He rushed over to the pit and turned Orochimaru's body over. Sure enough, the mouth of Orochimaru's corpse was wide open in front of him, and there was a hole the size of a person where his head was facing the ground. Danko looked at the big hole in the big pit in front of him, which could be passed by one person. He stared and gritted his teeth angrily. He cursed at the hole, and he almost greeted the 18th generation of Orochimaru's ancestors. Just a moment later, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Third Hokage rushed here one after another. Of course, they also saw the big hole where Orochimaru escaped. Tsunade pouted unhappily and said, "Really, after so many years, that guy still has that annoying personality." Jiraiya smiled wryly and said, "Orochimaru is really good at looking for opportunities and even took advantage of the outbreak of Leiming's unique skill to escape smoothly. However, I believe he is not far away." While saying this, Jiraiya glanced at Sasuke, who was standing in the distance. Jiraiya believed that through the fight with Uchiha Leiming, Orochimaru's idea of getting Sharingan will definitely become more determined. Third Hokage looked at the cave with a sad face, looking at Sasuke and the direction of the stone statue carved in Konoha village Hokage rock. To be honest, he really didn't want to destroy Orochimaru, the most proud disciple in his life, with his own hands. Although Orochimaru is not a good thing, it is undeniable that Orochimaru's talent in ninjutsu can be called a top scientist level. The 3 strongest beings in Konoha village, after a brief meeting, immediately discussed a discussion, faced all the students who came to take the exam, and announced that the exam would continue. Candidates huffed like the original when they rushed into the examination room. In a grove hundreds of meters away from here, at the trunk of a big tree, suddenly something wriggled slowly, separated from the trunk, and fell to the ground with a plop. Orochimaru, who fell to the ground, was not as easy as Tsunade and Jiraiya imagined, and even Orochimaru couldn't stand it if he ate Leiming's unique Spiral Thunder Ball head-on. Orochimaru coughed up blood and said to himself with a miserable smile, puff, cough, cough, really, really amazing, Uchiha Leiming this kid, maybe he's even more talented than Itachi. The lightning-style ninjutsu developed by that kid, what kind of ninjutsu is it? Why is it so powerful, even my super recovery ability can't handle it, kekikek. It's all worth it though, just wait until I get Sasuke, I'll have Sharingan too.
Cough cough cough.
This is Orochimaru, who has a recovery ability comparable to high-speed regeneration. If replaced by someone else, even if he is not dead, he will be completely immobile. In fact, if Jiraiya sees the ninjutsu used by Leiming, Jiraiya will definitely recognize it. Because the characteristics are too obvious, isn't that Rasengan's advanced ninjutsu? Of course, Orochimaru is not without his guess. He also suspects that the last blow that Leiming gave him was Rasengan's advanced ninjutsu, but he is not sure. Closer to home, back to the Chunin selection exam site. Because of Leiming's troubles, Sasuke was not cursed by Orochimaru. Therefore, Sasuke and Naruto's team were not as miserable as the original book, and they passed the outer trials of the Death Forest ahead of schedule. 3 days later, a team of ninja squads stood in the competition tower, listening to Third Hawkage's lecture. Finally, a sickly coughing man stood in the middle of the arena and announced the start of the game. The first round of competition, Red Copper Armor vs Sasuke, please come to the competition venue to compete. Yes, the two responded at the same time and walked to the arena below. The Red Copper Armor had blue flames rising from both hands and ran towards Sasuke. With blue flames in both hands, it kept grabbing towards Sasuke's body. Sasuke's dodging speed is much more flexible than the original book because Sasuke lacks the encumbrance of the curse seal. All the Red Copper Armor's grapple movements can't catch Sasuke. The speed and frequency of Red Copper Armor's attack are much higher than those in the original book. After the two fought for about 10 minutes, Sasuke clearly felt his body, which became dull and weak. The Sharingan that Commander assisted in the battle was always on, so he knew very well who was the culprit for his current situation. Damn it, that guy's ability is a bit troublesome. Is it possible to devour other people's chakras ability? Although the attack power is limited, but if he continues to consume it like this, my body will not be able to bear it. While carefully avoiding the capture of the Red Copper Armor, Sasuke's mind was running rapidly, thinking about how to deal with it. Suddenly, when Sasuke looked up at the spectators above, he spotted Xiao Li and Leiming. Sasuke's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light and the corners of his mouth turned up. There is a way. Sasuke challenged the Red Copper Armor, are you ready to die? Red Copper Armor sneered, HMPH. Kid, have you finally decided to fight head-on? Come on, let me suck all your chakra at once. Sasuke and the Red Copper Armor ran towards each other. Just when the Red Copper Armor was ready to capture Sasuke at any time, Sasuke's figure suddenly disappeared from his eyes. Almost in an instant, Sasuke dodged to the front and bottom of the Red Copper Armor and kicked the Red Copper Armor's chin fiercely with his feet facing the sky, kicking him high into the air on the spot. But this is not over yet. The next move Sasuke uses is not the original lion combo. Instead, he lowered his waist, stepped forward with his legs and kicked his feet on the ground with all his strength. Boom. The ground was directly trampled, cracks in the spider's web exploded and Sasuke's body rocketed into the sky. Clenching a fist with his right hand, the blue chakra was highly condensed on the right fist and punched hard at the back of the Red Copper Armor. Look at me, weird power fist. Boom, the Red Copper Armor was hit in the back of the heart by the strange force fist, and the body shot straight to the roof like a cannonball and was embedded in it fiercely. The body of the Red Copper Armor was inlaid on the wall of the roof with a bang by Sasuke's strange punch. From the human-shaped pit, gravel kept falling down at the end of the year. The inlay was quite magnetic and it did not fall for a long time. At the same time, Sasuke, who had returned to the ground, had not had time to feel the joy of victory when he suddenly felt a piercing pain all over his body. It's not just the pain from the muscles but also from the bones that were used just now when he launched the strange power fist. For example, the bones of the legs, the bones of the arm, the metacarpal bones of the right hand, etc. Anyway, as long as the bones are used, they all hurt. Sasuke suddenly felt so painful that he couldn't stand still and was about to fall backwards. Brush, Kakashi dodges behind Sasuke in an instant and makes him sit down on his own. Sasuke endured the excruciating pain desperately and laughed at himself. Hiss, it hurts. It seems that these tricks are not easy to use. The side effects are too great. Standing behind Sasuke, Kakashi whispered coolly, well, this is probably the so-called terrifyingness of the blood of the Uchiha clan. Did you copy all of Xiao Li's physical skills during the short fight with Xiao Li? Also, the last strange power punch just used should be Master Tsunade's move. However, the force technique is useless. The amount of chakra and the moment of choosing the burst, some are not well controlled. That's why the side effects are so big. So is the target of the imitation of the trick behind Uchiha Leiming. I heard that he fought against Orochimaru last time and was Sasuke's scene. Orochimaru, who was pretending to be the Otanin leader standing in the viewing area above, excitedly stretched out his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth after seeing Sasuke's excellent performance. In Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils there is this crazy greedy look that keeps flickering, and he said to himself, "It's really great, Sasuke, it really is the best container in my fancy. I want you more and more." Soon, medical ninjas rushed in and one of them looked up at the roof and exclaimed, "Oh my god, what kind of battle is it to hit people on the roof?" Teacher Agai screamed strangely, rushed to the roof, grabbed the back collar of the red copper armor and tore him off like a sticker, tearing off the red copper armor directly. Then his figure flickered, landed on the ground, threw the red copper armor to the medical ninja and said, "They all performed well and a duel between men was held." As he said that, Mr. Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up, showing his white teeth and said, "Kakashi, you did a good job. You taught Sasuke very well. You are worthy of my opponent in my life." Kakashi just squatted down calmly and pinched the bones of Sasuke's whole body to confirm that Sasuke was not seriously injured before standing up again. Then Kakashi looked at Mr. Guy with puzzled eyes and asked, Guy, why did you get down? Did you say anything to me just now?" "Come out." Teacher Guy turned around with tears streaming down his face, looked up at a 45-degree angle, looked into the air and clenched his fists, and said to himself in his heart moved by hypnosis. The medical ninja approached Sasuke and Kakashi and asked, "Master Kakashi, please let us take Sasuke back for treatment. He has multiple soft tissue injuries all over his body, muscle strains and slight bone fractures. The injuries are quite serious. Please rest assured that we will give Sasuke the best treatment." Because of Leiming's troubles, Orochimaru did not plant a curse mark on Sasuke, so Kakashi hesitated whether to let Sasuke accept the treatment of ordinary medical ninjas. Sasuke didn't want to be taken down so easily. There are many games that he wants to watch, such as Leiming, Gaara, Xiao Li and so on, so Sasuke immediately protested no. "Kakashi-sensei, I want to stay." Kakashi, who understands Sasuke's thinking, immediately understands Sasuke's thinking. Shiro, who came down together, showed an elegant and warm smile and said with a smile, "Master Kakashi, please rest assured I can heal Sasuke's injury." "Is it okay? Are you going to play next?" Kakashi asked. Bai still kept a gentle smile and said with a smile, "It's okay, for me the treatment of this kind of injury has long been practiced." Uchiha Zinyu next to her curled her lips and said in a slightly upset heart, "Nonsense, of course practice makes perfect. We practice with Master Tsunade, and the speed of learning other abilities may be average. But the healing ability is absolutely super strong. Otherwise, it would be difficult to successfully survive the training project arranged by Master Tsunade under Master Tsunade." Sure enough, the green light of Bai's hands lit up, and just a few minutes after pressing on Sasuke's back, Sasuke felt that the injuries all over his body were recovering rapidly, and the pain he felt before was gone. After another 10 minutes, Sasuke's injuries had completely healed, and he stood up miraculously, moved his hands and feet and was able to run and jump. Even Sasuke, who always likes to pretend to be cool, showed gratitude and admiration and gave Shiro a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Your medical ninjutsu is really amazing." In the face of everyone's praise, Bai just kept a gentle smile and said with a smile, "Thank you for your compliments. My grades are not worth mentioning. In fact, Master Tsunade once said that when it comes to the talent of medical ninjutsu, Master Zinyu is ours. The best of the several." Leiming rubbed Xinyu's cute little head with his hands fondly and said with a smile, "Yes, Xinyu is the strongest in medical ninjutsu, but unfortunately this girl always likes to be lazy, so among us medical ninjutsu is the best. It's still white." Xinyu stuck out her little tongue cutely, pushed Leiming's hand away, wrinkled her cute little nose and said, "It's disgusting. Brother Leiming, you messed up his hair." Orochimaru stood on the high platform and looked at Leiming and others below. When he saw Bai's amazing performance of medical ninjutsu, the corners of his mouth rose evilly and he smiled and said to himself, as expected of Tsunade, he has cultivated some good talents. Sasuke's injuries were quickly healed and everyone moved back to the high platform together. The referee teacher in charge of the game stood on the field again, waiting for the big screen to screen the list of players. The next match, Minazuka vs Hyuga Hinata, please come down and compete. Yes, Shiro and Hinata replied together. When the two of them stood on the playing field, one was elegant and gentle with a gentle smile all the time and the other looked weak and timid. It is really the person who makes all the spectators feel bad for them. Therefore, there were people in the stands cheering for both of them. Under the signal of the referee, Bai and Hinata stood close to each other and stood opposite each other, drew from the middle with their big hands and shouted, "The game begins." Bai took the lead in speaking softly, "For your own good, little sister, let's admit defeat. Sister really doesn't want to hurt a cute girl like you." Hinata took 2 deep breaths, put on a posture and said seriously, "Thank you for your concern, sister. Please don't be polite to me. Please seriously fight. Come on." Bai shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Okay, since you insist on this, I can only use some means." Hinata Bai's eyes opened, his hands were spread out and his sword fingers were brought together, aiming at the acupoints around Bai's body that could control the flow of chakra, and it was Hyuga's acupressure hand. With a helpless smile on his white face, he dodged left and right in a small area, easily dodging all the bloody hands of Sister Hinata. Kakashi, who was standing in the stands watching the game, commented, "The Hyuga family's blood-spotting hands, in essence, rely on supercilious eyes to see the chakra running meridians in the opponent's body, and tap the acupoints to subdue the opponent. Theoretically, the acupoints are right. It is not difficult to kill the opponent in an instant." After Kakashi's explanation, Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura all understood the ability of rolling eyes. Sasuke grabbed the railing of the guardrail with both hands, looked at the almost one-sided competition below, frowned and said, "Hyuga's acupuncture points are powerful, but looking at the competition below, if you can't hit the opponent smoothly, no matter how powerful the attack method is, it will be useless." Kakashi looked at the competition below, then shook his head and said, "Indeed, no matter how powerful ninjutsu is, it's useless if you can't hit the enemy. What's more, the gap between Hinata and Shiro is too big, she will never win." Although Bai has no white eyes, but she is Master Tsunade's disciple, and she is also very clear about the positions of all the important acupuncture points on the human body. Hinata can roughly judge where the important acupuncture points are going to attack her, so Hinata has no chance of winning. All her attempts, people can make advanced predictions at all. Hyuga acupuncture points of the Hyuga family, in essence, is to drive your own chakra into the opponent's body to cause damage to the enemy. If you can't hit the opponent for a long time, it will also consume a lot of energy. Hyuga Hinata in the competition below, as Kakashi analyzed, has gradually entered a state of fatigue. His forehead is full of sweat, and the frequency of tired panting is getting faster and faster. "Aren't you going to give up? Sister Hinata, you are really persistent. Sigh, I didn't want to be rough on you so that you would retreat. It seems that it can't be done." Secret technique. Cold Tide. Seeing that Sister Hinata did not intend to give up at all, Bai had no choice but to use ninjutsu in order to end the match as soon as possible, putting one hand behind his back and saying in a low voice, "Boom." Taking Bai as the origin, there is an invisible cold air that spreads in all directions. Hinata's sister, Ma-Jonin, who is closest to Bai, shivered shiveringly and exhaled white air from his mouth. Hiss. "It's so cold." Sister Hinata has been in a state of full attack. Although she never managed to touch Shiro, her physical strength and chakra were exhausted and her whole body was almost drenched in sweat. Suddenly being enveloped by such a strong cold air, it was like pouring a large bucket of water on yourself and jumping into a cold storage that was so cold that the water could drip into ice. That feeling. Just don't be too exciting. If you don't believe me, interested students can learn more about winter swimming in winter, and you will know the power if you try it yourself. Sister Hinata is Sister Hinata. Even though she is in the cold air of Shiro's ninjutsu power, she still has no intention of giving up. Instead, he bit his lip, desperately endured the biting cold, and increased the attack frequency of Hyuga's acupuncturist. Bai shook his head helplessly, and the dodging speed of his body began to gradually increase, and he said with a headache, "What a persistent girl, oh. Your endurance is really amazing. Generally, ninjas can bear my cold tide and it takes less than 3 days. I can't stand it for a minute. There is no other way since you are unwilling to give up, sister. I can only deal with it seriously." Ice escape ice coffin. Bai suddenly stopped dodging, formed a seal with one hand, and an unbearably strong cold air burst out from her body, even blowing a strong white cold air and ice mist. Sister Hinata took advantage of this opportunity to resist the cold, regardless of the frost that condensed on her body. Desperately playing all his Hyuga acupressure skills, Shiro in the ice mist didn't even make any defenses, allowing all the attacks of Hinata's sister to hit himself, and pointed the other hand at Hinata's body in front of him. Bang 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 bang! Hinata also tried to exchange wounds for wounds and hardwired Shiro's palm that contained a strong cold air. When Hyuga's acupressure hand touched Shiro's body, it didn't feel like it was hitting, but it was more like hitting on armor. Boom! Ka, bang! Sister Hinata hit Shiro with all her strength, and her body suddenly turned into a white ice sculpture, cracked inch by inch, and exploded into ice cubes that fell to the ground. Obviously, before casting the ice coffin, Bai made another preparation, that is, casting the ice clone technique. Using the ice clone to block all the attacks of Hinata's sister, his own body hid in the ice on the ground at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. But for Sister Hinata, several huge ice cubes suddenly rose under her feet and she was locked in an ice coffin made of ice cubes. He stared helplessly at the outside of the ice coffin. A beautiful figure slowly emerged from the frozen ground, but he couldn't do anything. Hinata, who was sealed in the ice coffin, was unable to move as if he had been immobilized but was actually frozen to death. In Bai Shijin's ice coffin, the temperature inside is second to none. The key lies in its ability to quickly absorb the body temperature of the creatures sealed inside. This is Shiro's mercy, otherwise, Sister Hinata might die due to the rapid loss of body temperature. Sister Hinata, who was sealed in the ice coffin, was also very strange and regretful. Why didn't she realize that it was Bai's ice clone who was attacking with all her strength just now? Isn't Baiyan able to see through all the meridians and blood vessels in the human body? Why can't see through the white ice clone? The ninja who was in charge of acting as the referee stepped forward to check with Bai smiled and nodded. Loudly proclaimed, Hyuga Hinata loses combat power, Minazuka Shiro wins. After the match, Bai personally stepped forward, once again formed a seal with one hand and pressed lightly with the other hand on the ice coffin. The ice coffin exploded with a bang and Hinata's body collapsed limply. Her Jonin instructor, Kuroyuki, hugged Hinata immediately and asked with concern, "How is it? Hinata, are you okay?" Sister Hinata smiled weakly, "Teacher, I'm so sorry I lost." Yuehong gently touched Hinata's head and said with a smile, "Silly boy, it's okay, I lost this time. Just go back and practice hard to become stronger." Bai also smiled beside her and said, "Don't worry, Sister Hinata didn't suffer any serious injuries, it's just a temporary imbalance in body temperature caused by my ninjutsu. A little treatment with my medical ninjutsu will recover immediately." Everyone took Sister Hinata back to the high platform, where the big screen of the competition scrolled the subtitles again. After several rounds of less important competitions, the new battle subtitles appeared, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. The next round of competition, Uchiha Zinyu vs Tianqian. Please come and compete with the two contestants. When Tianqian and Zinyu arrived at the competition venue, Tianqian deliberately stood closer, looking at Zinyu in the same way that a tall person looks at a short person. Maybe Tianchen wanted to use this method to provoke Xinyu so that when Xinyu waited to make a move, he would be able to show flaws due to emotional instability. Very good. You have successfully d me off. I'll make sure you look good later. Xinyu narrowed her cute big eyes dangerously, gritted her teeth and said in a low voice. Tian Tian proudly turned around and covered her red lips with her little hand and said with a smile, "Oh, heh, I'm so scared." As the referee announced the start of the game, Tianchen quickly rolled over and backed away, distanced himself from Xinyu, took out a small scroll from the ninja bag and opened it with a huff. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, hundreds of ninja tools of all kinds, hidden weapons shot towards the new moon as if they didn't need money. Xinyu pursed her lips in disdain, her small hands blocked in front of her body at will and swayed slightly from side to side. All the ninja weapons she shot every day, none of them could hit Xinyu. Xinyu disdained to look back at the ninja tools behind her, then looked at Tianchen in a blink of an eye and said indifferently, "If you only have this level, I advise you to give up the competition, otherwise I can't guarantee that you won't get hurt." Do you want me to look good? HMPH, except that your Sharingan is a little troublesome and prevents me from getting close. Do you think I really have nothing to do with you? Tian Tian took out 2 scrolls from the ninja bag, squatted down, made mudras with both hands and jumped up high. The 2 scrolls were lifted into the air together, opened in the air. Tianchen continuously pulled out various ninja tools from the scrolls with both hands and shot them towards the crescent moon below. Xinyu pursed her mouth in disdain, but her little hands easily blocked in front of her and easily blocked all the ninja tools that were shot at her. When the ground around Xinyu was full of ninja tools, Xinyu raised her head provocatively and looked at Tianchen, who was still circling in the air. He said loudly, Hey, I said, do you have any new tricks? Do you only know how to throw things? So many things have been thrown out, so you probably don't have any in stock, right? I see. What else do you throw away? HMPH, haha, if you think I have this level, you are too naive. Tian Tian moved his hands and fingers nimbly and suddenly pulled upwards with such force. All the ninja tools that had been thrown out and scattered all over the ground were suddenly pulled up, and then under Tian Tian's control, they pressed towards the crescent moon overwhelmingly. Xinyu frowned slightly, stomped heavily on the ground, and immediately flew upside down like a flying sword, narrowly dodging a massive ninja attack. After hiding at a safe enough distance, Xinyu's cute little brows frowned and she pouted, damn, so this trick was used? Isn't it just using ultra-thin and ultra-tough steel wires to pull and control ninjas remotely? This trick is the rest of our Uchiha clan. Old lady, let me tell you kindly, there are many shortcomings of this kind of ninjutsu. Not everyone can play it well. Facing Xinyu's nonsense, Tianchen also frowned and glared at Xinyu, saying, "Okay, I want to see how you can destroy my ninjutsu. Okay, I'll let you see what I'm capable of." Xinyu and Tianchen got on the bar and rushed forward against the massive ninja tools that Tianchen was calling. Pushing upwards with 2 cute little hands, 2 small chakra palm prints were made from Xinyu's little hands, and the bigger and bigger ones hit Tian Tian in midair. The first way to fight, look at my Uchiha Mahamudra. Ding ding ding, bang 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 bang. All the ninja tools that came at him were blown away by the chakra handprints made by the new moon, and even some large ninja tools were shattered by the power of the big handprints in the air. Facing the oncoming big handprints, Tianchen didn't dare to take it hard, but chose to move continuously in the air to avoid the attack of the palm prints. As for Tian Tian's ability to temporarily float in the air, it should be related to the spinning scroll opened beside her. Damn it, the little girl is really hard to deal with. Tian Tian, who avoided the palm prints, tried his best to pull back those ninja tools that had been shaken away and aimed at Xinyu again to strike. I still can't believe it, you can still use such a strong ninjutsu all the time. Look at how much chakra you have wasted. Who wants to waste chakra on you? I just want to prove that I have more than one way to defeat you. Xinyu's hands quickly sealed in front of her. Shouted wind-style Gale Palm. The Gale Palm produced by the new moon is obviously an improved wind style. Although the name has not changed much, the power has increased several times. The 2 small hands pointed at the ninja tools in the sky, and with a push, 2 powerful small tornadoes were launched, easily enveloping all the ninja tools that were called every day. Because it is a ninja tool pulled by thin steel wires once entangled, it is difficult to be separated immediately and can only be blown away heavily by small tornadoes. In a flash, more than half of the ninja tools that Tian Tian could still control were knocked out. The corners of Xinyu's mouth turned up and she smiled triumphantly. The third method, which is even simpler, is to use violence to control violence and forcefully break through. Xinyu's feet kicked the ground hard and her small figure immediately rushed forward like a rocket. Tian Tian's eyes couldn't keep up with Xinyu's movements at all. Xinyu ran and accelerated on the ground below at high speed and suddenly rushed over from the ground like lightning. What, so fast, is this girl possessed by Xiao Li? Tianchen thought in shock. A hateful smiling face suddenly appeared in front of him. His face turned pale with fright and he wanted to back away to avoid it. Xinyu is just a cute little fist, hitting Tianchen's belly hard. Although Xinyu was merciful and didn't use any strange punches, her small fists were still very heavy. Tianchen was hit in the stomach head-on, and the delicate little face immediately became painfully distorted due to the severe pain, and a mouthful of bitter water was spurted out wildly. Then Xinyu pointed her backhand at the back of Tianchen's neck and launched a hand knife attack. Boom! Tian Tian only felt that someone had slapped the back of his neck hard. His eyes turned black and then he didn't know anything. Tian Tian, Xiao Li exclaimed, seeing Tian Tian being knocked unconscious by the new moon. He jumped down from the high platform and rushed over. However, before Tianchen fell down, Xinyu grabbed the back collar and brought Tianchen to the ground lightly. When putting down Tianchen and laying down on the ground, Xinyu gently supported the back of Tianchen's neck with the back of her foot carefully. Therefore, although Tianchen was knocked unconscious by Xinyu's hand knife, the real injury he suffered was not serious, and he didn't even need treatment, just wait for him to wake up naturally. Xiao Li rushed to Tianchen's side, followed by Neji and Mr. Guy, who saw the medical ninja who came to check up and nodded to them, saying that Tianchen did not suffer any serious injuries and they were a little relieved. Taken down by the medical ninja every day, the list of candidates for the battle on the big screen scrolled again. The contestants of the next round, Rock Lee vs. Gaara. The two contestants please come to the venue to compete. Xiao Li, who heard his name on the high platform, clenched his fist with one hand in front of him, with two flames burning in his eyes, and said excitedly, "It's finally my turn to play." Mr. Guy next to him gave Xiao Li a thumbs up, showing his shiny teeth, and cheered Xiao Li up with a smile. "Come on. Xiao Li, it's time to show your passionate youth." Hearing Mr. Guy's encouragement, the flames burning in Xiao Li's eyes became more intense, and his emotions became more excited. "Okay.
Teacher."
Xiao Li and Gaara arrived at the arena below. When the referee announced the start of the game, Xiao Li rushed forward impatiently. The speed of the figure made it impossible for Gaara's eyes to keep up. Bang, bang, bang. From the huge gourd behind Gaara, a large amount of sand spewed out immediately, forming a protection around Gaara, and Xiao Li's fist and kick attacks could not touch Gaara at all. Gaara watched Xiao Li attack desperately with a calm expression, raised his hand to catch Xiao Li, and the sand immediately followed him like a shadow, chasing and arresting Xiao Li. Xiao Li immediately turned over and dodged back, narrowly dodging Gaara's sand attack. "No matter how powerful your attack is or how fast you are, you won't be able to hurt me," Gaara declared, looking at Xiao Li with a blank expression. Xiao Li rushed all the way to the top of the sculpture in the competition field and asked Mr. Guy, "Mr. Guy, please allow me to use that technique, because now is the moment for me to show my youth and enthusiasm to everyone." Mr. Guy gave Xiao Li a thumbs up again and shouted passionately, "Very good. That's how it feels, Xiao Li. I approve your request. Show everyone your blood and let your youth bloom." Squat down, remove the weight from your legs, and open your hands to release the weight. Boom! On the ground below the sculpture, the heavy object that Xiao Li put down directly made a violent roar when it was smashed, and the wind blew smoke and dust everywhere, and the ground below was smashed into two huge deep pits. Kakashi frowned when he saw the powerful destructive force caused by the heavy object thrown by Xiao Li and said to himself, "That guy is this too exaggerated?" Without the shackles of the heavy load, Xiao Li's speed has become faster, and even in Leiming's view it is already somewhat close to the speed of the Flash. Bang 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 bang, Xiao Li surrounded Gaara and launched a high-speed physical attack. The absolute defense of the sand that Gaara had always been proud of had no effect at all. In the end, Xiao Li forcefully broke through the defense and kicked Gaara into the air. Look at me, Bio Lion Hua. Boom! Xiao Li's Bio Lion Hua drove Gaara to spin and hit the ground at high speed, smashing the ground into a huge crater. But Gaara's absolute defense of the sand was superior, and Xiao Li's trick was not allowed to succeed. Xiao Li was then forced into a panic by Gaara and was in danger several times. In the end, Xiao Li had to come up with the final big move. Shouted, "Teacher, please allow me to use that trick, because now is the time to implement my ninja way. Oh, 8 inner gates. The first gate, the gate of life, open, the second gate, Hue, open." Xiao Li opened the 8 inner gates and drove all the way. When he opened the fourth gate and hurt the gate, he almost pressed Gaara and hit him. Gaara didn't even have a chance to fight back. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, it still fell short. Because Xiao Li couldn't bear the 8 inner gates, many muscles in his body were broken, his ligaments were torn, and he lost his combat power. Even though Gaara was also beaten badly, he aimed at Xiao Li with one hand and grabbed his hands and feet with sand, which seemed to be just like the original book, almost ruining Xiao Li's ninja future. At this time, Leiming suddenly made a dodge in advance and waved 2 kunai that contained the powerful lightning chakra, breaking up the sand that was grabbing Xiao Li's hands and feet. On the other side, Leiming suddenly appeared above Gaara's head, clenched his fist with his right hand, and punched Gaara's face heavily with a strange force, knocking him into a huge, deep hole on the ground. Leiming looked into the big pit and stood up bleeding from the corner of his mouth because he was punched by his own strange force. Gaara, who had a violent and murderous look on his face, said without fear, "Let's be spared and spared. Xiao Li has lost his fighting strength. Since you have already won the game, why do you want to kill them all?" Gaara looked at Leiming with cold eyes, raised his hand and aimed at Leiming. A large piece of sand rushed towards Leiming. Leiming just stood in front of him with one palm and shouted, "Wind style, wind wall." Whoa, 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 puff! The large amount of sand shot by Gaara was blocked by the wind wall made by the wind-style ninjutsu in front of Leiming before it even got close to Leiming, and the rebounding shock scattered away. However, Gaara didn't stop and once again raised his hand at Leiming with one hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, sand shuriken technique. Leiming's palm in front of him remained motionless, but chakra's output increased a little stronger. The wind wall in front of him became larger, and Xiao Li, who fell to the ground beside him, was also protected by him. Then, right after, Leiming exerted force on his feet. Whoosh! Leiming almost dodged and rushed in front of Gaara, raised his right fist again and punched Gaara on the cheek. Boom! Gaara's so-called sand defense, and Ben didn't even have time to react and was blown away by Leiming's punch again. It slammed into the wall behind, but Gaara was protected by a sand armor which greatly weakened the damage of Leiming's strange power fist. So Gaara wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and slid down the wall, looking at Leiming with dangerous and crazy eyes. Leiming also looked back without any fear and smiled. "Gaara, you don't have to look at me like that, I'm not afraid of you. I'm not Xiao Li. Xiao Li can't perform ninjutsu, so it's very difficult to deal with you, but I'm different. I have a Sharingan." When he said this, Leiming opened his eyes and was glared at by the bright red Sharingan. Gaara's frantic emotions that were about to go berserk were instantly suppressed and he became calmer. Just at this time, the ninja who was the referee also came over and looked left and right at Leiming and Gaara. Said, "In this round of competition, Rock Lee can no longer fight because he lost his combat power, so I declare that Gaara wins. Also, Uchiha Leiming, if you interfere in the game again, I will cancel all your test scores." Leiming scratched his nose with his fingers and said with a smile, "Yes, yes, I know. Be careful next time." At the same time, Xiao Li, who had obviously fallen to the ground on the other side, wobbled and struggled to stand up again. However, what can be seen is that half of his hands, legs, and feet have obviously suffered multiple fractures, and the pupils of Xiao Li's eyes have even lost focus, and he has entered an unconscious state. Teacher Ah Gai walked in front of Xiao Li, and when he saw the appearance of his beloved and precious disciple, he suddenly burst into tears, hugged Xiao Li, and cried loudly.
And you have done your best and shown everyone your youth and passion.
You can take a good rest. I don't know if the Master's consolation is effective or because of some other reason, Xiao Li's originally tense body suddenly became soft and weak. Mr. Guy hurriedly put Xiao Li on the ground and by himself stepped forward and squatted down, releasing medical ninjutsu with both hands, and the green light shone brightly. 5 minutes later, Bai breathed a sigh of relief, looked up at Mr. Guy who was nervously looking at him, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Leiming made a timely move." Before Gaara's trick broke out, he interrupted it in advance, so Xiao Li was just a trick. It's just a broken bone, go back and receive proper treatment and you'll be back to normal soon. Hyuga Neji, who had a keen mind, heard Bai's words and frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" If Leiming didn't interrupt Gaara's moves in time, what would happen to Xiao Li? Next to Uchiha, Zinyu curled her lips in disdain, grabbed a piece of gravel on the ground, put it in her palm and showed it in front of everyone. Said, from the tricks Gaara used at that time, if the sand that grabbed Xiao Li's hands and feet was suddenly squeezed, Xiao Li's hands and feet would become like this. Boom! Zinyu clenched it tightly with one hand and the stone in her hand was crushed instantly by her bare hands. Then Zinyu continued to explain, if Xiao Li's bones explode like I just crushed a stone, it's just a comminuted fracture of the bone that can be dealt with. I'm afraid that the bone fragments and residues will penetrate into the nervous system in the body. In that case, even if Mr. Tsunade comes to treat him, it may not guarantee that Xiao Li can still be a ninja in the future. What Zinyu said was true. If Leiming hadn't rescued him in time, Xiao Li in this world would definitely follow the old path of the original book. Hearing what Zinyu said, Mr. Guy gasped. After all, Zinyu is Master Tsunade's disciple and everyone present was convinced by what she said. Then it was Teacher A Guy's hands, tightly grasping Leiming's one-handed way. Leiming. Thank you so much. If you hadn't acted in time, my Xiao Li would have, just, oh. What? Mr. Guy, don't do this. If you do, I will. Being held by a super thick-browed teacher like Mr. A Guy, you are still crying in front of you with tears in your eyes. To be honest, even if Leiming had read Hawkage's original work in his previous life and was familiar with Mr. Guy's character, he still couldn't stand it. After Xiao Li was carried down by the medical ninja, the battle subtitles on the big screen started rolling again. Uchiha Leiming vs Yakashi Kabuto, both players please come to the venue below. If Yakashi Kabuto had followed the original plot, he should have quit the game early, but because of Leiming's troubles, all plans and steps of Orochimaru were disrupted. Therefore, Yakashi Kabuto here did not exit but chose to stay and continue to take the exam. Even, it was very cautious not to contact Sasuke and Naruto in advance like the original work. Hearing his name, Yakashi Kabuto glanced secretly, pretending to be Orochimaru, the leader of Atanin. Seeing Orochimaru nodding slightly to him, Yakashi Kabuto immediately showed a camouflaged smile on his face and walked to the playing field. He nodded to Leiming very politely and said with a smile, "Uchiha Leiming, hello, I'm also a medical ninja. I heard that you are Master Tsunade's disciple, so please be merciful in this competition." Leiming pressed his fists together with both hands, showed a bright smile and said with a smile, "Okay. Don't worry, I promise I won't kill you." Hearing Leiming's answer, Yakashi Kabuto made a wry smile and said with a smile, "Well, it looks like I have to be careful when dealing with your attack." Although Yakashi Kabuto spoke modestly, as soon as the referee announced the start of the competition, the blue chakra with both hands exploded, rushed towards Leiming and waved a knife, and chakra slashed with the knife in his hand. This was followed by a series of chakra scalpel combos. Swish 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 swish. Facing Yakashi Kabuto, Leiming did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. He opened his eyes Sharingan and kept a close eye on Yakashi Kabuto's hand knife attack trajectory at all times, allowing his body to make corresponding dodge movements in advance. Each time, he narrowly dodges Yakashi Kabuto's chakra scalpel attack with a distance of almost a millimeter. Even so, when Leiming formally retreated, avoided a safe enough distance and looked down at himself, there were still dozens of thin cracks on his clothes. Leiming raised his eyebrows involuntarily and said to himself, "Obviously I was very careful, but I was hit unexpectedly. Should I say that I really deserve to be Yakushi Kabuto? Okay, you let me meet your chakra scalpel next, it's my turn." Leiming muttered to himself, and his body movements sped up instantly. Yakushi Kabuto couldn't see Leiming's movements clearly at all and saw Leiming suddenly appearing in front of him. Then, Leiming placed a single palm on Yakushi Kabuto's chest and stamped it heavily. Ah!
Pajay.
Yakushi Kabuto spurted out a mouthful of old blood and flew backwards at high speed, rolling and hitting the ground fiercely, beating countless times. When Yakushi Kabuto, who was lying on the ground, wanted to stand up again, suddenly, his hands and feet didn't listen to commands and his body twisted constantly, but he couldn't stand up anyway. What's going on? Why are my hands and feet uncontrollable? Yakushi Kabuto frowned while blood flowed from his mouth. When Naruto in the stands saw Yakushi Kabuto's situation, a big question mark immediately rose in his head. After Kakashi saw it, he exclaimed in admiration, as expected of Master Tsunade's disciple, he can use medical ninjutsu to such an extent. Sasuke asked from the side, "Kakashi, why can't that guy stand up? Leiming's strike is heavy." But the position he just attacked was not his head. Kakashi rubbed his chin with his finger and explained, "I don't know the specifics, but it can be speculated that Leiming should have used a method similar to Hyuga's acupressure hand to change the operation of the nervous reflex system in Yakushi Kabuto's body. It's like knocking the nerves out of his body. That's why Yakushi Kabuto can't get back up." Leiming in the next game, before Yakushi Kabuto stood up, rushed in front of Yakushi Kabuto, punched Yakushi Kabuto hard and beat him hard. Bang 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 bang. Almost within a few breaths, Yakushi Kabuto was beaten into a pig's head by Leiming. When Leiming stopped, Yakushi Kabuto was completely flat and there was still green smoke coming out of his body. Leiming thought with a sneer in his heart, "I'm not the original Tsunade, so I don't have any fear of blood. It's not easy to deal with a guy whose nervous system is disrupted." At the same time, Yakushi Kabuto, who was completely lying flat after being beaten, was not because he didn't want to get up, but because he really couldn't get up anymore. I couldn't help smiling bitterly in my heart and thought, "Hehehe, you really deserve to be the disciple of Tsunade, one of the Sannin. It's just a short fight and you beat me to the point where I can't fight back. Even with my super recovery and self-healing ability, it can't restore the damage he caused to my body. His attacking moves can achieve the same effect as Hyuga's acupressure. It's really amazing. It's still careless. I shouldn't let my guard down and let him hit me because I was curious about the power of Leiming's attack moves. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost so quickly." The referee stepped forward to check and judged Yakushi Kabuto's condition, then stood up and announced, "Yakushi Kabuto lost his combat power, Uchiha Leiming won." With Leiming's victory, the rest of the game is actually not much different from the original, and all those who should be promoted have already advanced. Third Hokage issued another manifesto announcing that the next competition will be 1 month later. In order to improve his strength as soon as possible, Naruto found Jiraiya just like the original book, and Sasuke found Kakashi to help train himself. 1 month will expire soon, and today is finally the most exciting moment of the Chunin selection exam. In a large-scale competition that can accommodate spectators, the contestants arrived one after another. I wonder if it was because of Leiming's butterfly effect that Sasuke was not late? This is simply a miracle of miracles. Kakashi brought Sasuke to the game on time. Kakashi's miraculous move shocked Mr. Guy, who was familiar with him. For a while his eyes widened, his bushy eyebrows trembled, and he pointed at Kakashi. Exclaimed, "Impossible, impossible, you must be fake. The Kakashi I know has never been on time." Kakashi scratched the back of his head, turned his head to look at Guy and asked doubtfully, "Huh? Guy, did you just say something to me?" Guy covered his heart with his heartbroken hand, staggered 2 steps back and said, I can be sure now that you are Kakashi and you can't be wrong. Only Kakashi can hit me so handsomely every time." Boom 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 boom. On the other side, seeing that the exam time was approaching, Uzumaki Naruto was finally chased by a large herd of cows and was driven into the competition by the horns of a cow. So far, all the contestants for the Chunin selection test have been present. The judge in charge of the Chunin selection test announced the start of the competition in public. The first match, Hyuga Neji vs Minazuka Shiro. Please leave the match immediately. The referee looked at the roster in his hand, looked towards the player area and said loudly. Hyuga Neji turned to look at Shiro not far away. Shiro just showed a gentle smile and made a madra with one hand in front of him. Immediately, a whirlwind appeared around him and Bai's figure slowly took off, like a beautiful fairy in the sky, flying to the competition field below with a fairy air. After Bai Qing landed, he looked back at the player area above, continued to maintain a gentle smile and looked at Hyuga Neji. Hyuga Neji frowned slightly, like Shiro's beautiful appearance, he didn't know how to do it. However, as a member of Hyuga's family, especially because he still has the self-esteem of a man, Hyuga Neji simply turned over and stood on the fence of the player area. If they jumped down and jumped from the rest area where they were, they would still have a certain height, at least more than 10 meters high. Ordinary people jumping from this height, if they are lucky, they will break their legs, and if they are unlucky, it is not impossible to die. But when Neji jumped down, he landed on both feet firmly without any discomfort at all. Seeing Neji's unconvincing eyes, Bai looked over and said with a soft smile, "Is the gentle fist method a way to release energy? There are indeed some tricks." As the referee announced the start of the game, Neji immediately chose a melee attack, posing a special posture and shooting like lightning. Swish 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 swish, bang 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 bang, gentle fist method. 64 hexagrams, 1 palm, 2 palms, 14 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. The current patriarch of the Hyuga family sitting in the audience area when he saw Neji's palm technique, he clasped his hands together and blurted out in surprise, "That's Neji's talent, it's amazing. In the absence of under the formal teaching of the Zong family, I was able to." Before Neji could do anything, Bai quickly formed a seal with one hand, and then the water vapor quickly condensed on the surface of her body, putting on a set of crystal-clear ice armor outside her body. Perhaps because of growing up with Leiming, Bai also acquired some of Leiming's aesthetics about armor. To be more precise, the armor that Bai put on for himself is more like the gorgeous shape of the holy clothes in Saint Seiya. Helmets, armor, shoulder pads, arm guards, knee pads, belts, boots. Holy snow battle suit, Bai Jiyin shouted. All the armors were completed in an orderly and fast manner like a saint warrior put on his battle suit. Then, followed by Hyuga Neji, a storm of consecutive attacks. To Neji's surprise, Bai's holy snow suit, although it is just an ice suit transformed from ninjutsu, is extremely strong and durable. It's like the arm shield on Bai's right hand. He has obviously used the maximum attack power, blasted dozens of palms, but he didn't even make a crack. Seeing that Neji Gentle Fist had finished playing around, the moment he paused for a while, Bai Dan stomped heavily on the ground with one foot. The moisture in the air around them immediately condensed into countless ice needles shooting towards Hyuga Neji. "Ice escape, Bing Kaienbin technique," Bai yelled with one hand in seal. Hyuga Neji saw countless ice needles coming from all directions and couldn't dodge at all and immediately spun like a spinning top. 8 trigrams palms, revolving heaven. Ding 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 ding. Bai's 1,000 flying needles of ice were all bounced off by Neji revolving heaven ninjutsu chakra. The white face smiled with admiration. "Is this the revolving heaven that Master Tsunade mentioned, one of the strongest moves of the Hyuga family, the combination of offense and defense?" Neji used revolving heaven to block the countless ice needles from White hits, and then took advantage of the short gap to rush into White's close range. 64 hexagrams, 3 palms, 28 palms, 56 palms, 62 palms. Bang 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 bang. This time, Neji beat 8 trigrams palms endlessly in one breath in order not to let Bai widen the fighting distance with himself. He had already given up a series of routines that he usually trained and instead used whatever palms came to mind. Without fixed routines, there would be no gaps. Facing Neji's endless violent attacks, Bai still maintained an elegant and gentle smile and said with a smile, "Does this mean you don't want me to rest? Or are you afraid that I will continue to use long-range attack ninjutsu?" Hey. I see, although the defensive power of Revolving Heaven ninjutsu is amazing, considering your current level, it's still a bit too much burden, right? Can't you use it multiple times for a long time? Now that you've discovered your weakness, it's easy to handle as long as you operate in the direction you want and in the opposite direction. On the one hand, Bai was careful not to let Neji's Hyuga acupuncture palm hit his vital parts, and on the other hand, he quietly started chakra in the continuation group, preparing to give Neji a big move later. Around the time of Chakra's sequel, the smile on Bai's beautiful face became more gentle. Neji, if you think that I can't do anything about you if you fight with me all the time, you're so naive.
Icicles of the Earth.
After Bai's single hand formed a seal, he stamped his little foot on the ground heavily, and the ground around Bai immediately froze and countless ice thorns grew out, stabbing away from the bottom up. Damn. There is still this trick, there is no way Revolving Heaven. Forced to helplessness, Neji spun around at high speed again, using Revolving Heaven to deflect all the ice thorns piercing towards him and shatter them. Seeing Neji's Revolving Heaven, Bai smiled at the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "You have Revolving Heaven and I have the tricks I thought of. Are you ready? Although I can't release chakra from the whole body like you, but the effect of this move is not much different from your Revolving Heaven secret technique. Ice and Snow Rondo." Bai rushed forward with his hands in seals, and when he reached Neji, he suddenly jumped up into the air, and the moisture in the air condensed into countless icicles around her body. Then, with Bai as the center, Bai opened both hands, and a small tornado began to form around her immediately, driving countless ice cones to rotate around Bai at high speed. Although the name of ninjutsu sounds nice, it is called Ice Rondo, but in fact its essence is a small tornado with countless ice cones in it. Powerful tornadoes spin with ice cones as powerful as a drum cutter. Hyuga Neji could clearly feel the danger of using ninjutsu in vain, so he also fought hard. Revolving Heaven. The power of Revolving Heaven was maximized, and it collided fiercely with the ice cone tornado. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Bai chose the ice cone tornado and Revolving Heaven head-to-head, although the power is not as powerful as Naruto's collision with 9 tails in the original book. But when the two sides collided with each other, they continued to collide with each other, which was still very interesting to watch. It's just that such a confrontation becomes a tug-of-war instead of a one-off deal like Naruto, which consumes all of Neji's chakra in a one-time explosion. The power of Bai's ice cone tornado with Bai's control and chakra's continuous input, its power becomes more and more powerful. Although Neji's Revolving Heaven ninjutsu is very defensive, it consumes more chakra than the ninjutsu used by Bai. What's more, the chakra hidden in Bai's body is much larger than that of Neji, so, as time increases, Neji begins to show signs of exhaustion. "I'm so tired that I can't move anymore." In the end, Neji finally couldn't stand it anymore and tried his best to explode with the last wave, forcing Revolving Heaven to spread the impact outward. Boom, boom, Neji's Revolving Heaven was shattered by the ice cone tornado. Neji's body was thrown high, flipped backwards in the air several times, and then fell heavily on the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai shot a few ice needles with his hands, hitting the acupuncture points on Neji's body accurately. Puff 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 puff. Neji, who fell on the ground, didn't suffer any serious injuries, only a few scratches on his face and body, and then he was acupunctured with ice needles, so he couldn't exert any strength. Bai stopped the output of ninjutsu and his figure slowly landed surrounded by the whirlwind. He looked at the audience watching the battle with a gentle smile and nodded slightly. "Oh oh 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 oh. It was so beautiful.
Goddess. Goddess.
Goddess of Ice and Snow, ouch." The spectators watching the battle burst into enthusiastic cheers under Bai's wonderful fighting performance. The referee stepped forward to check Neji's condition, stood up and announced loudly, "Hyuga Neji loses power, Minazukashiro wins."
Ulu.
Beautiful. After Hyuga Neji was judged defeated, Minazukashiro walked up to Neji in person, still keeping a gentle smile on his face. He smiled and said, "Neji, your Revolving Heaven is really powerful. If I were the same age as you, I should not be able to beat you." Neji turned his head over, closed his eyes and said coldly, "HMPH, you don't have to comfort me. If you lose, you lose." I'm not as skilled as others, I admit it, but next time I will definitely win. Bai smiled and nodded. Okay, you are welcome to challenge anytime. While saying this, Bai Jian pointed close at the acupuncture points on Neji's body, tapped it a few times, and then pointed his palm at Neji, and there was a suction force in his palm. Bai's palm gently pulled back, puff 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 puff. The ice needle that Bai used ninjutsu to condense before, along with the ice needle, has melted into the ice chakra in Neji's acupoint. Suddenly, like a fountain, it was drawn from Neji's body. The ice chakra in Neji's acupoints was pulled away, and soon he felt the lost strength and the immobile body could move. Neji moved his 5 fingers twice, clenched his fist, released it, and then quickly sat up again, looking at Shiro with amazement in his eyes. Among Neji's knowledge and learning, only the Hyuga family with white eyes can achieve such exquisite control of acupoints. Bai just kept a gentle smile and said with a smile, "Don't look at me like that, these are just the use of medical ninjutsu, nothing surprising." Having regained some of his strength, Neji was able to walk off the field without the help of a medical ninja. Then the referee announced the candidates for the next round, saying, "The next round of contestants, Nara Shikamaru vs Temari, please 2 contestants come to the arena to compete." When Nara Shikamaru heard his name, he had a lazy and troublesome expression on his face, and he said to himself, "Ouch. Why is it my turn so soon? By the way, why is my opponent a woman again? It feels really troublesome. Otherwise, I'd better choose to admit defeat." However, before Shikamaru could raise his hand and say abstaining, Naruto slapped him on the back and cheered Shikamaru on the way. "Shikamaru, it's your turn, it's up to you." Boom, Shikamaru was slapped down by Naruto just like that. Then, the content of the Baizer is not much different from the original work. Shikamaru, a smart man among smart people, finally captured Temari with his super wisdom. Then again and then, Shikamaru unexpectedly chose to give up the game and admit defeat. Shikamaru's approach was not only unexpected, but also completely irritated all the audience watching the battle. Countless various things were thrown in by the excited audience. In order to appease the anger of the audience as soon as possible, the referee immediately announced the list of players for the next round. Uchiha New Moon vs Zack Stirrup. Please 2 contestants end the competition immediately. Leiming watched Zack cast a provocative glance at the new moon, then turned over and jumped off the playing field, the corners of his mouth raised, feeling that everything is really strange sometimes. Perhaps because of his own troubles, Orochimaru did not plant a curse mark on Sasuke as in the original book. It turned out that 2 of the Otanin trio, who should have been eliminated long ago, entered the large-scale competition of the Chunin selection examination. Sasuke, according to the plot of the original book, should be a sad guy who was played bad by Sasuke and Aburame Shino successively. But in this world, he actually wanted to fight Zinyu, alas. Leiming can only sigh for the tragic man. Sometimes the trajectory of fate is really difficult to reverse. In the world of Uchiha New Moon, except for Master Tsunade, brother Leiming, and gentle sister Bai, she is not afraid of anyone. To provoke her, one must be prepared to be slapped to death by her. Therefore, Zinyu curled her lips in disdain, turned over and jumped down together. HMPH, little girl. It's really a pity that your opponent is actually my uncle, and I will let you be eliminated immediately. Zack confidently declared his victory. It's over, it's over. For a guy like you who likes to talk big but can't do it, I don't know how many people I beat to death with my own hands. If you have any ability, just use it. My old lady will let you do it first, so as not to say that I bully you. B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** with one cannonball. Jankongbo. Sak pointed his hands at the crescent moon, and there was a gun barrel like a wind hole in the palm of his hand, from which highly compressed ultrasonic waves were ejected, and he bombarded and killed the lovely crescent moon without hesitation. As early as the moment the opponent made a move, Xinyu felt the danger and made a single-hand seal on the back in advance, stand-in technique.
Boom, 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 boom.
The position where Xinyu was originally standing was completely changed by the opponent's ultrasonic bombardment, and two enlarged earth pits stretched all the way across. As for the wooden pile of the stand-in technique, it was directly blasted into pieces. Seeing that there was no one on the other side, Sack thought that Zinyu was blasted into pieces by his ninjutsu and there was no whole body left. Just when Sack was grinning most proudly, behind Sack at some point there was already a little girl figure. In the player's rest area, Sack's partner, the man in bandages, saw Zinyu's figure and immediately glared and reminded loudly, "Sack, be careful behind your back. Idiot, you're smiling so happily." Zinyu's little hand gathered strength and pushed forward heavily. Boom! Sack didn't even have time to react. He was pushed out like a cannonball and then hit the wall in front of him heavily, and his whole body was embedded in it. In order not to play with the toy prematurely, when Zinyu pushed Sack out from behind, she used softness. It seems that the force of the push is very strong, but the damage to Sack's back is not too great. On the contrary, it was the front of Sack who crashed into the front of the wall, and the injury was more miserable. Sack pulled himself out of the wall with great difficulty, and when he turned around, Sack's entire face was red and his nose was crushed to the point of collapse. Ah! Sack put his hands on his face, and when he touched it lightly, it hurt so much that his tears were about to fall. Then, Sack raised his head angrily, looked at the crescent moon with red eyes and rushed forward, aiming the barrels in the palms of his hands at the crescent moon. Shouted, "Slash Kong Jibo." Boom 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 boom. Two ultrasonic waves that were stronger than before blasted towards the new moon. The corners of Zinyu's mouth turned up slightly and she exerted force with her feet. Whoosh! With a dodge, he avoided the powerful ultrasonic shock attack. After Sack released the ultrasonic wave just after his body relaxed, the new moon suddenly appeared in front of Sack. He raised his little hand high and slapped it hard again. Boom. Half of Sack's face was visibly deformed by the beating, and his figure flew upside down like a cannonball, spitting out an unknown number of broken teeth from his mouth. Sack's body was beaten again, embedded into the wall on one side. When he pulled out his body again, half of Sack's face could no longer be seen and his cheeks were swollen high. It made Sack speechless, but he still yelled and roared like crazy, "Damn it, damn it, damn it, I'm going to kill you. Jan combo, Jan combo, Jan combo, Jan combo." Boom 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 boom. This time, when Sack didn't hit the crescent moon in the first shot, he started firing aimlessly. He kept firing guns at his surroundings for fear of being attacked by the new moon. Although Sack bombarded the ground environment around him beyond recognition with ultrasonic waves, in fact, all he did was useless. Not to mention hitting Zinyu with his attack, Kakuzu couldn't even touch Zinyu's clothes. Zinyu just dodged leisurely. After Sack stopped the ultrasonic attack due to excessive consumption, Zinyu easily flashed in front of Sack again. There was still a cute smile on the crescent moon this time, and the small hand was raised high, and then it was patted down heavily from top to bottom. Sack's body that was directly photographed fell down, smashing a human-shaped pit on the ground. Wow, Sack was buried in the ground after being beaten. Damn it, kekekekek. Puchai, Sack pulled out from the ground, vomiting blood from his mouth. When he finally stood up again, Sack found that all the things he saw in front of him were double images and there was Venus flickering non-stop. It was obvious that Sack had been beaten into a daze. After shaking his head twice, he could barely see everything in front of him. HMPH, can you still stand up? Very good, if that's the case, I can play for a while longer. Zinyu gently brushed her hair on her forehead with her smiling little hand. Chop! Sack raised his hands and wanted to launch another ultrasonic attack on Zinyu. Zinyu rushed up and slapped Sack on the face again. Bang! Sack's body was spinning like a spinning top in the air. But it wasn't over yet. Zinyu followed closely, slapping Sack's face continuously. Bang 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 bang. Sack's body was like a spinning top and a sandbag being whipped back and forth by the crescent moon and taking off in the air. Ah! Being beaten back and forth like this, Sack was soon beaten into a pig's head. After Zinyu had a good time, she didn't just slap her. Instead, he simply kicked with his feet, kicking Sack back and forth like a ball and kicking back and forth. Anyway, Zinyu moves fast and can easily catch up with the humanoid Sack. The trauma caused by the new moon to Sack's body was very limited, but the blow to Sack's mind was indeed infinite. After the hit, Sack's body was still spinning in the air, but his eyes were like a flood of floodgates, crying out. Zinyu played like this for 5 full minutes, finally got tired of playing, decided not to kick and stopped. Sack's body fell heavily to the ground like a broken sandbag. Xinyu turned to look at the referee behind her, pointed in the direction of Sak and said, "Referee, please help me to confirm it." The referee just thought about it, but who knew that Sak looked at Xinyu with red eyes and tears. With difficulty, he raised his hands to aim at Xinyu, wanting to launch a sneak attack on her. Xinyu immediately turned around in displeasure and said, "You really don't know how to live or die, wouldn't it be good to just lie there? Give me a little bit, B**************. Raising the hand is a slap and a slap down. The small hand makes the chakra mudra, which rapidly grows in the air, and a huge palm falls from the sky. Bang! Then, the whole world is clean. Sak was completely knocked unconscious in the huge palm print pit. The chakra handprint made by the new moon directly slapped Sak into the palm-shaped pit. His clothes had become tattered and his body twitched and passed out completely. Even the ninja who was in charge of the referee couldn't help grinning when he saw Sak's miserable state and whispered to himself, "Hiss, how miserable." The referee stepped forward to check on Sak's condition, sighed slightly and shook his head, stood up and said loudly, "Sak's stirrups lost their strength, Uchiha Xinyu won." The audience watching the battle raised their fists and cheered after seeing Xinyu's victory. Miraculous little loli. I love you. Super cute but also super tough, I like it. Cute little Tyrannosaurus, come on, I will always support you. Hearing the audience's cheers, Xinyu curled her lips in displeasure, turned around and said to herself, "Cut, what kind of magical little loli? Cute little Tyrannosaurus, I hate it. If you don't know how to cheer, don't cheer." The referee waited until the audience cheered enthusiastically to a certain level and immediately pressed his hands down on the audience, telling them to be quiet. Announced the next match against players Uchiha Leiming vs Gaara. Hearing this battle combination, the cheers of the audience became more intense. "Oh. It's finally here. I've been looking forward to this game for a long time. Uchiha Leiming, you must win, I bet heavily on you." "No, Gaara should win, I bet more on him, so I must win." In the player rest area, Gaara looked at Leiming indifferently and said coldly, "I will definitely kill you." Leiming spread his hands, shrugged and smiled, "Hee hee. It's up to you, as long as you have the ability, I will let you kill anytime." Gaara walked out of the door of the rest area and walked slowly down to the arena. Leiming kept smiling and followed behind. Soon, the two had already reached the playing field below. Looking at the crowds of people cheering around, Leiming seemed to have seen the scene of the Stars concert in his previous life, and he was really nostalgic. HMPH? However, when I watched anime in my previous life, Sasuke was supposed to play in this match, but now it's me, it's really interesting. While talking to himself, Leiming recalled the plot of the anime in his previous life, so that he could prepare in advance. The game start with the loud announcement of the referee. Leiming suddenly bent his legs slightly and his center of gravity sank. After getting ready, he kicked hard on the ground with his feet. Whoosh. Leiming's figure disappeared in an instant, and when he appeared next time, he had rushed close to Gaara's back, raised his right fist high and smashed it down with a strange punch. Gaara only had time to look at it in a blink of an eye before being hit hard on the face by Leiming's fist, and her body flew backwards at high speed. Boom! Gaara slammed into the ground on the opposite side, making a big hole, but he was protected by sand and was not seriously injured. Just standing up slowly with gloomy and dangerous eyes, Gaara's face has cracks, and from the cracks, sand is constantly flowing down and falling down. Leiming looked at the corner of Gaara's mouth emphatically and said with a smile, "Eh? Didn't he get hurt this time? Is this enhancing the defense of his sand armor?" Gaara looked at Leiming with a frown, and when he saw Leiming's left and right hands pressing each other's fists, he knew that the other's fist just now was just a warm-up greeting. If Leiming continued to attack him unscrupulously, the sand armor he was wearing now would definitely not be able to last for a long time. Therefore, the gourd of sand behind Gaara was scattered on the ground with a bang, and then under Gaara's control, it turned into a huge spherical shell, protecting the body in it. Xiao Li in the spectator area was already on crutches and came to watch the match between Gaara and Leiming. Xiao Li held the crutch tightly with one hand and shook hands. Seeing Leiming's wonderful performance, he was deeply moved. Leiming below saw Gaara's absolute defense ninjutsu and just laughed for no reason. It's good to read the original book. He knows how to break through Gaara's absolute defense. Leiming started running at a high speed, circled around Gaara's eggshell defense and tried to move forward, but a stab of sand came out from outside the eggshell defense. Leiming Sharingan opened, saw the opponent's attack trajectory clearly, dodged all the deadly attacks in advance, and the strange force fist slammed on the defensive eggshell without even punching a hole. It's really hard to get close. The normal method is not so easy. You can only use strong ninjutsu to break through the defense. Leiming quickly dodges back to a safe distance. The wrist guard of his right hand seals space fluctuations and flickers. A sword hilt is held in the palm of his hand, and the thunder attribute chakra is input. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The lightning blade sprayed out. Leiming held the lightning sword in his hand tightly and accelerated his feet to circle around the eggshell defense. After reaching a sufficient speed, he dodged forward. Boom! Like a hot knife cutting butter, the lightning blade penetrated easily, directly piercing Gaara's shoulder.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.